Title: Traversing the Three Realms. Resource integration leads me to divinity. In this tale, we meet Chen Xiao, a once promising pharmaceutical student whose career has plummeted into despair, leaving him at the nadir of his life. In a moment of dire circumstances, he finds himself bound to a multiverse traversal system, granting him the extraordinary ability to journey between three distinct worlds. Henceforth, he embarks on a journey of resource trading and integration across these realms, amassing wealth and reclaiming his life. In Earth, resources abound and are remarkably cheap. In the Wasteland, jewels are as common as dirt, and astonishing black technologies emerge continually. Meanwhile, in the cultivation realm, millennia of alchemical knowledge render elixirs and techniques invaluable. Strapped for cash? He retrieves jewels from the wasteland to transform into a wealthy individual back on Earth. Lacking talent? With advanced technology, he can refine his innate abilities and elevate himself from mediocrity to exceptional genius. Short on spiritual stones? The fusion of technology and cultivation allows for the mass production of elixirs and magical artifacts. Talent? His true gift lies in his newfound wealth. With riches in hand, he finds himself able to forge connections with anyone. As he reflects years later, Chen Xiao marvels at how a mere flick of his hand has seemingly overturned the world. Chapter 1. The Three Realms Traversal System. Gasping for breath, Chen Xiao sat on the toilet, his chest heaving violently. The horrific scene he had just witnessed was too terrifying, too nightmarish. How fortunate he was. Steadying himself against the sink, he rose slowly, gazing into the mirror at the pale-faced man in his late 20s. His eyes still haunted by fear. This was him, handsome yet beleaguered, worn down by 2 years of relentless struggle. To his astonishment, he had been bound to the Three Realms Traversal System. As the name suggests, this system endowed him with the ability to traverse 3 different worlds. Driven by curiosity, he attempted his first journey, only to be confronted by 2 enormous, red-eyed hounds that lunged at him with ferocity. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have been torn to shreds. First traversal completed. Reward: personal space of 10 cubic meters, experience points, 100. As he regained his composure, a clear, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in his mind. He immediately sensed a connection to a realm that did not belong to this world. Noticing the time, 1452, he realized the time flow was indeed different. He had spent approximately 10 minutes in the other world. The disparity in temporal flow was astounding. He truly could venture into other realms, and now he possessed a personal space. Excitement bubbled within him, nearly overwhelming his senses, as disbelief slipped from his lips. A melancholic gleam danced in his eyes, and a long-lost smile crept onto his handsome face, almost manic in its expression. Suddenly, the sound of the front door creaking open shattered his reverie. The unmistakable sound of footsteps reached his ears, more than one. Not at home. They had called him back, insisting that today was the day to finalize the divorce. 2 women's voices, laced with hostility, echoed from outside. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Xiao recognized his wife, Mingxue, accompanied by her mother. His company faced financial ruin, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, and he had accrued a staggering debt of 3 million. Mingxue had broached the subject of divorce several times. As he stepped out of the bathroom, the air thickened with tension upon their meeting. The tall and elegant Mingxue hesitated, her lips parting to speak. Her somewhat portly mother, Zhang Fengying, shot her a glance filled with disapproval and declared, at this juncture, "What is there left to discuss? If you hesitate, I shall speak on your behalf." Turning her gaze to Chen Xiao, she continued, "Ah, Chen, you are here. Today, we must settle this once and for all. Your unfortunate company has incurred millions in losses, and Mingxue cannot continue living under these circumstances. You must divorce her." Mingxue chimed in, adopting a poetic tone. "Chen Xiao, I chose to be with you because you promised me the best life. Yet now you claim to love me. If you truly love me, let me go, allow me to pursue a better life. Wouldn't that be the ultimate proof of your love?" Such theatrical words, in Chen Xiao's ears, now sounded repugnant. Reflecting on his lingering affection for Mingxue and his childish fantasies of reconciliation seemed laughable. They had been classmates at a prestigious pharmaceutical university, and when he was thriving, it was she who pursued him, showering him with attention. He had been captivated by her beauty and physique, eventually agreeing to marry her after she claimed to be pregnant, insisting upon the importance of the child. However, after they wed, no pregnancy was confirmed, and she merely claimed to have misjudged. Chen Xiao, consumed by his business, had let it slide. Over the years, she had repeatedly siphoned his earnings to cover her brother's debts, amounting to over $1 million. She indulged in extravagant spending on dining, travel, concerts, and even a dog worth thousands. In the span of 3 years, she had squandered nearly $2 million. It was clear that she had no intention of starting a family. Despite his naivete in believing she had a maternal instinct, Chen Xiao endured. He had devoted himself entirely to Su Mingxue after their marriage. Yet, after his setbacks, this mother-daughter duo turned against him with alarming swiftness. In that moment, his heart felt as though it had turned to ice. Taking a deep breath, he replied with an unsettling calm, "Very well, I agree to the divorce." Su Mingxue's expression softened ever so slightly, and she retrieved a stack of documents from her bag, extending them toward him with a quiet, yet resolute voice. "Please sign the agreement." As Chen Xiao accepted the papers and glanced through them, a sardonic smile tugged at his lips. All debts were assigned to him, while a mortgaged property and a luxury car were bequeathed to Su Mingxue. The only asset left to him was an old Audi A4 he had purchased years prior. Her eagerness to finalize the divorce was clearly motivated by a desire to prevent him from using these assets to rectify his company's financial woes. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xiao quickly calculated his options. Though the mother and daughter were loathsome, a divorce trial would be lengthy and cumbersome. With the system now at his disposal, decisive action was the best course. He would seek his revenge once he had regained his footing. Raising his gaze, he suddenly smiled. "Mingxue, mother-in-law, is there truly no chance for reconciliation?" Su Mingxue's brow furrowed sharply, her eyes flashing with barely concealed disdain. "No," Zhang Fengying, her eyes narrowing, retorted. "There is absolutely no chance. If you were a real man, you would accept this swiftly." It seemed there was indeed no hope left. A smirk crept onto Chen Xiao's face as he turned his icy gaze towards Su Mingxue. "Su Mingxue, I presume you have already found your next partner?" At his words, Su Mingxue's expression transformed, but she quickly regained her composure, sneering, "Do you have any evidence? Without proof, do not speak recklessly. Whether or not we divorce is not up to you. If we do not, we shall see each other in court." Chen Xiao's eyes glinted with coldness. Zhang Fengying shielded her daughter behind her, glaring fiercely. "Mingxue has the right to seek her happiness. She cannot remain trapped in your quagmire. From now on, you shall go your way, and she shall go hers. You have no authority here, not with your pitiful state." Though her words began with fervor, the last statement dripped with sarcasm and disdain. "Indeed," Chen Xiao responded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "As it happens, I, Chen Xiao, am not inclined to share a roof with loathsome individuals." Su Mingxue's eyes widened, her features contorting in disbelief. "You are the one who is repugnant. I was blind to have ever chosen you, you pathetic fool." The once gentle fairy had transformed into a shrew. A chill coursed through Chen Xiao as he gazed at the woman before him, feeling an unfamiliar sense of estrangement and revulsion. Emerging from the Civil Affairs Bureau, Su Mingxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. She sought to speak to Chen Xiao, wishing to appear less harsh. However, she soon discovered he was hastily retreating, seemingly eager to escape her presence. This sudden change left her feeling profoundly uncomfortable, muttering under her breath, "Hypocritical." Beside her, Zhang Fengying's expression twisted in disdain. "Why are you looking at him? Such a narrow-minded individual, destined for mediocrity. I, Zhang Fengying, declare this." Yet at that moment, Chen Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. He began to ponder the implications of being chosen by the system. Climbing into his slightly smoky vehicle, packed with a few personal belongings, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. In the days that followed, he was filled with vigor, preparing for his journey into another realm. He gathered several sets of old clothes and shoes, donned a protective suit, procured hundreds of pounds of food, and spent thousands on first-aid supplies. For added security, he also brought along a dagger, a telescopic baton, a 2-foot-long machete, and several cans of pepper spray, all stowed away in his portable space. In a secluded parking lot on the outskirts of H City, under the cover of night, Chen Xiao settled into his car. With a focused thought, he summoned the system interface. It was straightforward, consisting solely of text. Host, Chen Xiao. Core function, interdimensional travel. Portable space, 10 cubic meters, upgradable. Experience points, 1001000. Available for system lottery. Earth, current world, Mingxue star, Wasteland accessible for travel, Xiaoxian star. Not yet activated. Travel attempts remaining, 2. Maximum of 2 per day. Resets at midnight. Note: current world time flows normally, while other worlds flow at 1/100 speed. For instance, while 100 minutes pass on Earth, only 1 minute passes in the Wasteland. With a determined gaze, Chen Xiao silently invoked a journey to Mingxue star. In a blink, a fleeting dizziness enveloped him, and he vanished from his location, leaving behind only a swaying car. As his vision cleared once more, he found himself standing in a valley, surrounded by unidentifiable weeds that reached his waist, towering trees scattered about, and distant mountains that loomed ominously. A gentle breeze caressed his face, carrying an unusual scent of grass and leaves. A noticeably larger crimson sun hung high in the sky, casting a purplish hue over the azure expanse above. He had returned to that peculiar valley, a wild and magnificent world, entirely unfamiliar. Rustling sounds echoed around him, reminiscent of a large creature stirring in the underbrush. 2 enormous dog heads emerged from the thicket, their blood-red eyes fixated on him. Chen Xiao's heart raced, a chill coursing through him from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Goodness, those beasts were still here. Chapter 2. Gem trading. As Chen Xiao steadied himself, he noticed the 2 large dogs in the nearby underbrush, now alert and gazing directly at him. They emitted low growls, their expressions fierce and wary, crouching as they advanced toward him. Damn it! Chen Xiao silently cursed, suppressing his anxiety. He quickly retrieved a hefty chunk of beef from his portable space and tossed it to the ground. The meat landed with a thud on the grass. The 2 large dogs, indeed drawn by the allure of the beef, bounded toward it, sniffing intently. However, after a moment, they lifted their heads, glaring at him with suspicion. Each of these dogs weighed at least 200 pounds, and they seemed to possess considerable intelligence. Despite their evident hunger, their lean bellies exposed, they refrained from devouring the unfamiliar food offered by a stranger. Woof! Woof! The dogs, while not charging him as they had previously, approached cautiously, barking with voices that rumbled like distant thunder, reverberating in his ears. Chen Xiao's heart raced as he threw another larger piece of beef. The dogs halted, momentarily distracted by the new offering. They circled the 7 or 8 pound chunk of fresh beef, their throats emitting urgent gurgles, and their expressions softened slightly. Ah, little ones, let me show you how to handle this. If 1 piece wasn't enough, then 2. If 2 were insufficient, then 3. Just then, a young boy's voice echoed from afar, calling out. The 2 dogs, upon hearing the summons, abandoned the beef and joyfully dashed away. A boy, around 12 or 13 years old, emerged from behind a stone house several yards away. Chen Xiao exhaled deeply. In this strange world, the formidable presence of the 2 giant dogs had been quite overwhelming. As the boy called back the dogs, he noticed Chen Xiao as well. They exchanged glances for a moment before the boy approached him. This was the first human Chen Xiao encountered after his interdimensional journey. Feeling slightly more at ease, he approached the boy with curiosity, reassured that he could always return if danger arose. Treading on the dense wild grass beneath his feet, with the overcast sky above, he found himself surrounded by towering mountains. Not far from the foot of the mountain stood a cluster of sturdy, uniquely styled houses made of grayish-white stones, resembling a village nestled deep within the mountains. Arriving near a human settlement might have been a deliberate arrangement by the system. Otherwise, appearing directly in a crowd or an isolated area could have led to far greater complications. Before long, he and the boy stood before each other. The boy appeared emaciated, his clothes and hair dirty, his once white attire now nearly blackened, and his shoes tattered, revealing his toes. Yet, his eyes sparkled with curiosity, mingled with a hint of caution. "Uncle, where did you come from?" the boy suddenly inquired. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up. The child spoke fluent Mandarin, the language of his homeland. Relaxing, he replied with a smile. "I came from that mountain over there," gesturing behind him. "Ah." The boy accepted this without much suspicion, grinning widely. "That place is quite dangerous. You're an adventurer too, right? I hope I didn't scare you earlier." Although Daitu and Shiyue may look fierce, they won bite without reason. "Ah, yes. I am an adventurer." Chen Xiao chuckled. Just then, the 2 large dogs returned, each carrying a piece of beef in their mouths. Dropping the meat at Chen Xiao and the boy's feet before standing obediently, glancing between them. "Did you give them this?" the boy asked in astonishment, crouching down to examine the beef, clearly intrigued by the offering. "Indeed." Chen Xiao raised his hands in a gesture of openness. "I feared they might bite me, so I offered them some beef." The boy stood up, excitement illuminating his face. Uncle, how about this? I'll trade you something for that beef. What do you think? Of course. Chen Xiao responded with a slight smile. Let me see what you have. Great. The boy's eyes sparkled brightly. Just wait here. With that, he dashed off. The two dogs remained patiently in place, their demeanor reminiscent of a cross between a husky and a Tibetan mastiff, their gray-black coats robust, with blood-red eyes that were somewhat unsettling. Chen Xiao silently remarked on the boy's impulsive decision to leave his dogs behind. Fortunately, the dogs seemed preoccupied with the beef at their feet. He began to anticipate what the boy would bring back. Before long, the boy re-emerged from behind the stone house, moving swiftly, his hands outstretched toward Chen Xiao. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xiao's pupils constricted in surprise. The boy held several colorful gemstones of varying sizes in his palms. Uncle, do you want these gems? They're $100 each, enough to trade for your beef. His face beamed with eagerness as he gazed at Chen Xiao. Are these akin to the glass trinkets sold for $1 at a street stall? Chen Xiao chuckled nervously. Let me take a look. This situation reminded him of his encounters with young children during his cycling trips in the West, where they would be sent by adults to peddle their wares. If it were not for the distinctly different style of this world compared to Earth, he might have mistakenly believed he had wandered into a remote and secluded area of Huagua. Look, the boy exclaimed, lifting the object in his hand higher. Chen Xiao grasped a green gem the size of a grape. Upon closer inspection, this small object appeared exceedingly exquisite when held up to the light. It was impossible to discern its authenticity. Could it be real? A notification chimed. Detected a suitable trading target. Issuing novice task. Complete 1 transaction in Mingxue star. Reward, 100 experience points. Hey, the system has confirmed the target is tradable, Chen Xiao thought, suppressing his excitement and striving to maintain composure. So how do we exchange? These 2 pieces of beef can be traded for 1 gem. The boy grinned mischievously. All right, it's a deal. Chen Xiao smirked. The boy's eyes sparkled with delight as he said, Here, uncle, choose one. He eagerly held the gems aloft. The child was quite generous, allowing him to select the best. Chen Xiao chose a relatively large ruby, roughly the size of a quail egg, with the most beautiful color and texture. The boy, with an expression of unexpected joy, picked up 2 pieces of fresh beef from the ground, wrapping them in his shirt. First transaction completed. Reward, 100 experience points. The system's voice resonated. Chen Xiao checked the system panel with his mind. Experience points. 2001000 can be used for system lottery. The experience points had indeed changed. Chen Xiao, overjoyed at the thought that if the gem was genuine, he had struck a remarkable bargain, accepted the gem. The boy, clutching the beef, flashed a grin at Chen Xiao and prepared to leave. Chen Xiao smiled and asked, May I visit your home? The boy flashed a toothy grin and replied, Sure. Welcome, uncle, let's go. He then turned and led the way. Chapter 3. Saving a life before long. Chen Xiao entered the boy's stone house. The dwelling resembled a fortress, sturdily built with walls nearly 2 feet thick. The door was made of solid wood several inches thick, and the small windows made the interior somewhat dim. Despite its robustness, the interior was quite austere, comprising a bedroom and a hall, approximately 50 to 60 square meters in total. A bare incandescent bulb hung from the ceiling. Various miscellaneous items were strewn about, and weapons such as bows, arrows, knives, and forks adorned the walls, yet firearms were conspicuously absent, creating an odd sense of dissonance. A strange, foul odor permeated the cramped space, indicating a severe scarcity of supplies. It appeared even poorer than the most destitute regions of Huaxia. As he settled in, Chen Xiao noticed a man in his 30s lying on a simple wooden bed in the bedroom. This is my dad, the boy exclaimed with a smile. He got hurt while scavenging last time. The man turned his gaze towards Chen Xiao. Once a tall and robust figure with a commanding presence, he now appeared frail. His face pale and alarmingly gaunt, curiously assessing Chen Xiao. Dad, I traded a lot of meat from this uncle. The boy's voice brimmed with excitement as he approached the man's bedside, holding the beef. The man's weak expression transformed to one of surprise as he glanced at the bright red meat tucked in his son's shirt. He looked up at Chen Xiao, gratitude evident in his smile, and said, Please, have a seat, my friend. I cannot rise due to my injury. Chen Xiao nodded, smiling gently, no need for formalities, and seated himself on a makeshift wooden stool hastily assembled from planks. Noticing the man's severe weakness, Chen Xiao inquired with concern, What injury did you sustain? He had brought along ample medical supplies, including bandages, iodine, and amoxicillin. Recognizing the necessity of his supplies in the face of injury, his modern instincts kicked in, and his favorable impression of the boy naturally extended to his father, prompting a desire for camaraderie. The man's expression darkened as he replied, "I sustained an injury to my waist. May I take a look?" Chen Xiao asked. "Sure." The man managed a faint smile and slowly lifted his tattered shirt, revealing several long, deep gashes on his waist. Yikes! Chen Xiao frowned deeply. The wounds were indeed severe. "It's been half a month," the man weakly remarked. "I was clawed by a three-clawed lizard. So, it was an animal attack." Chen Xiao examined the wounds closely. There were 3 of them, each 7 to 8 inches long and at least half an inch deep, stretching from the man's back to his lower abdomen. The wounds, neglected for so long, were festering with yellow pus, and without timely intervention, the man would surely perish. Recently, there was a locust plague, and the merchants from Iron Rust City couldn't come. Sigh, the man lamented heavily. Life in Mingxue town has become increasingly difficult. After chatting with the father and son for a while, Chen Xiao gleaned a general understanding of their circumstances. This area fell under the jurisdiction of the Yin Empire, known as Mingxue town, home to over 2,000 residents, and was one of the outer population centers managed by the safe zone of Iron Rust City. The man was named Shi Biao, and his son was called Xiao Fei. His wife had perished 2 years ago during a beast tide. Iron Rust City was over 100 kilometers away, the only major city within a radius of several hundred kilometers, with a combined population of over 10 million in the inner and outer cities. 2 months prior, there had been an invasion of locusts, which had yet to fully subside. Xiao Fei, sensing Chen Xiao was an outsider, retrieved a locust shell to show him. Chen Xiao was taken aback at first glance. The creature resembled a dragonfly, but was significantly larger, blood red all over, measuring nearly 2 feet long. Its mandibles appeared fearsome, resembling scythes. It was aptly named the blood dragonfly. It had only emerged in recent years, reproducing rapidly and consuming everything in its path, displaying ferocity and brutality. Where the locust plague passed, not a blade of grass remained. Only the military from the inner city could resist it. However, their primary duty was to protect the inner city, neglecting the outer city and surrounding areas, which, despite housing a larger population, were not their priority. If losses mounted, they would abandon the periphery and retreat to the inner city, disregarding the outer inhabitants, even if they perished. The more Chen Xiao listened, the more astonished he became. What kind of world was this? A post-apocalyptic wasteland? He would gradually uncover the truths in due time. For now, he needed to tend to Shi Biao's wounds. The immediate situation revealed that the clinic in Mingxue town was in dire need of antibiotics like penicillin. While such medicines were plentiful in the inner city of Iron Rust City, acquiring them from there was a formidable challenge. Efforts to solicit help would require at least 2,000 to 3,000 yuan for travel and processing fees to procure enough medicine, along with time. The currency here held a purchasing power similar to Earth's Huabei, yet the locals earned merely a few hundred yuan a month, incomparable to modern-day Earth. Issuing novice task, assist the local natives, reward 100 experience points. Chen Xiao, already inclined to help Shi Biao, found it crucial to establish a connection with this father-son duo, especially now that the system had provided an incentive of experience points. "I happen to have some first aid supplies. It seems fate has brought us together, and I would like to help you treat your wounds." This, Shi Biao looked at Chen Xiao in astonishment. "If so, I am immensely grateful." He attempted to express further gratitude, but Chen Xiao had already retrieved a first aid kit. Together with Xiao Fei, they cleaned the wounds, applying iodine for disinfection. Once the wounds were thoroughly cleaned, they applied a total of 3 bags of topical antibiotic ointment before bandaging the injuries and administering 2 capsules of amoxicillin. This marked the completion of their efforts. The entire process spanned over an hour, during which Shi Biao bore the pain with sheer willpower, sweating profusely yet remaining motionless. Truly a resilient man. Local assistance task completed. Reward, 100 experience points. The system indicated that Chen Xiao's experience points had now reached 300, increasing rapidly, and he began to anticipate the lottery draw. Brother Chen Xiao, Shi Biao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Such great kindness cannot be repaid. If you have a fondness for gemstones, I have some at home. Last month, I was lucky to find a few while scavenging in the ruins. Xiao Fei, go fetch them for your Uncle Chen." Xiao Fei, quite clever, dashed to the corner and rummaged through a pile of clutter, emerging with a small gray cloth bag. He untied it and presented it to Chen Xiao. revealing a dazzling array of colorful and sparkling gems that could easily dazzle one's eyes. Chen Xiao suppressed his excitement, wiped the sweat from his brow, and smiled, saying, "It is but a trifling effort. Brother sure need not concern himself. These gems are far too abundant, and my medicine is not worth such a sum. No, you must accept it," Shi Biao insisted, though a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Xiao Fei, with a wide grin, handed the bag to Chen Xiao, saying, "Uncle Chen, you saved my dad's life. No amount of money could equate to that. Besides, these stones aren't worth much." This boy spoke with an air of maturity, resembling a little adult. Chen Xiao took a deep breath and nodded. "Very well, then I shall graciously accept." Through their exchanges, he grew familiar with this father-son duo. Xiao Fei found him a vacant stone house nearby as temporary accommodation. The space was modest, around 40 square meters, furnished with a bed and a table, and even equipped with a separate stove. A few villagers came to assist, quickly tidying the place up. After conversing with the villagers, Chen Xiao learned that during the last insect tide, many from the town who had ventured out had perished, leaving several stone houses empty. However, not just anyone could reside there. His ability to stay was due to Shi Biao's influence. For outsiders seeking a place in this town, it required not only considerable wealth, but also a recommendation, making it quite a troublesome affair. Shi Biao was the leader of a scavenging team in Jingshi town, appearing to hold considerable sway, as the villagers respected him. Chen Xiao lay on the simple wooden bed, covered with soft grass, inhaling its fragrant scent, and found himself lost in thought for a while. The conditions were exceedingly rudimentary, reminiscent of rural life in the 1980s, yet imbued with a sense of novelty. As darkness enveloped the sky, the distant mountains echoed with the growls of ferocious beasts, sending shivers down one's spine. Laughter and boisterous voices occasionally erupted from the streets, reflecting the wildness of this world. Yet, Chen Xiao felt an inexplicable exhilaration. Xiao Fei earnestly warned him, "Uncle, do not wander out at night. There are many outsiders, and it's quite dangerous, even within the town." Chen Xiao replied solemnly, "Understood." Through the narrow window, he could see the lights flickering in the closely packed stone houses outside, most of which were oil lamps. The town had electricity, but due to frequent disruptions, most residents went without power for the majority of the time. When the night grew quiet, Chen Xiao secured the doors and windows, silently reciting a mantra to return to Earth. Moments later, he found himself back in his car. With the teleportation process recording his location, he returned to the same spot from which he had departed. Outside the car window, the modern city's vibrant skyline shimmered in the deep night, making the preceding events seem dreamlike. He sensed the small pile of colorful gemstones in the spatial realm. With a mere thought, several gleaming gems appeared in the palm of his hand. Chen Xiao's heart surged with joy. Checking his phone, he noted it was still early Wednesday morning. While over 8 hours had elapsed in that realm, only a few minutes had passed here. He experienced the extraordinary phenomenon of a 100-fold difference in the flow of time, which opened up considerable possibilities. He drove to a hotel and slept until the following morning. Upon waking, he eagerly searched for a jewelry store on his phone and promptly drove there. After about 40 minutes, he arrived at a well-established jewelry store in the southern part of Lu City. Chapter 4. The gems are authentic. Chen Xiao parked his car in a distant lot and walked towards the jewelry store. The interior was lavishly decorated with bright, dazzling lights. A young female employee in a professional suit approached him. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Chen Xiao replied calmly, "I have some items I would like you to evaluate for their worth." "Of course, please follow me," the employee smiled, leading him to a relatively private consultation room. She soon brought in a middle-aged appraiser, wearing glasses and exuding a composed demeanor. "Hello, sir. I am the appraiser here," he greeted with a smile. "Please take a look at this ruby," Chen Xiao said, nodding and gently pushing the small black velvet pouch forward. The appraiser donned white gloves, took the pouch, and poured the rubies onto a black velvet-lined tray. As the ruby rolled out, refracting brilliant light under the illumination, the appraiser's brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze sharpened with focus. He carefully picked up the gem, examining it with a professional magnifying glass and utilizing an unfamiliar, mysterious instrument for an extended period. Throughout the process, Chen Xiao's heart raced, his exterior composed while sweat beaded in his palms. After about 5 minutes, the appraiser finally set down his tools and looked at Chen Xiao, his eyes lighting up as he said, "Sir, this gemstone is indeed genuine, with a top-grade pigeon blood red color. High internal purity, and a weight close to 6 carats. Upon hearing the confirmation of authenticity, Chen Xiao's heart skipped a beat. A wave of ecstasy swelling within him. He forcefully calmed himself, nodding slightly to encourage the appraiser to continue. The appraiser pondered momentarily before stating a price. For this ruby, our store can offer you a purchase price of 600,000 after tax. 600,000, and that was after tax. Chen Xiao paused in his breathing. Although he had prepared himself mentally, this figure still exceeded his expectations. Unconsciously, he tightened his fist. While 600,000 was slightly less than his psychological threshold of 800,000, he steadied his nerves and tentatively raised his offer by 200,000. The appraiser's face showed a hint of difficulty. Sir, 80,000 is too high. We must consider market conditions and profit margins for the purchase. Furthermore, our store does not require you to provide invoices or inquire about the source, if you understand my meaning, sir. How about this? I can see you are earnest in selling, so let us meet halfway at 700,000. With a substantial collection of similar gemstones still in his possession, Chen Xiao was not overly concerned about the difference of 10,000. Seeing a favorable offer, he smiled and nodded. Very well, it's a deal. 10 minutes later, the young female employee escorted Chen Xiao out of the store, and before parting, she charmingly said, Sir, do come back to us if you have more valuable items. Certainly, Chen Xiao replied with a relaxed smile. Upon reaching the parking lot and settling back into his car, he finally allowed himself to exhale a sigh of relief. The passenger seat held a bulging black plastic bag. After inspecting its contents and confirming everything was in order, he stored the eye-catching cash away in the spatial realm. He had sold 2 gemstones for a total of 1 million. The items he had traded for them amounted to merely 200 or 300. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chen Xiao shed all remaining reservations and allowed himself to smile foolishly. He then visited several other jewelry stores, and by 9 o'clock that evening, he had sold all 12 of the gemstones in his possession, netting a total of 7 million in cash. Upon comparison, he found the first store had offered the most sincere price without unnecessary chatter. He resolved to establish a more frequent partnership with that jewelry store. That night, Chen Xiao laid down a makeshift bed in his office at Runyuan Benchao. The next morning, he was groggily awakened by the ringing of his phone. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his college classmate and good friend, Li Chuankun, calling. Old Chen, is there something wrong with your company lately? Chen Xiao was taken aback. The impending bankruptcy of the company was known to only a handful of people who had leaked this information. He retorted, Who told you that? Well, someone mentioned it. Just be cautious. A few people are coming to your company this morning to collect debts. They claim if they wait any longer, they won't get anything, was the reply. Humph. Chen Xiao scoffed. A few petty thieves? Let them come. Haha, it's good to see you safe. I just wanted to give you a heads up. After finishing the call with an old classmate, Chen Xiao rose with a cold demeanor to wash up, preparing for the day ahead. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a dozen employees arrived to clock in. The morale at the company had plummeted recently due to a month of unpaid wages. Chen Xiao had been racking his brain trying to raise funds for months, yet had come up empty-handed and even lost a substantial amount on bribes. Knock. The frosted glass door of the office was rapped upon. Moments later, 2 figures peeked inside, followed by several others. The first was Zhang Jie, an old employee. Her eyes red-rimmed from an unknown build-up of emotion. President Chen, we understand the company's difficulties, but my son needs to pay his tuition next week. When can we expect last month's wages? Before she could finish, others chimed in. Yes, President Chen, there are rumors outside that we're going bankrupt. Is it true? If we go bankrupt, our wages for the past 2 months will be lost. An anxious voice inquired. How much longer will you keep us in the dark? The murmurs of unrest grew louder. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed. Who had divulged this information to the staff? Silence. He banged on the table. Before the end of the day, everyone will receive last month's wages in full. Those who wish to leave are free to do so. For those who want to stay and work with me, focus on your tasks, and bonuses will be distributed at the end of the month. The employees exchanged glances, but seeing Chen Xiao's resolute expression, they gradually dispersed. Leaning back in his chair, he intended to grab a cup of coffee when the receptionist hurried in, saying timidly, President Chen, there are 4 people outside claiming to be your classmates. They want to see you. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow and went outside to greet them. Leading the group was indeed Tan Hao, impeccably dressed, his hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of sophistication. He hailed from a well-off family and was a genuine second-generation rich kid. Beside him stood the stunning Qin Ruowei, Tan Hao's fiancée. whom he had pursued throughout their university days. Once close friends during their college years, their relationship had changed since graduation. A couple of years ago, when Tan Hao's company was thriving, he had generously lent Chen Xiao $1 million, claiming it was a favor between friends, with a lower interest rate than usual. Later, when Chen Xiao faced financial difficulties, he managed to secure some lending from others at even lower interest rates than what Tan Hao offered. Behind Tan Hao and Qin Ruowei were two other classmates who had previously lent Chen Xiao money when his company was flourishing. Their collective arrival at this critical juncture was clearly a demand for repayment. Chapter 5. The classmate group becomes lively. Oh, what an unexpected gathering. Your presence truly elevates my humble abode. Chen Xiao chuckled. Curious, Qin Ruowei looked around the company, murmuring, Run Yuan Ben Xiao. Is this your company, Chen Xiao? Chen Xiao nodded and smiled. Yes, yes. It's been a long time, beautiful Qin. Indeed. You are doing quite well, President Chen. Qin Ruowei beamed. Haha. It's just minor achievements. You're too kind. Tan Hao's expression darkened, clearly displeased with his fiancé's casual banter with Chen Xiao. A cold, sardonic smile flickered across his lips as he narrowed his eyes at Chen Xiao. Let us go inside and talk. The other two classmates exchanged furtive glances. Once inside the modest office, they closed the glass door behind them. Tan Hao was the first to speak. Old Chen, I don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. You're truly inconsiderate. You've kept us in the dark while your company is on the brink of bankruptcy. We lent you $2 million. If you run off, who will we turn to for our money? Exactly, President Chen. You should at least inform your old classmates. Another chimed in. Tan Hao's eyes brimmed with disdain and provocation. Chen Xiao surveyed the three classmates with a calm gaze, suddenly realizing that it was likely Tan Hao who had leaked the information to the employees and organized this confrontation. He had not previously noticed how malicious Tan Hao could be. The office staff had paused their work, secretly observing the scene. Only Qin Ruowei appeared puzzled. Her expression changed as she turned to Tan Hao. Tan Hao, you said you were just coming to play at Chen Xiao's company. Why are you all here to argue? I don't like arguments. I'll leave. Ruowei. Tan Hao called out, Stay? There's a show to watch. You need to see someone's true colors. How boring. I'm not interested. Qin Ruowei retorted coldly, then turned to Chen Xiao. President Chen, I apologize for coming here for the first time and encountering such a situation. It seems I'm out of place, so I'll take my leave. All right. Chen Xiao waved. Beautiful Qin, come visit again when you have the chance. Qin Ruowei smiled at Chen Xiao, nodding before turning to leave. Tan Hao, fuming, chased after her. Moments later, he returned, looking even more sullen. Chen Xiao understood now. Qin Ruowei was their university classmate. Back then, she was the belle of the campus, admired by all. Tan Hao had pursued her with great fanfare, and many from Chen Xiao's class recognized her. Tan Hao had brought Qin Ruowei along to humiliate Chen Xiao, hoping to make him look foolish in front of her. However, he had not anticipated that Qin Ruowei would sense the tension and promptly leave, unwilling to be embroiled in this conflict. Chen Xiao silently commended her for being perceptive. Realizing she was not just a pretty face, a pang of regret struck him. He had harbored feelings for Qin Ruowei in the past, but had been too timid to pursue her boldly. Tan Hao slumped onto the sofa, his demeanor dark enough to reign. He cast a cold gaze at Chen Xiao. President Chen, why are you silent? Give us, your old classmates, a straightforward answer. Chen Xiao regarded his former classmates with indifference. When you lent me money, it wasn't out of charity, was it? You saw my company thriving and believed there was profit to be made, correct? Tan Hao faltered briefly, then replied, This is pointless. Let us get to the main topic without dragging it out. Another classmate, Zhou Guangming, who was rather portly, chimed in, Old Chen. We're not trying to make things difficult for you. Our money isn't just lying around. I'm in urgent need of funds, which is why I must demand repayment. Listen, gentlemen. Chen Xiao's expression hardened. When did I ever say I wouldn't repay? We agreed upon a 3-year term for your high-interest loans, and if I recall correctly, it's only been 2 years. Times have changed. Tan Hao waved dismissively. You know your current situation better than anyone. Just because you're in trouble doesn't mean you can drag us down with you. Chen Xiao, another classmate, Hu Yong, suddenly stood, slamming his hand on the table. Though he was small and slight, his presence was imposing. You may call it usury, but that is irrelevant. The question remains, will you repay today or not? If you choose not to, your company might as well cease operations. With that, he raised his hand and forcefully overturned an office chair. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed immediately. In the past, I truly believed you were a talent. Tan Hao stood up, smirking. placing his hands on his hips as he strolled about. He picked up his phone and began taking casual photos within the office. Soon, Chen Xiao noticed his phone ringing incessantly. Upon checking, he saw several messages in the university alumni group. Today, I had my first experience with Chen Xiao's Runyuan herbal tea. Followed by another message. No one in the group responded. The alumni group had grown increasingly quiet since graduation, especially when someone began to boast, which only served to deepen the silence. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow and asked Tan Hao casually, "What do you mean by posting these in the alumni group?" "What do I mean?" Tan Hao's lips curled into a grin that nearly reached his ears. "I want everyone to see how you boast about starting a company every day, how impressive you truly are." Hu Yong, with arms crossed, scoffed, "Indeed, swindlers often prey on acquaintances." "That much is true." Tan Hao continued filming, addressing the classmates. "Look, old classmates are the ones who deceive old classmates." After all this talk, he still refuses to mention repaying the debt. "Classmates, let us judge this." He brazenly kept recording. At that moment, the camera was pointed directly at him. Chen Xiao leaned back against the sofa, quietly observing Tan Hao and the two classmates' performance. He had suspected yesterday that Su Mingxue's companion was none other than Tan Hao. Now, it seemed this individual was even more sinister than he had anticipated. This was clearly an attempt to drive him to ruin. He could not recall any significant animosity between them. The only conflict stemmed from Tan Hao's past infatuation with Su Mingxue, who ultimately chose Chen Xiao. It was because Chen Xiao had begun his ventures during university, accumulating hundreds of thousands before graduation, while others were still fretting over jobs that paid merely 3,000 a month. Emerging from the mountains, he could flaunt his Audi A4 on campus daily. At that moment, someone finally spoke up in the group. "What is going on, guys? Let's discuss this amicably." It was the class monitor, Ma Guangxuan. Known for his conciliatory style and amiable demeanor. "What you may not know, Ma, is that we also do not wish for this to escalate. But I simply cannot stand by while some flaunt their deceit and harm classmates. I want everyone to see the true face of certain individuals to prevent more from being deceived." Chen Xiao observed in silence. As this unfolded, several more voices chimed in. "We are all classmates. Let us discuss things rationally." Others chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. The city's schemes run deep outside of campus. Many things and people are not the same. What Chen Xiao could not see was that there were several smaller groups within the class, particularly among the girls. There were over a dozen women and 20 or more groups. In a group without Su Mingxue, excitement erupted. "What happened to Su Mingxue's husband? I heard they've divorced." "But is it true?" "It is true. Didn't you see Su Mingxue's moments? Only by bidding farewell to the wrong can one meet the right. The future is a smooth path, that one." Yes, indeed." In a group with Su Mingxue, someone finally broke the silence after 2 years. "Mingxue, what is going on with your husband? Is he all right?" Chapter 6. Infuriating Su Mingxue. Su Mingxue replied, "I divorced him. Whatever he does is no longer my concern." "Oh, I wasn't aware. My apologies, Mingxue." Su Mingxue responded, "No need to apologize, my friends. Settling in a marriage is the greatest disrespect to oneself. You are so enlightened." Mingxue. Tan Hao's group was also abuzz. It consisted of wealthy individuals handpicked by him, yet Chen Xiao was absent. "President Tan is impressive. I've always disliked him, flaunting himself day in and day out. Damn it, I detest such vain and hypocritical people. I never expected President Tan to have investment missteps either." Tan Hao remarked, "I always thought the bonds among our university classmates were the strongest. I never imagined it would turn out to be the most deceitful." Class monitor Ma Guangxuan responded, "Tan Hao, I warned you. Some people are unreliable." Tan Hao replied, "Class monitor, you were right. I was naive. This is what happens when you prey on acquaintances." In a flash, the notifications in the multiple groups of the pharmaceutical engineering class of 2019 surged explosively. Naturally, Chen Xiao could only perceive a fraction of it. In the groups he was part of, either no one spoke or they exchanged a few neutral remarks to avoid offending either side. Messages also flooded his phone. One was from his close friend, Li Chuankuan. "Old Chen, why aren't you hiding? I told you someone was coming to cause trouble today." Chen Xiao replied, "It's fine. Old Li, your support during this time warms my heart. Among the money I borrowed, there's also your 200,000. And not a cent of interest." Li Chuankuan responded, "Ah, why bring that up? I'm not hinting for you to repay." Chen Xiao replied, "No more talk. Let us grab a drink sometime. It's on me." At this moment, Su Mingxue also sent a message. Upon opening it, he saw Chen Xiao. I didn't expect you to be not only a loser, but also a swindler, a clown. The best decision I made this year was divorcing you. Chen Xiao retorted. Is that so? Then watch closely, Su Mingxue. Su Mingxue shot back, stop disgusting me, truly. Chen Xiao ignored her further. He aimed his phone's camera at Tan Hao and the two others. Now, gentlemen, tell me, weren't you the ones who eagerly offered to lend me money at exorbitant rates? Just say it. The three averted their gazes. Tan Hao suddenly sneered. Don't try to divert attention. The key issue is when you will repay us. Hu Yong chimed in, glaring. Exactly. Stop your nonsense. Are you going to repay or not? Chen Xiao coldly replied. I never said I wouldn't repay, but this is a breach of contract. If you want your money, let us sign a breach of contract agreement. No interest at all. Is that acceptable? Tan Hao's expression remained largely unchanged. Evidently, the interest was not his primary concern today. However, Zhou Guangming and Hu Yang's expressions shifted to one of discomfort. They had borrowed $1 million from Chen Xiao, with interest exceeding 600,000 over 2 years. That figure was considerable. Hu Yang clenched his teeth. You've used our money for 2 years, and now you think you can just ditch the interest? Go to hell. Chen Xiao spat. So you want to breach the contract and demand interest at the same time? Have you lost your mind? Hu Yang's face turned crimson, momentarily speechless. Zhou Guangming opened his mouth, but also found no words. Tan Hao snorted, addressing Hu Yang and Zhou Guangming. Don't believe him. Can't you see he's just putting on an act, trying to con us, thinking we wouldn't dare to sign? Eventually, they all signed the breach of contract agreement. Chen Xiao stopped filming and shared the video in the group. Turning to Tan Hao and the others, he smiled. Gentlemen, please wait. With that, he turned and entered a small storage room through a side door. In reality, he retrieved a gray-green travel bag from his space and filled it with over 200 stacks of cash. Once full, he hefted it and returned. Gentlemen. Chen Xiao's lips curled upward. Prepare your eyes. Tan Hao, Zhou Guangming, and Hu Yong were left bewildered, unsure of Chen Xiao's intentions. Was there money in that bag? Did the rumors about his company owing employees wages and nearing bankruptcy turn out to be false? Chen Xiao activated his phone's camera, capturing the scene with the travel bag and the trio. With a beaming smile, he addressed Tan Boss, Zhou, and Hu. You are envious of my business acumen and profits. Despite the high-interest loan contract not being due yet, you conspired to pressure me for repayment. This is clearly malicious intent, aiming to tarnish my reputation. However, I assure you, it will not be so easy. As he spoke, he nonchalantly unzipped his bag with a swift motion. The camera focused on the travel bag, revealing stacks of vibrant red bills. The currency, densely packed within the olive green bag, seemed on the verge of spilling over. Tan and his associates' expressions changed dramatically, their earlier arrogance evaporating. Zhou Guangming and Hu Yong felt a pang of regret as they realized the interest amounted to hundreds of thousands. I am magnanimous and will not hold this against you, so I'll repay you in advance. Chen Xiao remarked with a cold smirk, commanding, Xiao Wang, come here and distribute the cash. Amidst the shock, bitterness, and embarrassment felt by Tan and his associates, Xiao Wang presented stacks of cash before them. Old Chen Zhou Guangming's face flushed with shame. We were mistaken. Please don't take it to heart. Tan's face turned a deep shade of crimson, a sight 10 times more grotesque than if he had consumed something repugnant. The trio signed their names, collected their rightful money, and left in a hasty retreat. Chen Xiao thrust his phone into Tan's face, demanding, Tan, tell me, who is the deceiver here, me or you? Tan, after a prolonged silence, scoffed. You're just a petty person enjoying a moment of success. This paltry sum is nothing. I could easily offer more to buy your worthless company 10 times over. Hu Yong's face reddened, yet he retorted, it's money that was originally owed. What is there to flaunt? Before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed as Chen Xiao struck him fiercely across the face, sending him spinning nearly off balance. To his astonishment, it was Chen Xiao who had struck him. You scoundrel! Chen Xiao yelled. You dared to disrupt my chair earlier. Behave yourself, or I swear I will ruin you. Are you threatening me? Tan retorted angrily. Prepare to visit the police station. Chen Xiao, undeterred, retaliated with a kick, causing Tan to instinctively retreat. Xiao Wang and several employees rushed in to separate the two parties, while Tan and his associates fled in disgrace. Chen Xiao, phone in hand, pursued them, recording and shouting, Leave, you fools. If you dare to return, I'll break your legs. After filming, he He shared the video in the student group chat. Instantaneously, the chat fell into a profound silence. Ding. Chen Xiao opened a message from Li Chuankuan. Old Chun, that was brilliant. You're incredible. But how did you manage to keep your cool? You even fooled me. Chen Xiao replied with laughter. I too realized my acting skills were remarkable. Perhaps I should consider a career in acting. Suddenly, his phone rang again. It was Su Mingxue. Her voice frantic. Chen Xiao, are you hiding something from me? Where did you get the money to repay such debts? A smirk crept onto Chen Xiao's lips. What is it to you? I not only have enough to settle debts, but also to pay salaries. Why does it concern you? On the other end, Su Mingxue's voice grew frantic. You can't pay salaries. That counts as marital property. Chen Xiao snapped back. To hell with that. If I don't pay salaries, I'll just continue accruing debt. Are you out of your mind? I intend to pay salaries and bonuses. He ended the call abruptly. On the other end, Su Mingxue, holding her phone in disbelief, was stunned by Chen Xiao's sudden outburst. After half a minute of shock, she quickly dialed him back, her fingers trembling uncontrollably as she redialed several times before successfully connecting. Chen Xiao, upon seeing her name light up on his screen, blocked her number without hesitation. Moments later, a message arrived. Chen Xiao, if you don't clarify things, this isn't over. Another followed. I'm coming to your company now. Chen Xiao silenced his phone, watching as a barrage of messages and voicemails flooded in. He sensed Su Mingxue was on the verge of a breakdown, a characteristic trait of her fiery personality that had always been evident. Rising, he announced to the office. Salaries are being distributed. Everyone come collect your pay. The process was swift, completed within minutes, albeit in cash, creating quite a stir among the employees. Several approached Chen Xiao to apologize. Mr. Chen, we acted hastily. Please don't take it to heart. We'll work diligently moving forward. Chen Xiao waved them off, urging them to return to work. Eager to leave the office before Su Mingxue could cause a scene, he quickly exited and drove away. Just as he started the car, an incoming call from Zhang Fengying disrupted his thoughts. Her tone had shifted dramatically, as if she were a kind-hearted soul. Xiao Chen, we were too hasty last time. Please don't take offense. Are you hiding something from Mingxue? Chen Xiao, with a sarcastic grin, replied, You're crossing boundaries. You have no right to pry into my affairs. Zhang Fengying was taken aback. Xiao Chen, what with this attitude? What attitude? Chen Xiao interrupted. You know exactly what your character is. Now leave me be. He hung up, blocking her number as well. It had been 2 years since he felt this liberated in confronting someone. It was exhilarating. Chapter 7. Su Mingxue's fury. Chen Xiao drove to the western suburbs, spending the afternoon renting a farmhouse. Meanwhile, Su Mingxue and Ma Fengying attempted to cause a scene at the company, but were met with resistance from the employees and ended up vandalizing property. Following Chen Xiao's instructions, Xiao Wang reported the incident to the police, resulting in the mother-daughter duo being escorted to the station, where they spent several hours before being released. Upon receiving their messages, Chen Xiao glanced at the first one, filled with their furious insults directed at him. The two had completely lost their minds. Disinterested in the rest, he deleted the messages and replied with a message. My company will earn plenty in the future. You'll surely be thrilled for me, huh? He then set Su Mingxue's messages to do not disturb, no longer willing to engage. Once arrangements for his stay were finalized, he reclined on a rocking chair at the farmhouse, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, he recalled a conversation from months ago when his younger brother, Chen Jun, had asked to borrow 200,000 for wedding expenses. At the time, he had been unable to assist due to financial constraints, and when he asked Su Mingxue for help, she had made countless excuses and offered nothing. Later, he learned that his brother's engagement had fallen through, which filled him with shame. For years, he had been single, while Su Mingxue had sent considerable sums to her brother to cover gambling debts. Yet when his own brother needed help, he could not provide a single cent. The shame gnawed at him. Filled with resentment towards Su Mingxue and himself, he promptly called his brother, instructing him to take a day off from work and come to Lu City for an important matter, without asking why. After their conversation, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. That night, he enjoyed a restful sleep at the farmhouse. The following morning, Chen Jun arrived early on the high-speed train to Lu City. Chen Xiao arranged to meet him in a small park. Chen Jun has already graduated for 2 years from a third-rate university. In this day and age, university graduates have become a dime a dozen, lacking any remarkable skills. He found himself working at a factory in Haicheng, tightening screws for a monthly salary of 7,000 to 8,000. He had entered a relationship that was progressing towards engagement. but his girlfriend demanded a bride price of 500,000. Unable to gather the required sum, the relationship seemed to be at a standstill. Brother, Chen Jun, with a few lingering adolescent pimples on his face and a slightly naive tone, asked, "Why did you urgently summon me? I finally managed to get some time off." Chen Xiao, gazing at his younger brother who was a bit more robust than himself, smiled and replied, "Last time you borrowed 200,000 when I was short on cash. Now I have some funds." As he spoke, he unzipped the front pocket of his backpack, revealing a black plastic bag that appeared to contain books. "What is this?" Chen Jun furrowed his brow. "You'll find out soon." Chen Xiao chuckled. "The black plastic bag is more discreet." After ensuring no one was watching, he opened the bag, revealing stacks of bright red banknotes that were indeed quite enticing. Chen Jun was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. How come there's so much money? Chen Xiao had already prepared his explanation. "I've been going through a divorce lately, and some funds weren't deposited in my bank account. Take this and use it as you wish. This is 1 million. This is too much." Chen Jun stammered. "What does it matter?" Chen Xiao interrupted him. "I remember your dream was to cultivate ecological agriculture in our village. I called you here to discuss it seriously. You should quit your job right away. This 1 million is merely the initial investment, and I will continue to contribute at least 10 million in the future." Chen Jun gazed at his brother and, after a long pause, nodded foolishly. "All right, brother, if you truly have that much money, I will immediately go back and resign. Mom and Dad also hope I can work back home." "Ha ha ha." Chen Xiao chuckled lightly. "That's wonderful. You can take care of Mom and Dad. That puts my mind at ease." Half an hour later, the two emerged from a bank after depositing the money. Chen Xiao patted his brother's shoulder, saying, "You can use this money as you please, but do not mention that it came from me. Just say it's your own. I've just gone through a divorce, and I don't want any trouble." "Of course." Chen Jun nodded emphatically. "I understand. I'm not a child anymore." "That's good." Chen Jun looked at his brother and said meaningfully, "Regarding your divorce, I support it. We've discussed it privately. That woman is not a good person. She's materialistic and lazy. After your divorce, you could easily find someone better off the street." "Haha." Chen Xiao laughed. "You have a keen eye for people. By the way, how are things on your end?" Chen Jun shook his head. "I've already called off the engagement with Li Juan. Her parents are adamant about the bride price, which is quite disgusting. I suspect she wants me to give up. Well, humph, I don't believe I'll be single for life just because of her." "Oh." Chen Xiao was somewhat surprised. Although his brother spoke lightly, who knew the internal struggles he had faced. At just over 20, he understood well the emotional turmoil at this age. His heart ached, and he patted his brother's shoulder, saying, "That's all right, little brother. I realize you are much more clear-headed than I am. You will definitely find someone better in the future." Su Mingxue had been incessantly messaging Chen Xiao, yet her messages fell into silence. Initially pleased with their swift divorce, she suddenly discovered that Chen Xiao seemed to be hiding money, causing her fury to erupt. She felt deceived. While it was true that Chen Xiao had deceived her, he had not deceived Tan Hao or anyone else. He had only deceived himself. This seemingly honest man was far more cunning than she had imagined. He had concealed marital assets to pay off debts, leaving her with nothing, which infuriated her to the point of wanting to confront him immediately. "Damn it." Su Mingxue looked at Zhang Fengying, dissatisfied. "You spoke too hastily that day, sealing our fate. Otherwise, Chen Xiao wouldn't be so resolute in ignoring me. He used to listen to me." "Hey." Zhang Fengying shot her a glare. "Are you blaming your mother now? I only want what's best for you. Don't just focus on that jinx. Tan, you need to secure him. Once you're with Tan, Chen Zhao's meager assets won't matter to you." Su Mingxue opened her mouth, but remained silent, realizing the truth. The matter with Tan Hao was indeed more important. He had professed his love for her repeatedly, even expressing a desire to marry her, but he had yet to take any real action. Tan Hao's family had assets worth tens of millions. Marrying him would elevate her status immensely, far beyond what Chen Xiao, who emerged from a rural background, could offer. Yet Chen Zhao's hidden finances also filled her with rage. She resolved to consult a lawyer. This was an act of concealing marital property, and she had to sue. As Chen Xiao drove back, his phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. Frowning slightly, he soon chuckled, guessing it was likely Su Mingxue. Upon answering, the voice on the other end immediately said, "Chen Xiao, it's me. Please don't hang up. I just want to talk to you calmly." "Huh?" Chen Xiao scoffed coldly. "What is there to talk about? Are you unhappy with how the money was divided? Chen Xiao, you are concealing marital assets. You should meet with me so we can discuss this properly." Do you have evidence? Even if I am concealing it, I've already used it to pay off debts. You won't be able to reclaim a single cent, which must infuriate you. Chen Xiao, if I sue you, you will be finished. It's your own greed. If we're discussing finances, how much did you transfer to your useless brother? Aren't you aware of that? Upon hearing this, Su Mingxue felt a jolt of fear. If Chen Xiao were serious, it would indeed be troublesome. There were transfer records at the bank. Realizing this, her heart quivered slightly. You once said you were willing to help me with anything. You even promised to take care of my brother. At that time, she had regarded him as a person of integrity, but now he seemed like nothing. Her brother was an absolute failure, a worthless piece of garbage. Divorcing you was the right choice. Even if you didn't want to, I would have left you. Goodbye. After hanging up, she swiftly blocked and deleted his number. Chen Xiao, upon hearing the busy signal, let out a deranged scream. She was trembling with rage, her eyes red, wishing she could harm someone. Just then, her phone rang again. She hurriedly picked it up, and upon seeing the caller ID, her heart sank. It was her brother, Su Mingxue. This could only mean trouble. Chapter 8. Martial Arts Manual. Su Mingxue answered the call, her voice sharp. Hello, what do you want? Sis, could you borrow Tanhao's Porsche for me? I have a gathering tomorrow. Didn't I tell you? Su Mingxue replied impatiently. Tanhao doesn't like lending his car. He has his reasons. Isn't my Benz enough for you to show off? Sis, can you help me borrow 100,000 from him? I promise to pay it back within a month. You're borrowing money again. Su Mingxue was at her wit's end. Do you think I'm a money tree? Besides, you always promise to pay back. But when have you ever done so? Is it Xiaorui? Zhang Fengying emerged from the bathroom. He is dating the vice mayor's daughter. He must need money. Mingxue, please help him. If you just asked him casually, whatever he gives will be enough for your brother. Su Mingxue took a deep breath, feeling utterly speechless. I'll give it a try. Chen Xiao prepared a simple meal for himself at the farmhouse. 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup. After enjoying his meal leisurely, he sat in a bamboo rocking chair in the courtyard, crossing his legs and basking in the autumn sun. He contemplated his plans for the next time he would traverse dimensions. Through his first experience, combined with the information he had gathered, he concluded that Mingxue's star resembled a wasteland. The technological level is roughly on par with that of present-day Earth, yet due to the mutation of flora and fauna, the rise of martial artists, and the collapse of order, humanity has long since lost its former glory. Resources are exceedingly scarce, food, daily necessities, and medicine are in short supply. Facing both internal and external challenges, the environment for survival is exceedingly perilous. The gemstones were scavenged by Shibiao from the ruins. Yet their value pales in comparison to that on Earth, as they appear to be quite commonplace in that realm. Thus, when Xiaofei encountered himself, noticing his dignified appearance, he hastily returned home to fetch some jewels to sell to himself. In that world, food and life-sustaining goods are the true currencies. In the afternoon, Chen Xiao procured a substantial amount of gold from a jewelry store in the marketplace. Gold holds far more value in Mingxue's star than gemstones. He estimated that in that realm, 1 gram of gold possesses purchasing power equivalent to 100 Huabei dollars. Although trading gold for the local currency would incur a loss, he required a starting capital for his endeavors. He could not perpetually barter a multitude of foodstuffs, as others would question the origin of his supplies. Concurrently, he ordered an extravagant amount of goods via a delivery app, totaling around $70,000 to $80,000, encompassing various foods, salt, sugar, medicine, clothing, and bedding. Within an hour, everything was delivered. Upon returning to the farmhouse, Chen Xiao stored these supplies in his spatial pocket. He then traversed back to the stone house, finding himself enveloped in darkness. The air was thick with dust and the distinct scent of stone structures. He had returned to the previous dwelling. The night stretched interminably, and only after several hours did dawn break. Chen Xiao, feeling restless, pondered that for his next traversal, he must calculate the timing more precisely, ideally crossing over at night and returning just as dawn breaks. When he heard movement outside the stone house, he hurriedly rose and stepped outside, discovering Xiaofei, who seemed to be on his way to relieve himself. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, he smiled and remarked, "Uncle Chen, you're awake so early. How did you sleep last night?" "Last night," Chen Xiao murmured, "I slept reasonably well. How is your father?" "My father is much better," Xiaofei exclaimed with excitement. "Since you treated him yesterday, he hasn't had a fever and seems much more spirited." "That's wonderful," Chen Xiao replied with a smile. After using the rudimentary toilet nearby, he returned to the stone house. Prepared a bowl of instant noodles with an egg for breakfast. Later in the morning, Xiaofei arrived, eager to take him to the market, bringing along one of the large dogs, Daitu. Daito's head was indeed substantial, encased in robust muscles, giving him a formidable presence. Had Xiaofei not accompanied him, Chen Xiao would not have dared to walk alongside such a large dog. My father is unable to scavenge or hunt lately. Daitu and Qiyue have eaten less and have lost some weight, Xiaofei lamented. Observing Daitu closely, Chen Xiao noted the pronounced ribs along the dog's waist. Instead of rushing to the market, he returned to his room and retrieved some beef from his backpack. Does Daitu eat beef? Chen Xiao inquired. Yes. Xiaofei nodded, quickly adding. But uncle, beef is too expensive. We can hardly afford it ourselves, not to worry, Chen Xiao said, extending a piece towards Daitu. The dog took a step back, glancing between Chen Xiao and Xiaofei. Although initially hesitant, the longing in its eyes betrayed its desire. Go ahead, Daitu. Xiaofei swallowed hard, clearly feeling a pang of regret. Daitu cautiously approached, capturing the hefty piece of beef in its mouth and swallowing it in a few bites, then gazed up at Chen Xiao with a yearning look. Evidently still hungry, Chen Xiao chuckled and offered it 3 more pieces. After finishing, Daitu wagged its tail and approached Chen Xiao, nudging his hand affectionately. Uncle, it seems Daitu really likes you. Xiaofei laughed. It usually ignores others. Chen Xiao gently stroked Daitu's round, muscular head, smiling to himself, realizing that it was likely due to their lack of meat. Subsequently, the trio made their way to the bustling market at the town center, a 5-minute walk away. The market resembled those of rural China in the 1980s, with clean, large stone slabs paving the streets, exuding a unique charm. The pedestrians predominantly bore East Asian features. Yet their attire diverged significantly from that of modern urban dwellers, appearing as a fusion of contemporary and primitive tribal elements, an odd yet striking simplicity. Likely a product of material scarcity, the streets were alive with activity, and as Chen Xiao observed, most individuals were muscular and appeared quite spirited, with few displaying baldness. Some brazenly carried knives and swords, but none bore firearms. Even uniformed security patrols were devoid of guns. Xiaofei explained that the possession of firearms by ordinary citizens is strictly prohibited. He also mentioned that many people practiced martial arts here. As both he and his father trained in combat, venturing out to scavenge without martial skills can be exceedingly dangerous. Contemplating the nature of martial arts in this world, Chen Xiao wondered if they were akin to kickboxing or boxing, or if they possessed mystical elements akin to the martial arts depicted in novels, with internal energy allowing feats such as running along walls. While pondering this, he heard someone shouting, selling martial arts manuals, ancestral martial arts secrets. Martial arts manuals? Chen Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. He glanced over to see a middle-aged man dressed in a faded gray robe, with sparse hair that made him appear almost bald, seated beside a stall displaying dozens of books. The bindings were reminiscent of ancient styles, akin to the martial arts manuals held by the old beggar in Kung Fu. Newbie task released. Obtain a martial arts technique. Reward. 100 experience points. As Chen Xiao hesitated, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The Qianlong Hunyuan Gong technique. Internal energy cultivation and external body refinement. Priced at 50,000 per volume. Successful practitioners can take it home. The middle-aged man, known as Sun Tuzu, spoke with a voice that, while not thunderous, carried a sense of tenacity. Everyone here knows me. These books are genuine ancestral secrets. With 1 volume in hand, you need not seek a master or a sect. You can cultivate at home. In 10 days, you'll sense the flow of true energy, and in 3 months, you'll strengthen your body, more than sufficient to deal with mutated wolves. A few passers-by were drawn in, pausing to listen. However, upon hearing the price, they shook their heads and continued on their way. Uncle Chen, are you interested in these techniques? Xiaofei asked, noticing Chen Xiao's gaze fixated on the stall. Indeed. Chen Xiao replied with a smile. I just wonder which one is suitable for beginners. Xiaofei glanced at the books on the stall, his face revealing envy and longing. He shook his head. Uncle Chen, I don't know either, but this uncle has been selling here for half a year, so he should not be a scammer. Chen Xiao nodded slightly. Jingshi town is reputedly one of the transit points leading to the ruins of Xingyao City, located 200 kilometers away. Over 300 years ago, Xingyao City was a super metropolis with a population exceeding 50 million. It was ravaged by meteor showers, leading humanity to hastily evacuate, leaving behind a considerable amount of resources, making it a prime destination for scavengers. Thus, Mingxue town has attracted many outsiders heading to Xingyao City. However, those who linger for more than a few days are mostly merchants conducting long-term business. Given that this vendor has been able to set up shop here for an extended period and is suggested by the system, Chen Xiao mused that he must be reliable. Good sir, are you just beginning your journey into martial arts? Sun Tuzu, having overheard Chen Xiao and Xiaofei's conversation, initiated a dialogue. This book is perfect for you. As he spoke, he handed over the mysterious dragon's harmonious skill. Chen Xiao extended his hand to accept the aged, yellowed booklet, flipping through its pages. The content was filled with detailed illustrations of human acupoints, exuding a profound antiquity. Can you lower the price a bit? Chen Xiao inquired with a smile. Closing the book and looking at the middle-aged man. My stall does not entertain haggling. Sun Tuzi replied confidently with a grin. Too expensive. Little Fei beside them muttered. Chen Xiao pulled a piece of gold from his pocket and said, Is this gold sufficient? Upon seeing the soap-sized piece of gold in Chen Xiao's hand, Sun Tuzi's eyes lit up, and he smiled. That will do. I might even have to give you change. With a small gold ingot. Chen Xiao acquired the martial arts technique along with 6,000 yans, the official currency of the Great Yin Empire. Acquisition of martial arts technique complete. Reward, 100 experience points. After securing the technique booklet, Chen Xiao departed from the stall of the long-robed middle-aged man, eager to continue exploring other areas. He was impatient to return and delve into his training, yet there were still many intriguing sites left in the market. Curiously, he asked Little Fei, What do you know about martial arts techniques? Little Fei grinned. I've learned a bit from my father, but only the surface. We practice external techniques. While the technique you purchased is one that cultivates internal energy and strengthens the body. I've heard that cultivating internal energy requires exceptional talent in one's meridians, which my father and I lack, so we haven't practiced it. Chen Xiao began to grasp the distinction. In this world, martial arts were divided into internal and external forms. On Earth, the concept of internal cultivation existed only within the realm of martial arts fiction, with mere legends circulating among the populace, but never having been seen in practice. In recent years, with the advent of the internet, traditional martial arts had faced increasing skepticism, let alone the elusive notions of internal energy. As he continued walking, he noticed a dense crowd ahead, gathered around a corner, curious about the commotion. Let's go take a look, Chen Xiao suggested, pointing ahead. Little Fei followed closely, winking and grinning mischievously. Uncle, those from Rusty City, the ones selling male and female servants, have returned. Oh, Chen Xiao felt intrigued, as such scenes were rare on Earth. He quickened his pace and squeezed into the crowd. Before him stood 4 men and 4 women in an open space, all exceptionally striking and youthful, around 20 years old. The men stood approximately 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered and robust, exuding an aura of strength and capability. The women, nearly 5 feet 7, possessed athletic figures and striking beauty, radiating a wild charm. They bore a resemblance to a mix of Brazilian and East Asian descent, though their attire was not overly revealing. Their flawless physiques were unmistakably on display. Yet, Chen Xiao couldn't quite place what felt amiss. After observing for a while, it dawned on him that the 6 young individuals exhibited somewhat vacant expressions, reminiscent of artificial beings lacking intellect. Nearby sat several individuals who appeared to be the owners. Yet the striking presence of the 4 men and women overshadowed their existence. The 4 women, in particular, were captivating, both in looks and form, almost breathtakingly so. Suddenly, a portly, greasy middle-aged man began to shout from a nearby chair. The newly arrived male and female servants have an exceptionally high loyalty, pledging themselves to a single master for life. They are robust and rarely fall ill, with a lifespan of 20 years. Not only can they perform martial arts, but they also excel in caregiving. The men can serve as bodyguards or servants, while the women can handle household chores or provide companionship. Hurry, those interested, tomorrow they depart. And who knows when they will return next. The implications were abundantly clear. The final price was set at 20,000 for a male and 30,000 for a female. Chen Xiao was astonished by the revelation. Through the murmurs of the surrounding crowd, he learned that these 4 men and women were genetically edited beings, treated like livestock for sale, an even graver offense than slavery. The veil over this world seemed to have lifted just a bit more. Little Fei tugged at his sleeve, grinning. Uncle, how about buying one? Hee hee. Chen Xiao replied with a slight smile. I am indeed contemplating it. He was genuinely considering purchasing one or two as bodyguards, as they were undeniably beautiful. However, he was uncertain about their combat capabilities. "Ah," little Fei exclaimed. "Uncle, you must be quite wealthy." The crowd was thick with onlookers. Many male gazes fixated on the four women, practically drooling. Unfortunately, with empty pockets, they could only stare in envy. Little Fei added, "Uncle, why not get a male? They are said to possess greater combat strength, and the females, I've heard, cannot bear children. What a loss it would be. Though they cannot bear children, they can." He interjected a lecherous man in his 50s, his words dripping with desire as he swallowed hard. "What does that mean?" Little Fei asked innocently. Chen Xiao made a face. "Children should not pry into such matters." The lecherous man laughed. "Once you grow a bit older, you will understand." Ha! Just then, a well-dressed middle-aged man, his face obscured by a black cloth, stepped into the circle and spoke briefly with the owner before producing 2 stacks of blue-hued currency. The portly proprietor then led him to the 4 women, allowing him to examine them closely but forbidding any touching, as that would tarnish their value as merchandise. The masked man, perhaps wishing to be swift or perhaps overwhelmed by the allure of each, quickly chose the one in the center and departed, eliciting a wave of envious gasps from the crowd. Chen Xiao's curiosity surged, yet he suppressed the temptation. Being new here, he couldn't appear too affluent. Just as he resolved to leave, his gaze met that of the slightly slimmer female genetic being, who returned his stare with a glimmer of complexity in her eyes, an expression that seemed to express both a yearning for rescue and a deep-seated aversion to her situation. "She likes me," Chen Xiao mused, perplexed. "Am I truly different from those around me?" He decided, "I will buy her, though it may appear ostentatious. The system prompted me to do so, and that must be right." He stepped forward, locking eyes with the female servant for a brief moment, and to his surprise, she did not avert her gaze. Confirming their connection, he turned to the portly owner and declared, "I will take her." Whispers of speculation erupted around him. Ultimately, Chen Xiao purchased both a male and a female servant. Rescue of a genetically edited being complete. Reward, 100 experience points. The system panel displayed that his experience points had reached 500. He possessed ample gold, yet he refrained from excessive purchases. Fulfilling the task was sufficient. Besides, he had much to learn about these genetic beings. Should they prove useful, he could always return for more. After settling the payment, he departed the corner with the 2 servants and little Fei, leaving behind a throng of envious, resentful gazes. Amidst the shadows, a few ominous gazes sent a shiver down Chen Xiao's spine. "Hurry!" Little Fei's eyes darted around. "There aren't many good people here, uncle. Once they realize your wealth, they'll surely target you." Chen Xiao nodded. "I understand. It's a trivial matter." Despite his words, he quickened his pace. The public safety here was likely a far cry from that in modern Huagua. Finally emerging from that area, he paused and glanced sideways at the 2 young servants. Both displayed a submissive demeanor, rarely speaking. Chen Xiao inquired, "Do you have names?" The young man shook his head, replying, "No, master." Chen Xiao smiled and said, "Then you shall be called Iron Pillar." The young man promptly bowed. "Thank you for the name, master." The young woman hesitated, flicking her dark brown hair, and said awkwardly, "Master, I have a name. It's Xiaoshuang, meaning the frost of dawn. If you dislike it, please bestow upon me another." Xiaoshuang. Chen Xiao pondered, "That's a lovely name. Let it be Xiaoshuang." The woman quickly bowed. "Thank you, master." Chen Xiao smiled, feeling that Xiaoshuang seemed remarkably more human compared to Iron Pillar. A subtle difference that was hard to articulate. Momentarily lost in thought, he noted Xiaoshuang's striking beauty and poise. Though Su Mingxue was also attractive, she paled in comparison to Xiaoshuang. This woman was undoubtedly extraordinary and should not be underestimated. Though his thoughts were tinged with desire, he reminded himself to remain composed and vigilant. Gathering his thoughts, he recalled the seller's explanation. Male genetic modifications lacked physiological functions and had no desires in that regard, existing solely to serve their masters. In contrast, female genetic modifications, while unable to bear children, possessed allure and desirability. Initially, both servants struggled with their subservient roles, but after a few encounters, Chen Xiao accepted it with equanimity. As a native of the 21st century, he felt a profound shock. Even the most skilled Blue Star engineers could not create such beings, as current technology was simply inadequate. This world was indeed wondrous. Certain regions appeared backward, yet possessed bizarre advanced technology. It seemed the technological path had diverged. "Let us proceed." Chen Xiao smiled at his two servants and turned to lead the way. He noticed that as they walked, everyone they passed cast lingering glances at them, some openly displaying greed and envy. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, feeling uncomfortable under such blatant scrutiny. Just then, figures appeared before him, blocking the path. The leader, a man with slicked back hair and a sinister expression, was flanked by 5 young lackeys, all wearing expressions of frivolity. Their gazes fixated on Xiaoshuang, unabashedly leering. Anger surged within Chen Xiao as he glanced at Xiaoshuang, catching a fleeting glint of murderous intent in her eyes before it vanished. Iron Pillar stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Xiao, and asked in a deep, resonant voice, "What do you want?" The leader, unfazed, merely frowned and coldly replied, "Get lost. Summon your master." A young man beside him, sporting a small mustache, sneered, "New here? Don't you recognize us from the Black Shark gang?" Iron Pillar glared at him, unyielding, his fists subtly tightening. Just as Chen Xiao was about to respond, Little Fei tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to hold back, urging him not to provoke further. However, Chen Xiao had no intention of backing down. Stepping forward, he coolly stated, "If you have something to say, do so." The slick-haired youth smirked. "That made you bought? I had my eyes on her first. If you let me have her for one night, we'll consider it settled." Chen Xiao's pupils contracted, feeling a rush of blood to his head, barely able to suppress laughter at the audacity of this world. "Iron Pillar," he commanded, pointing, "break his jaw." "Yes, master." Iron Pillar's cold gaze fixated on the youth as he prepared to strike. "How dare you?" the youth shouted, retreating a step, surprisingly agile. His companions positioned themselves in front of him. Little Fei dashed forward, grabbing Iron Pillar's arm, and addressed the youth. "This is my uncle. You might have heard of my father, Biao. Uncle Chen is a good friend of his." "Biao?" The youth's expression shifted, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. One of his followers murmured, "Isn't Biao gravely injured?" Little Fei, sensing the mention of his father held weight, asserted, "Even if my father were dead, it wouldn't matter. He's recovered, and if you trouble my uncle, you're crossing my father." A thunderous roar echoed, causing the ground to tremble. Datu, a massive beast, stood protectively in front of Little Fei, glaring fiercely at the group, baring its formidable teeth. The youth flinched, instinctively retreating half a step, as did his companions. Datu's imposing presence shifted the dynamic entirely, forcing their adversaries to back down. After several tense moments, the youth finally relented, raising his hand in surrender. "Fine. On account of Biao, we'll let this go today." With that, he turned and left with his gang. Was Biao's influence truly that significant? Or was it Datu's intimidation that swayed them? Iron Pillar glanced at Chen Xiao, silently asking if they should pursue. Chen Xiao's adrenaline surged. He had initially wanted to fight, but he realized Iron Pillar was unarmed, while their opponents wielded weapons. Reluctantly, he suppressed his fury and gestured for Iron Pillar to halt. Iron Pillar complied, returning to Chen Xiao's side with a steady demeanor. Chen Xiao nodded approvingly. Iron Pillar's restraint exceeded his expectations, indicating a higher intelligence than most. Throughout the encounter, Xiaoshuang remained expressionless, her head bowed, ignoring the provocations, yet Chen Xiao could sense her suppressed fury. This incident reinforced a crucial realization. In this world, mere wealth held little value without power. He resolved to procure proper attire for his two servants, ensuring they would not be perceived as mere bought slaves and thus invite disdain. Little Fei led the way to a clothing store, where they acquired suitable outfits, shoes, and undergarments for Iron Pillar and Xiaoshuang. They then visited a barber shop for a fresh cut. After their transformation, the duo appeared indistinguishable from ordinary people, albeit their striking features still drew attention. Next, they ventured to a weapon shop, equipping each with soft armor and suitable weapons, a shield, a spear, and a short dagger. Additionally, they purchased ranged weapons like bows and crossbows, as suggested by Little Fei. The structure of their stone house favored defensive tactics, making these weapons ideal. Once clad in their new gear, Iron Pillar, standing at nearly 6.5 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, emanated an aura of formidable strength, resembling a living guardian. As they returned to the streets, Chen Xiao noticed the way people regarded him had shifted to one of fear and avoidance. This was the desired effect. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. Remaining too low-key was unwise. It was essential to demonstrate strength, for otherwise, troublemakers would inevitably come seeking confrontation. The town was equipped with electric lamps, ceiling fans, and even peculiar, otherworldly machines resembling tractors, yet no shop dared openly sell firearms. According to Xiao Fei, guns did exist, but their possession was strictly regulated. In urban areas, ordinary citizens would never dare brandish them openly. Nor would any merchant risk selling them, lest face severe, unforgiving penalties. Acquiring one, then, would require discreet channels. Perhaps stone biao might prove useful in that regard. With the household now expanded, especially with someone like Tai Zhu, whose appetite alone far exceeded what an average person could sustain, logistics had become urgent. Fortunately, Chen Xiao was neither short of funds nor provisions. The temporary stone cottage Xiao Fei had secured was cramped, barely fit for three. Upon returning from the market, with Xiao Fei's assistance, Chen Xiao selected a spacious, unclaimed two-story stone residence, just a short distance from Xiao Fei's home, facilitating mutual vigilance and support. Spanning over 100 square meters, the dwelling was remarkably generous by the standards of this provincial town. He purchased bedding and sundries from the bazaar, then hired several villagers to renovate the interior and exterior in a single afternoon, replacing all doors and windows, especially the main entrance, a massive, half-foot-thick elmwood door, exquisitely crafted and worth 2,000 coins. In short order, Chen Xiao had emerged as a newly minted minor magnate of Jingshi town. As dusk deepened, Xiao Fei prepared to depart. Before leaving, he paused and said gravely, "Uncle, be vigilant tonight. My father told me the young man we met today, Zhang Kuei, is notorious in Jingshi town, ruthless, vindictive, and unforgiving. He commands a gang of a dozen or more henchmen. He will not let this pass." "Understood," Chen Xiao replied, nodding with sober resolve. "Please convey my gratitude to your father, and assure him I'll remain watchful." Xiao Fei bowed and left, leaving the two behind. Inside the house, only Chen Xiao and his two servants remained. Xiao Shuang set about preparing dinner using ingredients purchased earlier. Her culinary skill, unexpectedly refined, was rendered all the more diligent by the quality of the fare. The three dined in quietude, only the soft clink of porcelain and cutlery punctuating the stillness. Tai Zhu ate with ravenous speed, nearly devouring his portion in silence before settling motionlessly, as if awaiting his next command. Xiao Shuang, though clearly relishing her meal, ate with delicate restraint, small, measured bites, every gesture composed and graceful. Her gaze remained lowered, her expression inscrutable. It was plain she had long known hunger. Recalling the day's confrontation and Xiao Fei's warning, Chen Xiao felt a persistent unease. He turned to his two retainers and asked, "I know little of your martial prowess. Tell me plainly, if that young man were to return with his men and lay siege to this house, could you repel them?" Tai Zhu's eyes flickered, then stilled with quiet certainty. "Yes, I will hold the entrance. No one breaks through." Chen Xiao's gaze sharpened. Tai Zhu's answer reflected not only sound judgment, but tactical awareness. He was deeply satisfied. Xiao Shuang remained seated, serene and composed, waiting until Tai Zhu had spoken before offering a faint, practiced smile and two measured words. "I can." Brief as it was, her reply carried the weight of considered confidence, neither feigned nor hurried. Chen Xiao felt a subtle easing of tension. After dinner, as night descended, Chen Xiao assigned Tai Zhu to the ground floor room nearest the entrance, charging him explicitly with the security of the entire residence. Tai Zhu's expression lit with quiet fervor, sated, rested, and eager to prove his worth. Chen Xiao then instructed him to feed the two with beef, nurturing the bond between man and hound. The two devoured another prodigious meal, 7 or 8 jin of meat in a single sitting, far beyond the capacity of any ordinary dog. As Xiao Fei had explained, both the two and July were mutated hunting hounds, rescued as pups from ruins by Xiao Fei's father and raised on a diet of over 10 jin of meat daily, sustenance few could afford. Xiao Shuang was assigned a private chamber on the second floor. Before full darkness fell, Chen Xiao slipped out once more, ascending the hill 200 meters behind the house to quietly gather stones into his system space, some weighing a dozen jin, others upwards of 40, potential projectiles, perhaps, should the house come under assault, its stone walls lending themselves to improvised defense. Returning, he climbed to the upper floor, a more refined space, 2 identical bedrooms flanking a shared parlor, its windows clean, its surfaces gleaming. A dim, yellowed, incandescent bulb hung from the ceiling, its upper half dulled by decades of grime. At its center stood an antique, dark brown wooden table, flanked by several weathered chairs. Xiao Shuang emerged from her room as he entered, bowing gently and murmuring in a voice like silk, "Master, you've returned." Chen Xiao smiled, pleased. In the amber light, her beauty deepened, acquiring a hushed, almost painterly resonance, a face and figure of rare, classical grace, yet dressed with rustic simplicity, innocent, yielding, and quietly intoxicating. Yet he felt neither ease nor certainty, neither in her nor in Taiju. Desire flickered, then receded beneath the sharper, colder weight of vigilance. He regarded her for a quiet moment before speaking. "Xiao Shuang, I do not require you to share my bed, not yet. I prefer to know a person before intimacy, time, trust, and understanding first." A fleeting, unreadable expression crossed her face. She lifted her eyes, brief, searching, then lowered them again. Cheeks flushed as she bowed deeply. "Xiao Shuang submits entirely to your will." He paused, then added, voice firm and unyielding, "My chamber is forbidden to you without my explicit permission. Should you need me, knock, always." "Yes, master," she murmured, voice soft but unwavering. Satisfied, he nodded. "Rest now, but stay alert. Tonight may bring unwelcome visitors." "I understand, master," she replied, stepping back with quiet grace before turning and gliding toward her room, the sway of her slender waist and full hips both elegant and subtly provocative. Yet in that charged stillness, desire remained muted, overshadowed by the unspoken truth. He trusted no one fully, not yet. Returning to his own room, he closed the door and at last turned his attention to the newly acquired manual, The Hidden Dragon's Primal Chi Cultivation. Chapter 12. The night assault. The pages were yellowed. Neither paper nor parchment, but something in between, each character hand-inscribed, each diagram painstakingly drawn. Draw the essence of heaven and earth into the meridians. Gather it within the dantian. Let true chi nourish the flesh, forging unshakable foundations. Should chi sensation elude you, turn instead to external cultivation, tempering sinew and bone. Swift in effect, yet limited in ultimate attainment. Chen Xiao read the preface carefully. In this world's martial tradition, there were two paths, chi cultivation and body forging. The latter waned sharply after age 15, when the body's channel sealed. The former demanded innate sensitivity to chi, something dependent on constitutional affinity. At 27, then, his only viable path was the former. He read until midnight, yet the text remained elusive, like grasping mist. He needed a master. Just as he prepared to lie down, a low, guttural whine pierced the silence. He froze, then sprang upright, slipped on his shoes, and seized the crossbow and bolts resting on the table. He flung open the door, and the sound sharpened, a low, warning growl. "The two, master, danger," came Tai Zhu's hushed, steady voice from below. He stood at the entrance, shield in one hand, spear in the other. Chen Xiao's pulse leapt. From beyond the door, muffled footsteps approached, then, clear as ice cracking, newcomer quest activated. Repel the assault. Reward, 200 experience points, 5 cubic meters to system space. Chen Xiao bellowed, voice ringing through the stone halls. "Intruders, prepare for battle." The door creaked open, slow, ominous, inevitable. The room belonging to Xiao Shuang was now ajar. She swiftly emerged, her speed momentarily startling Chen Xiao. Such nimble prowess, clad in the soft armor she had acquired earlier that day. She wielded a bow and bore a quiver of arrows on her back. The short dagger hanging at her waist glimmered ominously in the faint light of the night. "Be cautious, master," Xiao Shuang cautioned before hastily ascending the staircase that led to the rooftop. Below, the large dog began to bark furiously. Chen Xiao stepped closer to the small window and peered down, realizing that the stone house was surrounded by a throng of over a dozen individuals. A group of burly men was pushing a contraption resembling a battering ram, atop which rested a massive log. Were they attempting to breach the door? "Attack!" someone outside bellowed. The men thrust the ram towards the entrance. Bang! A resounding crash reverberated, causing the ground to tremble beneath Chen Xiao's feet. Goodness! He felt an involuntary tremor in his limbs, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. This was true adrenaline, far surpassing the earlier encounter. He quickly loaded his hand crossbow, aiming downwards and releasing the trigger in a flurry. Whoosh, clang. The arrow missed its intended target, instead striking the battering ram. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao knocked another arrow. The sounds of clashing weapons soon echoed from the rooftop. To his dismay, someone had stealthily climbed to the top. A chill ran down Chen Xiao's spine, cold sweat trickling down his back. A man's anguished scream pierced the air. Thud. A heavy object plummeted to the ground. Someone had been thrown off the roof. Xiao Shuang was formidable, Chen Xiao thought, his spirits lifting. He immediately raised his crossbow again, targeting an exposed foe below and releasing another arrow. Oof! The man grunted in pain. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Chen Xiao. His earlier anxiety dissipated significantly. Surrender, or I shall ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. A voice shouted from below, filled with rage. Chen Xiao recognized it as the oily-haired youth he had encountered earlier. The one named Zhang Kuei. To hell with you, perish. Chen Xiao cursed, hastily preparing another arrow. Bang! Another thunderous crash echoed as the battering ram struck the door. Chen Xiao's heart sank. Even the sturdy wooden door could not withstand such relentless assaults. Just then, a spear shot forth violently from the splintered door. A harrowing scream followed. The assailant withdrew his spear, only to thrust again, wounding another outside. Kill them. Slay the ones inside. Came the frantic orders from outside. Chen Xiao's brow furrowed. In his moment of chaos, he had forgotten about the stones in his spatial inventory. He quickly moved to the shooting aperture above the door, extending his hand outward while mentally selecting the largest stone available. With a whoosh, a rock the size of a microwave materialized, crashing down. Bang! Another muffled thud echoed, followed by a scream. Direct hit. Chen Xiao felt invigorated, continuing to unleash stones downwards. Thud, clatter, thump. Ouch! The cacophony of impacts and anguished cries filled the air. Raise your shields. Someone shouted in fury. Shoot the ones above. A blinding flashlight beam illuminated the area. Instinctively, Chen Xiao crouched. Clang, clang, clang. Arrows began to rain upwards. However, due to the narrow shooting aperture, their arrows merely struck the walls, creating a thunderous din. Meanwhile, another deafening crash resonated as the battering ram slammed into the door. Crack, bang. The door was forced open, crashing to the ground. Several assailants immediately raised their shields, preparing to storm inside. Chen Xiao felt a heavy dread. Kill! Roared the spear-wielding man, charging forward with his shield. The large dog also lunged in, blocking the entrance. Well done, Chen Xiao silently commended. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he rushed back inside, gathering the large wooden table, benches, and even the bed from the bedroom into his spatial inventory. Although these pieces were somewhat antiquated, they were solidly constructed. The bed, which was a struggle for 10 strong men to carry upstairs, was particularly heavy. Returning to the shooting aperture, he extended his hand again. With a whoosh, the hefty wooden bed appeared outside the aperture, crashing down without warning upon the heads of the assailants. Bang! A thunderous noise erupted as several attackers were struck. Help! My back is broken. Anguished cries filled the air. A few stragglers managed to breach the threshold, but were no match for the spear-wielding man and the dog. Swiftly meeting their demise, Chen Xiao continued to drop more furniture down. The crowd outside was effectively repelled, their fury mounting as they became trapped at the entrance. A shadow flitted by. Xiao Shuang had returned from the upper floor. She leaped directly from the second-floor railing, landing at the entrance, dispatching an intruder with a single swift motion. Her actions almost imperceptible. Chen Xiao was astonished to witness her lethal efficiency. Her prowess surpassed that of the spear-wielding man. The men under Zhang Kuei's command were fierce, and even with such heavy losses, some continued to charge recklessly inside. In that moment, Chen Xiao truly understood the necessity of constructing such a formidable stone house, and the reason for its small, sturdy door. Advance! Charge! The youth shouted frantically from behind. Someone is attacking from behind. A panicked voice cried out, tinged with desperation. Chen Xiao's eyes brightened. Could there be reinforcements? Was it Xiao Fei? Flee! At last, some broke ranks, crying out as they turned to escape. Thud! An arrow, launched from an unknown direction, felled one of them. Retreat! Someone shouted, and the remaining assailants scattered in disarray, abandoning their attack and fleeing for their lives. Xiao Shuang crouched low and charged out, pursuing them for a considerable distance, slaying several in her wake. Finally, she caught up to one, clashing weapons repeatedly. It's you? How can your skills be so advanced? The voice belonged to the oily-haired youth, Zhang Kuei, who had already been injured by Xiao Shuang's dagger. Chapter 13, Lottery. Master-level shooting skills do not kill me. Please, spare me. Zhang Kuei screamed, utterly disoriented. Xiao Shuang dragged the bloodied figure back inside, as if he were a mere child. Seeing that the situation was secure, Chen Xiao descended the stairs. He switched on the dim, antiquated incandescent light bulb, illuminating the room sufficiently to reveal the gruesome scene. The entrance was strewn with corpses, drenched in blood. You dared to slay members of the Black Shark Gang. You shall all perish. Zhang Kuei howled in fury. Xiao Shuang, her face a mask of frost, turned to Chen Xiao, her eyes silently inquiring what should be done. Chen Xiao could sense her desire to deliver a fatal blow. It was likely that Zhang Kuei's earlier provocations had ignited her murderous intent. Picking up a long knife from the ground, Chen Xiao approached Zhang Kuei, his gaze icy. The youth, now bereft of his earlier swagger, was covered in blood, his face contorted in agony and fear. So, you are Zhang Kuei, are you? Why did you come to harm me? Chen Xiao stated coldly. Zhang Kuei's lips twitched as he exclaimed, If you know it's me, release me at once. Otherwise, when the Black Shark Gang arrives, you shall all perish. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow and turned to Xiao Shuang, saying, Show him what we're capable of. Xiao Shuang raised her dagger and thrust it fiercely into his thigh. Thud! A piercing scream erupted from Zhang Kuei, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chen Xiao smirked coldly, still calling out, Are you? If you do, the next strike will be at your throat. Zhang Kuei was truly terrified, staring at Chen Xiao as if he were a lunatic. I heard you purchased a martial arts manual from Sun Tuzi. Please, spare me this once. I was blind to your prowess. If you let me go, I will leave Jingshi town without a fuss. Zhang Kuei suddenly broke down, collapsing in despair and pleading for his life. Chen Xiao was somewhat at a loss. You went to such lengths for a mere manual? Did you think I was wealthy enough to be taken down in one fell swoop, to be killed and have my possessions seized, including my servants? Zhang Kuei averted his gaze, words escaping him. Clearly, Chen Xiao had struck a chord. Very well, then, you may depart in peace. Chen Xiao's eyes turned icy as he unexpectedly plunged a knife into Zhang Kuei's chest. Thud! The blow was brutally executed, blood gushing forth, dripping down the blade. This was an instinctual surge of lethal intent born from a threatened life. The previous strike had been left for Xiao Shuang to vent her anger. This one, he had to deliver himself. You. The young man's eyes widened in shock as he glared at Chen Xiao. You dare to kill me. With that, his eyes rolled back, and he slumped over, lifeless. Defeated enemy attack complete. Reward, 200 experience points, 5 cubic meters of system space. Slain enemy leader. Additional reward, 300 experience points. An extra reward. Chen Xiao's mind swept across the system panel. Host, Chen Xiao. Core function, interdimensional travel, realm, none. Skills, none. Personal space, 15 cubic meters, upgradable. Experience points, 1,000, can draw once. Earth, transcendable. Mingxue star. Current world, Xiaoxian star. Not yet activated. Transcendable times, 2. Maximum of 2 times daily. Resets at midnight. Note, drawing requires only thought transmission. The experience point section shimmered with a white glow. The space volume had increased by half. When it was at 10 cubic meters, it was nearly impossible to fit those beds, tables, and chairs. Thankfully, the spatial volume could be transformed at will. Moreover, he could draw now. Chen Xiao felt an immense thrill, eagerly anticipating the outcome. He suppressed his impulse to draw immediately and first directed the cleanup of the battlefield. Those who were not yet dead were swiftly dispatched by him. In that moment, he felt as if he had embodied the essence of the Axe Gang's leader. Chen Gu. After a cacophony of desperate pleas and wails, silence finally descended. When confronting enemies, one must be ruthless, especially when they are beneath one's hand. This battle, though brief, lasted only 5 minutes, yet it was devastating. Following this, he, along with Tai Zhu and Xiao Shuang, disposed of the bodies in the overgrown fields outside. Once the corpses were discarded, they meticulously cleaned both the interior and exterior of the stone house. Tai Zhu bore several serious wounds. But after Chen Xiao treated and bandaged them, he was deemed to be in no grave danger. After such a tumultuous ordeal, none among them felt the inclination to sleep. Chen Xiao turned to Xiao Shuang with a smile. I didn't realize your skills were so exceptional. Xiao Shuang hesitated, her lips parting slightly. Master, I have trained in martial arts for quite some time. Chen Xiao did not press further. He settled into a wooden chair in the living room, feigning rest while focusing his thoughts on the system panel. Silently, he urged, I wish to draw. The system is commencing the draw. Please wait. Draw complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Master-level marksmanship, expertise in firearms, bows, crossbows, and concealed weapons. In an instant, a warmth coursed through Chen Xiao's body, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Simultaneously, a wealth of knowledge and experience surged within his consciousness, encompassing the recoil of various firearms, the trajectory of crossbow bolts, and the wrist mechanics of throwing darts. Each technique seemed to have been honed through countless trials, seamlessly integrating into his mind and muscles. A mere few seconds had passed. He needed to acquire a firearm. Now that he possessed firearm skills, Chen Xiao felt an itch for action. At that moment, two figures, a large and a small one, appeared outside. It was the father-son duo, Shi Biao and his son. Chen Xiao promptly invited them inside, saying to Xiao Shuang and Tai Zhu, "You two should rest for now." They complied, heading off to their quarters. Shi Biao was still recovering, leaning on a cane as he entered. Once inside, Shi Biao took a seat on the wooden bench while Xiao Fei stood beside him. Chen Xiao smiled at Xiao Fei. "Was it you who shot the ambush from behind earlier?" Xiao Fei grinned, nodding proudly. Chen Xiao confirmed that indeed. It was Xiao Fei who had assisted from the shadows. The lad was evidently more adept with the bow and crossbow than himself. Shi Biao's expression turned serious as he spoke directly. "Brother Chen, you spent an exorbitant sum of 50,000 on a martial arts manual at the market today. Understand that such manuals are treasures in the eyes of martial artists. Sun Tuzi is indeed a master. With the manual in his possession, none dared to covet it. However, in your hands, others may not discern your capabilities and could harbor covetous thoughts. Moreover, spending 50,000 on two servants indicates substantial wealth, making you a target." Chen Xiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I failed to consider the implications." Shi Biao waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. You acted correctly. After repelling this wave of formidable foes, you have garnered some notoriety in Mingxue town. While there are official law enforcement officers here, their influence is limited, essentially. This is a place where might prevails." He glanced upstairs and added with a smile, "You were fortunate. The two servants you purchased are quite skilled. The Black Shark Gang underestimated you." "What is the true nature of the Black Shark Gang?" Chen Xiao inquired, eager to uncover the truth. Shi Biao chuckled lightly. "They are merely a small gang, all bluster with little substance, not to be feared. They have grown arrogant, often bullying newcomers. Today, with over 10 of their members slain, nearly half their manpower has been diminished. They will be reluctant to provoke you again anytime soon." Chen Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him as they continued their conversation. He learned that the most significant power in Mingxue town was the Ying family consortium from Rust City, which held a stronghold there, manipulating the dealings of scavengers from behind the scenes. However, they disregarded the petty squabbles and skirmishes among smaller gangs, so there was no need for concern. When Chen Xiao inquired about Shi Biao's injuries, Shi Biao expressed his gratitude once more, stating he was nearly healed and would soon be ready to hunt and scavenge again. Chen Xiao was delighted to hear this. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, "Brother Shi, is there a way to procure firearms?" Shi Biao's expression shifted slightly, followed by a smile. "Yes, but they come at a steep price. The authorities have stringent controls on firearms, leading to scarce circulation and inflated prices." Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled. "What is the approximate cost?" Shi Biao pondered for a moment before replying. "A handgun costs around 30,000. A rifle goes for 50,000. Not including ammunition. Most importantly, the supply in Mingxue town is limited. I will inquire on your behalf." "Excellent." Chen Xiao's eyes lit up. "Please do so as quickly as possible. Money is not an issue." He had initially thought the prices would be exorbitant. However, given his current financial standing, it was manageable. Matters solvable with money were hardly matters at all. Shi Biao quickly added, "The primary concern is that even if we manage to acquire firearms, you must not use them recklessly. The authorities are vigilant. If it is discovered that you are the one using them, you will be wanted by Rust City, and you won't be able to remain in Mingxue town." This also explains why the Black Shark Gang did not deploy firearms or grenades. They underestimated your strength as well. "Ah." Chen Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. "I understand now." "Very well, Brother Shi, please do your utmost to inquire about handguns, rifles, and sniper rifles. I am open to all options. I plan to procure them as a precaution, even if they go unused." The conversation left Chen Xiao with an elevated impression of Shi Biao. His articulation was clear and organized, displaying remarkable insight, which instilled a sense of trust in Chen. Having engaged with various facets of society since his university days, and after 2 years in the workforce followed by 4 years of entrepreneurship, he felt he had garnered a fair understanding of people and their motivations. Of course, he acknowledged that his emotional intelligence was lacking, particularly where Su Mingxue was concerned. Alas, men are often creatures of instinct, and it takes a few harsh lessons to truly learn. He decided to place his trust in Shi Biao, and also in himself. From within his cloak, he retrieved a substantial gold ingot, estimating its worth to be at least 100,000 in this locale. He offered it directly to Shi Biao, who received the gleaming ingot with wide eyes, feeling its weight in his hands. After a brief silence, he looked up at Chen Xiao and, rising, clasped his fists, stating, "Brother Chen, since you have faith in me, I shall endeavor to handle this matter with utmost diligence." "Excellent." Chen Xiao reciprocated the gesture. "I appreciate your assistance, Brother Shi." After accepting the gold, Shi Biao urged Chen Xiao to rest early and took his leave. Chen Xiao escorted him to the door, watching as Shi Biao's tall figure, supported by a cane and accompanied by his son Xiao Fei, faded into the dim light of dawn. That night was destined to be sleepless. He had taken lives, 7 or 8, to be exact, his hands stained with blood. Was this the thrill of traversing an alternate world? Chapter 14. The acquisition of a handgun. In the morning, a dozen police officers were dispatched to the town to question Chen Xiao at the public security office. He recounted the events candidly, eschewing fabrication, as there was no need for deception. The Black Shark Gang's members had been envious and had attacked his residence in the dead of night, forcibly breaking in, leaving behind undeniable evidence. Chen Xiao noted that the officers treated him with remarkable courtesy, serving him fine tea and refreshments, even speaking to him with caution. After their inquiries, they promptly dismissed him with politeness. Thus, the matter passed without further incident. Upon returning, Chen Xiao summoned several villagers to thoroughly clean the stone house, erasing any traces of blood to dispel ill fortune. He also replaced the front door with a sturdier steel one. Xiao Fei brought news from his father that the Black Shark Gang had suffered significant losses, with one of their key leaders, Zhang Kuei, killed in action. Fearing retaliation, the remaining members fled Jingshi town that very night, hastily escaping to other human settlements. With that, the threat of the Black Shark Gang in Jingshi town had been entirely eliminated. In tandem, Chen Xiao's name spread rapidly throughout the town, causing those who had previously eyed the newcomer with avarice to retreat in silence. Indeed, the adage rang true: striking a decisive blow can prevent a multitude of retaliations. The deterrent effect was far more profound than anticipated. In the afternoon, with some leisure at last, Chen Xiao eagerly resumed studying the hidden dragon fusion technique. The previous night's conflict had ignited an unprecedented thirst for power within him. He called upon Xiao Shuang and Tai Zhu to join him in this pursuit. Surveying their faces, he inquired, "What is your understanding of the cultivation methods in martial arts?" Tai Zhu shook his head, responding in a rumbling voice, "Master, I tread the path of body refinement. The methods of energy cultivation require innate talent, which a rough individual like me cannot grasp." Despite his rugged appearance, he spoke with surprising clarity, bordering on eloquence. Chen Xiao was aware that genetically edited individuals grow rapidly due to hormonal influences, with knowledge forcibly instilled from infancy. Remarkable advancements in biotechnology. Noticing a flicker of interest in Xiao Shuang's eyes upon hearing the phrase energy cultivation, he pressed further. After Tai Zhu spoke, she hesitantly added, "Master, I have some understanding." "Oh," Chen Xiao was somewhat surprised. "That is fortuitous." He instructed Tai Zhu to stand guard outside, and then laid the hidden dragon fusion technique open on the table. "Let us discuss how to interpret the opening lines, focus the mind, and calm the spirit, directing intent to the dantian." The moment she laid eyes on the text, Xiao Shuang's expression brightened again, though she quickly masked it. She concealed her enthusiasm well, but it did not escape Chen Xiao, a veteran of the professional realm. "Yes, Master." She inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed on the pages. As she read, she elucidated the content for Chen Xiao. To his astonishment, her explanations were remarkably coherent. Following her guidance, he attempted the techniques anew and was delighted to discover tangible progress. This approach was exponentially more effective than solitary trial and error. Unbeknownst to Chen Xiao, Xiao Shuang had initially considered escaping that very night after her purchase, as Jingshi town was merely a waypoint for her. However, since she had not been pressured into an intimate encounter, her desire to flee had waned. Moreover, She perceived that the gang leader would likely seek revenge against Chen Xiao. In her view, if she departed, Chen Xiao and Tai Zhu would stand little chance against the impending threat. She resolved to assist Chen Xiao through this crisis before departing, alleviating her own guilt. Yet now, her perspective had shifted. Chen Xiao's unique demeanor and the allure of plentiful and delectable food had captivated her. The prospect of an opportunity to learn martial arts further solidified her decision to linger a while longer. Chen Xiao, too, was observant. He quickly noted Xiao Shuang's profound interest in the hidden dragon fusion technique, treating it as a treasure. Her focus during the explanation contrasted starkly with the indifference of other genetically edited individuals he had encountered earlier that day, deepening his curiosity. As time slipped away unnoticed, the outside world fell into silence, save for the chorus of insects. They continued their study until the late hours of the night. Finally, Chen Xiao closed the book and addressed the still vibrant Xiao Shuang. Let us call it a day. You should return to rest and come back tomorrow. Indeed. Xiao Shuang stood and bowed respectfully. Master, please rest early and take care of your health. With that, she turned and quietly returned to her room. Chen Xiao stretched languidly and, yawning profusely, retreated to his own quarters, collapsing into a deep slumber. He slept soundly that night, utterly exhausted. The following morning, Shi Biao returned, leaning on his cane to meet Chen Xiao once more. From within his garment, he produced a white cloth bag. Upon opening it, a blackened handgun emerged, though visibly aged. It retained a formidable presence, a medium-caliber semi-automatic pistol. Fortune smiles upon you, Brother Chen, Shi Biao exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face. Had I arrived an hour later, my associate would have departed on a long journey. This 10mm caliber weapon packs quite a punch. It comes with 5 magazines, and I secured it for the friendly price of 30,000. Chen Xiao grasped the slightly heavy pistol, feeling its cold surface, a wave of exhilaration coursing through him. Shi Biao's efficiency was commendable, bringing him great satisfaction. In his professional dealings, Chen Xiao adhered to the principle of first extending trust before discerning who would be a reliable partner for the long term. A few gold pieces were worth the investment. And this time, he had indeed triumphed. This is the remaining gold. Shi Biao produced a cut gold ingot and extended it towards Chen Xiao. Brother Shi. Chen Xiao pushed the gold back, insisting, consider this a token of appreciation for your efforts. You must accept it. No. Shi Biao firmly refused, pushing Chen Xiao's hand away. I appreciate your kindness, Brother Chen, but this is merely a trivial favor. How could I be so greedy? Besides, this small matter pales in comparison to the immense favor you have done for me. The two men insisted back and forth, but Shi Biao remained resolute in his refusal. Chen Xiao admired his integrity even more deeply. Subsequently, Chen Xiao steered the conversation towards martial arts cultivation. Shi Biao proved to be well versed in the subject, earnestly sharing his knowledge with Chen Xiao. In the Empire of Flames, an abundance of martial artists exists. In this perilous world, fraught with strange beasts and collapsing order, the practice of martial arts serves as a powerful means of survival. However, the path of martial arts is not easily traversed by all. Talent, perseverance, and financial resources are all indispensable. Whether refining one's qi or honing the body, precious herbs are required for assistance, particularly in the case of qi refinement. The financial burden is exponentially greater than that of physical training, as it necessitates the use of spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs differ from ordinary ones, as they contain a wondrous essence of the heavens and earth. When martial artists absorb this essence, it aids in condensing true qi and nourishing the meridians, significantly enhancing the speed of cultivation. These spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare, often growing in treacherous locations, and to procure them, one must venture into danger and risk their life. The ruins of Xingyao City present a higher probability of finding spiritual herbs. However, the safer peripheries of these ruins have been ravaged by scavengers over the past century, leaving scant resources. Stone Biao lamented that this scarcity has led to soaring prices. A single genuine spiritual herb can command exorbitant sums of 100,000 or even 1,000,000. The average person cannot afford such luxuries. Chen Xiao listened intently, and upon hearing Stone Biao mention spiritual herbs, his interest was piqued, and he felt the weight of his financial limitations. He directly inquired, Brother Biao, are there vendors selling spiritual herbs in Jingshi town? Stone Biao cast a surprised glance at Chen Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, he replied with a smile. There are indeed channels for purchasing spiritual herbs in town, but they are monopolized by the Ying family, and the prices are outrageous and unsafe. If you trust me, I can act as your intermediary for a more secure transaction. Excellent. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Biao. Chen Xiao responded eagerly. He continued, I purchased a manual yesterday, as you are aware. Whether I practice alone or with others, it remains practice. I am uncertain of Xiao Fei's aptitude, but if possible, he is welcome to observe my technique at any time. Last night, Xiao Fei had assisted him by ambushing an enemy, which solidified their bond, compelling Chen Xiao to help him in return. Moreover, Stone Biao had procured a firearm for him. Stone Biao did not hastily reject the proposal, clearly intrigued by the prospect. For ordinary individuals, martial arts manuals are exceedingly difficult to acquire. Mysterious sects and martial families guard these manuals as closely held secrets. Chen Xiao's willingness to share such knowledge presented a rare opportunity. After a brief moment of consideration, Stone Biao grinned and said, Very well. Since we have stumbled upon such an opportunity, I shall not stand on ceremony. Let that young man come and test his fortune. Chen Xiao had found studying the manual to be quite challenging without guidance, and he genuinely wished to involve others in the learning process. A sentiment stemming from his experiences on Earth, where collaboration with classmates had led to success in overcoming difficulties. In the following days, Chen Xiao, accompanied by Xiao Shuang and Xiao Fei, dedicated themselves to studying and practicing the Qianlong Hunyuan Gong. To their delight, they discovered that Xiao Fei possessed the talent for qi refinement, as did Chen Xiao, though their abilities were notably inferior to Xiao Shuang's. Furthermore, it appeared that Xiao Shuang had prior exposure to internal cultivation, possessing some foundational knowledge, which explained her gleeful reaction upon encountering the Qianlong Hunyuan Gong. On the fifth day, Stone Biao returned with 3 fruits the size of pigeon eggs, deep purple in hue. He had discarded his cane, as his injuries had healed remarkably well, and he appeared revitalized. My friends just returned from the ruins of Xingyao City. Stone Biao exclaimed with excitement. They had a significant haul this time. I bought 3 of these. This is the Qi Jinggua, an entry-level spiritual fruit for internal cultivation. Though small, it takes at least a decade to grow to this size and is rich in vital energy, priced at 50,000 each. Wonderful! Chen Xiao exclaimed as he examined the Qi Jinggua with curiosity. He proposed giving one to Xiao Fei as an introduction fee, but Stone Biao quickly declined, citing its value as too precious. He added that, given Xiao Fei's sensitivity to qi, he would henceforth focus on searching for spiritual herbs and fruits during his scavenging endeavors. Understanding Stone Biao's temperament, Chen Xiao did not press the issue further. The Qianlong Hunyuan Gong contained instructions on the consumption and absorption of spiritual herbs. Spiritual fruits could be consumed directly, while spiritual herbs required preparation akin to traditional medicine, simmered to extract their essence, which, when combined with the appropriate techniques, would aid in digestion and absorption of the vital energies. On the 5th day, Xiao Shuang was the first to sense a faint yet genuine feeling of qi within her. By the 7th day, Xiao Fei followed suit, and by the 10th day, Chen Xiao successfully captured the elusive sensation of qi. Upon attaining this initial awareness of qi, Chen Xiao was astounded to discover remarkable changes in both his body and senses. His vision and hearing sharpened significantly, and his previously myopic eyes felt revitalized. It was as though he had shed an invisible burden, becoming light and powerful, as if he had returned to the vigor of his youth. According to the teachings of the manual, having sensed qi marked the true beginning of his martial arts journey. He noticed that since gaining this awareness, Xiao Shuang's gaze towards him had transformed, reflecting a complex mix of gratitude and an inquisitive undertone. Stone Biao, upon learning of Chen Xiao's entry into martial arts, made a special visit to congratulate him. Chen Xiao then realized that his ability to sense qi in 10 days indicated a below-average aptitude, while Xiao Fei's 7-day achievement ranked as moderate and Xiao Shuang's 5 days as above average. While Stone Biao's remarks were tactful, Chen Xiao discerned the underlying implications. Given his age, he might not progress far along the martial path. Curious, Chen Xiao asked, is there a way to enhance one's aptitude? Stone Biao replied with a smile. There is indeed a method available in Rusty City, a high-tech serum designed to improve meridian function. When injected, it cleanses impurities from the meridians and expands their width. Chen Xiao's interest was piqued, and he promptly inquired, is there a way to obtain it? Stone Biao chuckled and shook his head. Currently, there are no channels, but I will inquire further. However, I have heard that this serum is exceedingly expensive. One injection costs $1 million, and depending on individual circumstances, multiple injections may be required for effectiveness. Chen Xiao felt a rush of excitement. The expense was secondary. 1 million might be a fortune for Stone Biao, but it was well within Chen Xiao's means. He promptly assigned Stone Biao the task of investigating the high-tech serum for enhancing aptitude. Stone Biao, witnessing Chen Xiao's seriousness, was once again astounded by his boldness. In the ensuing days, Chen Xiao focused on consolidating his newfound abilities while acquiring gemstones. Stone Biao had changed his bandages twice during this time and was fully restored to his former vigor. He had refrained from scavenging, opting instead to assist Chen Xiao with errands. Through Stone Biao, Chen Xiao learned of a substance known as starfall stone. 3 centuries prior, a meteor shower ravaged the globe, leaving behind not only devastation but also the beautiful and peculiar starfall stones, imbued with extraordinary energy. The existence of starfall stones had diminished the appeal of traditional gemstones like agate and jade. What exactly are starfall stones? Chen Xiao asked, intrigued. Stone Biao patiently explained. These energy-rich stones are significantly more valuable than ordinary gemstones. Wearing them promotes health and well-being, making them sought after by wealthy families and martial artists alike. Over the years, they have become increasingly rare. Chen Xiao, eager to explore this new opportunity, tasked Stone Biao with procuring a few starfall stones for research. That very evening, Stone Biao returned with a piece of starfall stone in hand. Entering the room with a beaming smile, he declared, "Brother Chen, someone has brought back a starfall stone from the ruins of Xingyao City. What do you think?" As he spoke, he retrieved a small, pale green stone from his pocket. It was slightly larger than a broad bean and emitted a shimmering green light, distinctly different from ordinary gemstones. Chen Xiao's eyes brightened as he reached out to take it. Examining it closely, this was a natural crystal with 16 facets, shaped like a square. When held in hand, it felt warm and smooth, almost as if it possessed its own inherent heat. Within it, a faint green mist swirled gently, resembling a small cloud sealed within. It was remarkably extraordinary, far surpassing any ordinary jade. What astonished Chen Xiao even more was the sensation he felt. The so-called aura he had sensed within himself seemed to respond joyfully upon encountering this small stone. Detected extraterrestrial object, system upgrade initiated, passage to the realm of cultivation opened. Newbie task issued, complete a journey to the cultivation realm, reward, 200 experience points. The sudden chime of the system notification reverberated in his mind, leaving Chen Xiao in a state of shock. He could travel to the cultivation realm. The system had assigned tasks. This meteorite was indeed an extraterrestrial object. Suppressing his excitement, he inquired of Shi Biao, "How much for this small meteorite?" Shi Biao chuckled, 20,000. His expression suggested he was quoting an exaggerated figure. However, Chen Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. It wasn't excessively expensive. He could hardly be bothered to contemplate whether Shi Biao had inflated the price. After all, his current objective was not to seek maximum profit. Once Shi Biao departed, Chen Xiao found himself unable to remain seated. He was eager to venture into the realm of cultivation. After all, it was a place where one could practice immortal arts, fly with swords, and achieve immortality. The realm was filled with boundless possibilities. Although he was far from prepared, needing to refine his martial arts and gather sufficient modern weaponry, such as grenades and sniper rifles, he lacked the patience to wait. He solemnly instructed Chui and Taizhu that he would be entering a period of seclusion and requested they not disturb him. Then he retreated to his room, securing the doors and windows. Across from him lay the realm of cultivation. He presumed he would need to don ancient attire. Fortunately, he had prepared several sets of hanfu and even a few pairs of traditional cloth shoes. Chen Xiao promptly dressed himself from head to toe in the attire. Clad in a moon-white long robe and black and white cloth shoes, he found the shortness of his hair to be a minor inconvenience. He would see what lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, he silently intoned his intention to traverse to the cultivation star. In the blink of an eye, his surroundings shifted, and he felt a slight sensation of weightlessness. The next moment, the scenery had completely transformed. This was not his first journey through space, and he was not overly surprised by the sensation. He quickly scanned his surroundings to ensure there was no danger. He found himself standing amidst a grove on a hillside, with not a soul in sight. Beneath his feet lay exposed brown rocks, and through the gaps in the towering trees, he could see a dense array of ancient structures built along the mountainside. They resembled some of the ancient towns in the Huaxia region of Earth, but were on a much grander scale. Looking down, He observed winding streets that traced the contours of the mountain, bustling with pedestrians clad in traditional garb. It seemed his preparations had not been in vain. The location was far superior to his initial experience on Mingxue Star. At least he was not in a wilderness, which greatly enhanced his sense of security. It was undoubtedly a place chosen by the system, alleviating concerns of any low-level errors. Journey to the Cultivation Star complete. Reward, 200 experience points. The system's notification chimed once more. He examined the system panel. Host, Chen Xiao. Core function, inter-realm traversal. Realm, martial arts novice. Skill, master-level archery. Personal space, 15 cubic meters, upgradable. Experience points, 200, 2000. Usable for system lottery. Earth, traversable. Mingxue Star, traversable. Cultivation Star, current world. Traversal attempts, 1, maximum of 2 per day. Resets at midnight. Chen Xiao noted the experience points required for the lottery had increased to 2,000. Exiting the system panel, he inhaled deeply, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and began to search for a path leading down to the ancient town. Chapter 16, The City of Huyu Before Long. Chen Xiao found himself in a narrow alley. Following it, he emerged onto a more spacious main street, which was bustling with people. On either side stood ancient-style buildings of 2 or 3 stories, their white walls and black tiles tightly packed and varied in height. The upper floors served as residences, while the lower levels housed shops, all impeccably maintained. This was evidently a prosperous area, Chen Xiao mused. He blended into the crowd, pretending to stroll casually. As he walked, his view suddenly opened up, revealing the vast expanse before him. The ancient town stretched along the towering hillside for over 100 miles. In the distance, 3 grand and exaggerated peaks loomed into view. Though they were quite far away, estimated to be over 100 miles, they still dominated the landscape. Mist swirled around the peaks, exuding an indescribable grandness. What magnificent mountains! Chen Xiao silently praised in admiration. Upon closer inspection, the peaks were dotted with numerous white specks, which were clearly structures. This was unmistakably a super-ancient city. Suddenly, a rough-looking woman in her 30s appeared before him. She was short and stout, unremarkable in appearance, with dark skin and no hint of beauty. Upon noticing his gaze, she immediately broke into a hearty smile and said, "Young man, is this your first visit to Huyu City? Would you like to hire a guide?" Chen Xiao's eyes flickered. She was speaking Huaxia dialect, albeit with a strange accent. However, he understood her perfectly. "Yes," he replied with a slight smile. "Could you tell me more about this place?" "Of course." The woman beamed with excitement. "We are both locals, and for a day of guiding, it will cost you 2 taels of silver, just so you know." Chen Xiao smiled faintly. "No problem." Suddenly, another woman pushed her way forward. This one was tall and sturdy, even more robust than most men. She stepped up to Chen Xiao and boomed, "Young man, I only charge 1 tael of silver, and I guarantee my knowledge is superior to hers. There should be some order to this, right?" The short, stout woman timidly replied. "Go away." Chen Xiao frowned and raised his hand. "Both of you can guide me. I will pay each of you 1 tael of silver." "All right, I'll go first," the stout woman said, though slightly begrudgingly. As she began her explanation, "Young man, look at those 3 peaks. They are the east, middle, and west peaks of Lupa Mountain, each towering at least 10,000 feet high. Surrounding Lupa Mountain, within a radius of 500 miles, lies the territory of Huyu City." Before she could finish, the tall woman interrupted forcefully. "That's all old information. My ancestors were immortals. I know much more. Huyu City has a population of 30 million, with over 100,000 immortals, making it the largest immortal city within 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles. An immortal city? Chen Xiao maintained a calm exterior, but his heart raced with excitement. Both women spoke in halting official tones, claiming to be descendants of immortals. After a brief exchange, Chen Xiao finally grasped that he was in a genuine immortal city, a 5-star immortal city. The ranking of immortal cities ranges from 1 to 5 stars, corresponding to the cultivation levels of practitioners: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and transformation stage. Higher stages exist beyond transformation stage, but were beyond the comprehension of these 2 women. A 5-star immortal city indicated the presence of formidable beings at the transformation stage residing there. Chen Xiao never anticipated that his initial understanding of the world of immortality would come from 2 self-proclaimed descendants of immortal cultivators, who were merely common women. Following the advice of these two elder sisters, it was imperative to find a place to stay before nightfall. The city of immortals was decidedly unsafe after dark, and there were patrols that would interrogate individuals. Those found without silver to pay for lodging would be expelled from the city. The city had no tolerance for vagrants. Outside the city was even more perilous, a lawless realm rife with malevolent cultivators and ferocious beasts. At the outskirts of this immortal city, accommodation was relatively inexpensive, costing around 10 taels of silver per night, which was exorbitant for an ordinary person but trivial for an immortal master. The closer one approached the city center, the higher the prices soared. Within 80 miles of the city's core, one had to pay for lodging with spirit stones. As for what spirit stones were, the two elder sisters had only heard of them and had never seen one. They knew only that spirit stones were exceedingly valuable. Even a low-quality spirit stone could fetch 100 taels of gold. Half an hour later, Chen Xiao dismissed the two women who insisted on escorting him to an inn and chose to explore on his own. The two women were elated, having each earned a tael of silver in such a short time. Chen Xiao noticed a cluster of pavilions and palaces at the foot of the mountain and made his way there on foot. Along the way, he inquired with various passers-by, and their responses were consistent. This was the Luyun marketplace, a trading hub for cultivators, where mere mortals were not permitted entry. It was still early, resembling around 8 or 9 in the morning. Filled with curiosity, Chen Xiao pressed on, taking a full 2 hours to arrive. At the entrance, a broad main thoroughfare laid with massive blue stones stretched out before him, flanked by numerous stalls. Peering inside, he spotted a grand white jade archway, and from a distance, he could discern the 4 gilded characters inscribed upon it, Luyun Marketplace. Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped inside, glancing at the stalls lining the way. There were vendors selling an array of swords, cauldrons, and other mystical tools, as well as those peddling scrolls of techniques and various medicinal potions. Some displayed bizarre fruits and exotic herbs he had never encountered before, reminiscent of an antique market. At that moment, the system issued a task: complete a transaction for cultivation supplies. Reward: 100 experience points, evidently hinting that there were immortal items among the stalls. Chen Xiao's interest was piqued. He halted before a middle-aged man whose stall was overflowing with books. The man appeared lethargic, leaning against a stone wall, mumbling to himself, "You envy the immortals' longevity. Yet know not that such a life requires forsaking all emotions. Even immortals are prisoners of heaven and earth, unable to escape the cycle of karma. Perhaps it is better to cherish a warm hearth with family." Chen Xiao found this character amusing and scanned the array of old books on display. They varied widely, crafted from peculiar paper resembling some kind of animal hide. Some adorned with intricate ancient scripts, while others featured unusual symbols or inscriptions related to alchemy and formations. Titles such as Introduction to Spirit Plant Identification, Breath Control Technique, and basic talismans drawing caught his eye, causing his heart to race, as they all pertained to the art of immortality. Suppressing his excitement, he maintained a calm facade and inquired, "Good sir, could you provide an introduction to your books?" Observing the middle-aged man more closely, he noted his tattered blue robe had faded to a pale hue, his hair was unkempt, and he appeared gaunt, with a wooden sword slung across his back, resembling a wanderer. Upon noticing the inquiry, the man lifted his eyelids to glance at Chen Xiao, his small eyes rolling slightly. With a smirk, he remarked, "My collection encompasses a vast array of knowledge. Whatever you seek, immortal cultivation techniques, alchemy, crafting, talismans, formations, it's all here, including beginner-level methods and breathing techniques, all genuine cultivation manuals." "Dao friend." Chen Xiao felt a surge of warmth at this address, sensing a profound connection to the world of immortality. "May I take a look first?" he tentatively asked. "That won't do." The middle-aged man chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Each word in these cultivation manuals is a secret of the heavens. If you glance at them, your consciousness will absorb the content, and my books will be unsellable." A hint of embarrassment flickered across Chen Xiao's face. He realized he was indeed treading a fine line. With a slight smile, he replied, "I apologize for my presumption. How much for these books?" "Ah, that's simple." The middle-aged man raised a finger, arching an eyebrow. "No matter the thickness, each book here is 1 spirit stone." "1 spirit stone?" Chen Xiao's eyes widened, his heart racing. He had heard the two women mention spirit stones, but had yet to see one. He understood them to be exceedingly precious. And if one were to equate a spirit stone to 100 taels of gold, then even a simple book would be worth millions in contemporary currency. Indeed, the values of the immortal realm defied common sense. Regrettably, he did not possess any spirit stones at the moment, though he had ample gold. It was insufficient to purchase even a single modest booklet from this stall. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. I apologize for intruding. I shall continue my exploration. No offense taken. The middle-aged man chuckled nonchalantly. You are welcome to return. The shift in address from Dao friend to little brother did not dampen Chen Xiao's spirits. Rather, he felt invigorated as he continued to browse. The stall area was bustling with numerous vendors, not limited to just the middle-aged man. He attempted to inquire with a few others. However, the responses were far less cordial. Some ignored him entirely, others waved him off. And one peculiar old man with a large forehead and a hooked nose even shouted at him to scram. It was as if they could see he had no spirit stones. Here, lacking spirit stones marked one as destitute. He had to devise a way to acquire spirit stones. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself before the ornate archway, only to suddenly feel an invisible barrier blocking his path. He reached out to push against it. Though nothing was visible, it felt as if he were pressing against cotton. This revelation astonished him. Was this a manifestation of the means of the immortal realm? Truly, it was extraordinary. In an instant, he noticed several gazes fixated upon him, as if he were a fool. Within the marketplace, mortals were not permitted entry. A middle-aged man with graying hair and a long beard, also a vendor, casually reminded him. Chen Xiao clasped his fists and smiled. Thank you for the information, good sir. A glance revealed 2 palm-sized, fiery red fruits on the vendor's stall, causing him to gasp in surprise. Could it be? Is that not the Qi Jinghua? They were identical. He approached nonchalantly and inquired politely. Good sir, how much for these fruits? The gray-clad vendor gave him a cursory glance. These are Qiyang Yulingua, 3 spirit stones each, no bargaining. Qiyang Yulingua? Chen Xiao's gaze flickered. So this was the name for Qi Jinghua here, and the price was set at 3 spirit stones. Too expensive. He shook his head and turned to leave, but an idea formed in his mind. After departing from the middle-aged vendor's stall, he had barely taken a few steps when a diminutive old man blocked his path. With a smile, the old man said, Young fellow, do you wish to enter the marketplace? I know a way in without spending spirit stones. You need only give me 10 taels of silver. Chen Xiao instinctively recoiled. Having traveled extensively, he was familiar with many tourist traps and the local hustlers who often led one into pitfalls. He waved his hand politely. Thank you, but I do not require assistance. With that, he turned to walk away. The old man persisted, following him for quite some time, incessantly coaxing and enticing him. This only heightened Chen Xiao's vigilance. He halted and coldly warned, If you continue to follow me, do not blame me for being rude. The seemingly harmless old man's gaunt face momentarily flickered with a sinister expression, but he quickly masked it with a plastic smile, saying, Very well, I shall take my leave. Please, continue. Finally free from the bothersome fellow, he noticed a vendor getting up to leave and hurriedly stepped over to claim the spot. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he unfurled a travel-checkered tablecloth from his bundle, reached into his bosom, and retrieved the crimson spirit fruit, placing it on the cloth. This act did not attract much attention, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Chen Xiao remained seated for half an hour. The crimson spirit fruit was not selling as well as he had hoped. Fortunately, someone finally inquired about the price. A pair of yellow flower-patterned shoes approached his stall and came to a halt. Chen Xiao looked up to see a young woman in a pink dress. Seemingly not yet 20, with a delicate oval face, large eyes, double eyelids, and long eyelashes. Her dark, expressive eyes seemed to speak, and she exuded a charming, ethereal beauty. Though not tall, she possessed a graceful and enchanting figure, appearing almost as if enveloped in a soft glow, reminiscent of a celestial being, leaving one with a sense of tranquility. Her lustrous black hair shimmered, and the twin ponytails swayed gently, evoking a sense of familiarity. What a beautiful woman! Could she be a fairy? Chen Xiao's breath hitched for a moment. Regaining his composure, he eagerly called out, Authentic Crimson Yang spirit fruit for sale. Don't miss this opportunity. The young woman, her toes barely moving as she was about to leave, paused, covering her mouth with a light laugh, and asked, Your words are quite amusing. May I inquire how many spirit stones for this fruit? 3 spirit stones, no haggling. Chen Xiao replied, emulating her playful tone. Very well, she responded with a smile. As she extended her right hand, without any visible motion, Several pale green stones appeared in her palm. Chen Xiao's gaze shifted, secretly noting that this beauty possessed spatial treasures as well. However, when he got a closer look at the 3 spirit stones she held, his heart jolted. These were none other than star-fallen stones. He had one in his own space. Deal. Chen Xiao extended his left hand to receive the 3 spirit stones from her. With his right hand, he picked up the fiery red spirit fruit and offered it to her. The young woman inspected the crimson fruit closely, seemingly verifying its authenticity. A transaction of cultivation materials has been completed. Reward, 100 experience points. After some effort, the task was finally accomplished. Chen Xiao's heart swelled with joy as he looked up at the pink-dressed girl. With a slight movement of her fingers, the crimson fruit suddenly vanished from sight. Chen Xiao recognized this act as her storing it in her own spatial realm. Truly, she was a fairy. Farewell, fellow cultivator. She smiled, waving at Chen Xiao. Goodbye, miss. Take care. He replied with a smile, watching her depart, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. This girl was exceptionally unique, a rarity he might not encounter again. With a soft sigh, he stared at the 3 spirit stones in his hand for a moment, confirming they were indeed star-fallen stones, identical in every way. His mind raced with astonishment. Could there be a connection between this cultivation world and Mingxue star? Otherwise, how could there be such identical spirit fruits and stones? After securely placing the spirit stones in his bosom, effectively storing them in his spatial realm, he began to tidy up his stall and depart, heading straight towards the vendor selling cultivation manuals. Just a few steps out, he felt a light bump against him. At first, he thought little of it, as the market was crowded, and such encounters were common. However, the person who bumped into him took a few steps forward before glancing back at him. Their gaze peculiar, both angry and suspicious. Chen Xiao, perceptive as he was, quickly sensed the underlying intent in their eyes. It was likely an attempt to steal his spirit stones. But they had failed. He recalled hearing 2 coarse women mention that within the immortal city, no one dared to openly rob or commit violence. The city's enforcers were quite strict regarding such matters. However, petty theft could not be entirely eradicated. Chen Xiao scoffed inwardly. All my belongings are in my spatial realm. What can you steal? Nonetheless, this served as a reminder to remain vigilant. He feigned ignorance and continued walking forward. Soon, he arrived at the stall of the middle-aged vendor with disheveled hair. Ah, young brother. The middle-aged man exclaimed with bright eyes upon seeing him. Have you acquired spirit stones? Indeed. Chen Xiao replied confidently, producing a glimmering green spirit stone. Wonderful. The middle-aged man straightened up, his eyes wide with excitement. What book have you set your sights on? Chen Xiao glanced around, feeling uncertain, and simply asked, could I have an introductory manual for cultivation, please? Certainly. The middle-aged man replied enthusiastically. You are fortunate to have encountered me. I assure you, your path to cultivation will soar. He began rummaging through the piles of books before finally presenting one to Chen Xiao. This one is perfect for you. Chen Xiao accepted the book. Noticing its black-brown animal hide cover, about half an inch thick, titled 9 Turns of Qi Refinement. Deal, Chen Xiao declared, promptly handing over a small spirit stone to the middle-aged man. After receiving the book, he eagerly opened it. To his astonishment, 9 Turns of Qi Refinement was richly illustrated, and its content bore a striking resemblance to Hidden Dragon Mixing Essence technique, yet was even more exquisite and refined. It was concise but seemed to encapsulate a broader and more comprehensive array of knowledge, as if it were a perfected upgrade refined by countless masters. This spirit stone was well spent. Thank you, Chen Xiao said, tucking the book into his robe and bowing respectfully to the middle-aged man as he took his leave. Take care, young brother. The middle-aged man replied with a bow. Should you need anything in the future, do come again. Handle that book with care. Thank you for the reminder. Chen Xiao smiled, turning to depart. He understood that he might be under observation. He had discreetly stored the book in his spatial realm, feeling secure against theft, and while making his way out of the market, he remained alert to his surroundings. After some time, he noticed no one was following him, likely deterred after their initial failure. A glance revealed a small hill not far off, standing about 200 to 300 meters high, an ideal hiding spot for his return. To ensure his safety, he deliberately took a longer route through the streets, confirming that no one was tailing him before making his way toward the hill. Since entering the martial path, his physique had undergone a remarkable transformation, granting him strength far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Climbing this small hill felt like a gentle drizzle to him, In less than 15 minutes, he reached the forest at mid-height. The trees on this hill were ancient, providing ample cover for his crossing. He scanned the area, ensuring no one was in sight before preparing to traverse. Suddenly, he was startled by a series of triumphant cackles from above. Chen Xiao instinctively stepped back several paces. A figure gracefully descended from the trees, landing almost soundlessly on the fallen leaves. Chen Xiao's heart raced with astonishment as he recognized the individual before him. He had indeed been careless. The newcomer was a small, wiry man in his 50s, his face etched with the marks of time, and his hawk-like eyes pierced through the air, instilling discomfort in those he gazed upon. It was none other than the frail old man who had previously blocked his path at the entrance of the Luyun market, insisting on guiding him through a side route, with a sly grin curling at the corners of his bony mouth. The old man's hawk-like eyes sparkled with a frenzied excitement, as if he had finally cornered his prey. "It's you," Chen Xiao exclaimed in shock. "Unexpected, isn't it?" The old man with the hawk-like eyes remarked as he took 2 steps forward. "You possess a modicum of cleverness, yet you remain unable to escape my grasp. I was contemplating how to capture you, and here you are, presenting yourself upon the mountain. I shall now flay your flesh and draw your sinews to vent my pent-up wrath." Chen Xiao touched his chest, and a dark, ominous handgun materialized in his hand. It felt heavy and cold, yet an unprecedented sense of power surged within him. The gun was equipped with a silencer, a request he had made to ensure minimal disturbance during its use. He could have simply walked away, but he wished to avoid being seen by this old trickster. Furthermore, he sought to test himself, to see whether his marksmanship could surpass the old man's speed. "What do you have in your hand?" The old man's eyes flashed with a hint of wariness, quickly transforming into disdain. "Mere trinkets crafted by mortal ingenuity. Ha ha ha. Are you jesting? No matter how adept your concealed weapon may be, it is futile against my cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. However, I must admit, your device is quite exquisite. It takes some skill to fashion such an instrument." Chen Xiao's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon the old man and coldly inquired, "Who are you? And why do you persistently pursue me? I have never wronged you." "Why?" The old man, in silence, advanced 2 steps closer, now within mere yards of Chen Xiao. A sinister grin spread across his pale face, revealing a flash of malevolence. "Allow me to clarify your demise, you naive fool seeking celestial fortunes. I can see at a glance that you possess spiritual fruit, which is a delightful surprise. You must also have 2 spirit stones, which pique my interest even further. I am particularly curious about where you conceal the spirit stones, as my divine sense cannot perceive them. As an insignificant mortal, you must harbor some secret that intrigues me. This place is so secluded that even if I were to employ magic, the city guards would remain oblivious. Of course, I need not resort to sorcery. With but a flick of my finger, I could crush you." Before he could finish his sentence, his figure flickered and lunged forward with astonishing speed, faster than even the swiftest he had ever encountered. Bang! A dull gunshot echoed, the force of the recoil jolting through his right hand, an eerily familiar sensation, as if he had trained countless times before. The old man appeared momentarily obstructed, his steps faltering. A faint blue aura enveloped him like a protective shield, miraculously halting the bullet. Both faces registered shock. Enraged, the old man raised his hand to retaliate, but before he could make a move, bang! Another gunshot rang out. His body hesitated again, the blue shield dimming perceptibly. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Xiao fired 3 more rounds. The old man was exceedingly strange. He could not afford to grant him even a sliver of a chance to counterattack. The protective aura around the old man visibly faded until it vanished entirely, and the final bullet pierced directly into his chest. Blood seeped from his ashen robe. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Xiao pressed on. The old man was struck repeatedly, his attempts to cast spells thwarted, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. Bullets struck his knees and wrists, blood gushing profusely. "You." The old man's rage morphed into terror. "What manner of weapon is this?" Chen Xiao replied with a calm smile. "A weapon capable of claiming your life. Wherever I aim, I strike true, every shot hitting its mark." The exhilarating mastery over the firearm was unparalleled. "I shall end this." The old man lunged desperately forward. Bang! The final shot echoed, and the old man's forehead erupted in a mist of blood. His body swayed momentarily before collapsing heavily to the ground. He convulsed a few times and fell silent. It was evident that he was not merely feigning death. Chen Xiao had seen death before. Having slain a foe of the 3rd level of Qi refinement, You receive an additional reward, 400 experience points. The system chimed in, confirming the old man's demise. Chen Xiao chuckled coldly, stepping over the fallen leaves as he approached. The old man lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, the leaves beneath him stained with dark blood. A glance revealed something falling from his waist, a peculiar black cloth bag, palm-sized, adorned with intricate golden patterns. What is this? He attempted to open it, but it would not budge. After searching the old man's body in vain, Chen Xiao dared not linger. He stored the old man's corpse and the cloth bag into his space. After tidying up the scene, he murmured the incantation to traverse through the void. In an instant, he found himself back in the familiar stone hut within his own room. He exhaled deeply. The preceding battle, though fraught with peril, had been exhilarating. Sweat trickled down his back, chilling against his skin. A glance at the mechanical clock in his room revealed that scarcely 10 minutes had passed, confirming that time flowed at a rate of 100 without question. Xiao Shuang and the others would undoubtedly be unaware that he had been active in another realm for more than half a day. Oh, it seemed that many items had accumulated in his space. Delving into it, he was pleasantly surprised to find an array of objects spilling from the old man's bag, various weapons, gold and silver, and an assortment of treasures far exceeding the capacity of that small bag. Could it be that the bag itself was a form of storage treasure? Perhaps it had failed in the presence of his own extraordinary space? This was the only explanation that made sense. No wonder the old man had possessed nothing else of value on him. Upon examining the bounty, Chen Xiao was astonished. He had struck it rich. After tallying, the old man's possessions were indeed substantial. Over 10 sets of clothing, more than 10 pounds of gold, dozens of pounds of silver, and a collection of jewels. He even found a small black knife approximately half a foot long, a bronze sword about a foot long, and a small shield resembling a turtle shell. There were also several bottles and jars, along with over 10 items resembling spiritual fruits, including 3 red sun spirit fruits. A pile of assorted books caught his eye. Though they were disorganized and of rather poor quality, none comparable to the 9 turns chi refining technique. Disappointment washed over him as he began to appreciate the sincerity of the middle-aged man who had sold books at the market. His spirits lifted when he stumbled upon a tattered volume titled An Introduction to Alchemy, its content and illustrations painstakingly handwritten. The quality of both the text and illustrations indicated that the author possessed considerable skill. The wear and tear of the book suggested it had been perused numerous times. Among the trinkets and miscellaneous items, it was evident that cultivators had a penchant for collecting. It was also apparent that this old man had harmed many. The assorted odds and ends were likely gathered from various victims. The abundance of gold and jewels in the old man's storage bag indicated a connection to the mundane world, which was typical for many low-level cultivators. A metal object, half a foot tall with 3 legs and a round belly, captured Chen Xiao's attention once more. According to An Introduction to Alchemy, it appeared to be an alchemical furnace. This old man was likely an alchemist as well. The final surprise was the discovery of 32 spirit stones. After thoroughly examining the old man's possessions, Chen Xiao felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Steadying himself, he retrieved the 9 turns chi refining technique. Main quest initiated. Break through to the first level of chi refinement. Reward: 500 experience points, 5 cubic meters of system space. No sooner had he taken it out than the system's voice resonated. Chapter 19. The school beauty adds WeChat that night. Chen Xiao heard the barking of dogs outside the town, indicating a pack of stray wild dogs that often roamed near Mingxue town. He stealthily approached and tossed the old man's corpse to the pack. Watching as they devoured the old man entirely, he finally departed. From then on, he seldom ventured out, dedicating himself to the study of 9 turns chi refining technique and hidden dragon fusion art. He discovered that both cultivation techniques were fundamentally rooted in a certain essence of the heavens and earth. The spiritual energy mentioned in the former and the primordial energy referenced in the latter likely pertain to the same entity. The 9 turns chi refinement technique emphasizes the utilization of the dantian and meridians, focusing on the refinement and absorption of spiritual energy into the dantian, serving as a reservoir for the foundation of spellcasting and the use of magical artifacts as means of offense and defense. Conversely, the energy refinement aspect of the hidden dragon Hunyuan technique shares a similar principle but places greater emphasis on nurturing the physical body with energy, thereby strengthening it to serve as a weapon. In comparison, the 9 turns chi refinement technique is evidently more polished and refined, having undergone extensive honing and improvement. Furthermore, there exists a dedicated section in the 9 turns Qi refinement technique detailing the refinement of spiritual fruits, herbs, medicines, and elixirs. In contrast, the hidden dragon Hunyuan technique merely describes a simplistic method of absorption through the gastrointestinal tract, lacking any concept of true refinement. This revelation invigorated Chen Xiao, prompting him to validate this point further. Beyond this, there was an unexpected advantage. The energy nourishing the physical body in the hidden dragon Hunyuan technique is something the 9 turns Qi refinement technique does not possess. The combination of spiritual cultivation and martial body refinement seemed worthy of exploration. He resolved to return to Earth, utilizing the time difference to delve into research and endeavor to create a new cultivation method that harnesses the strengths of both techniques. As a modern individual influenced by contemporary knowledge systems, he possessed an advantage in research that was unparalleled by ordinary cultivators or martial artists. That morning, Chen Xiao instructed Xiaoxiang and Taizhu that he would be embarking on a journey, urging them to guard the home diligently and refrain from wandering until his return. He then shouldered his backpack and stepped outside, deliberately leaving an impression that he was departing for an extended trip. Recently, he had meticulously studied maps of the Jing Stone Town vicinity. To the north lay Rust City, southwest were the ruins of Starshine City, and to the east was a rarely traversed, abandoned old road. This path led into boundless wilderness, the very route he had taken during his initial crossing. Retracing this path would create the illusion that he, Chen Xiao, hailed from that direction, leaving the specifics to their imagination, thus crafting an air of mystery to confound the local inhabitants. Having walked less than 5 miles eastward, he found himself in a desolate wilderness. The landscape was dominated by ancient forests, with vegetation thriving abundantly, yet devoid of farmland, villages, or cities. Only an asphalt road, long since abandoned, meandered along the valley, indicating that civilization had once thrived in this area. Surrounding him, there were no signs of life, not even a stray dog. Chen Xiao ventured into a dense grove, crossing back into Earth. Outside the farmhouse bedroom in Luqing, the morning sun began to rise, painting the sky with hues of crimson. Here, it had merely been a night since his departure. The space was now filled with a considerable collection of gemstones, some acquired by Shi Biao and others obtained as spoils from the old man with the eagle eyes. The total estimated value of this collection approached several tens of millions, if not 100 million. That morning, he first visited a jewelry store in the southern city, selling a batch of gemstones for a total of 15 million. Upon returning to his car, he glanced through a multitude of missed calls and unread WeChat messages, the majority from Su Mingxue and the elderly woman Zhang Fengying, merely requesting to meet with him regarding the concealment of marital assets. Observing their frantic attempts, he found it rather amusing. Chen Xiao chose to continue his policy of indifference. Even if it came to litigation, he felt no trepidation, intending to hire a lawyer to negotiate with Su Mingxue. He had ample funds at his disposal. Subsequently, he noticed a message from his brother Chen Jun. "Brother, I resigned from Haiqing and will return home tomorrow morning." Chen Xiao replied with a smile, "Once you settle in, register a company, and I will inject some capital into it." Chen Jun quickly responded, "Okay, brother." After messaging his brother, Chen Xiao prepared to visit his hometown, eager to see his parents whom he hadn't seen for over half a year. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification. Someone had requested to add him as a WeChat friend. The profile picture depicted a refreshing cartoon girl, Su Mingxue's alternate account. A smirk crept onto Chen Xiao's lips as he approved the request. The other party promptly sent a message. "Chen Xiao, it's me, Qin Ruowei." Qin Ruowei. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. She was the campus belle from university, someone he had secretly admired and even fantasized about during games of League of Legends. However, she was now engaged to Tan Hao. What could she possibly want by adding me on WeChat? Qin Ruowei and he, along with Tan Hao, were all university alumni. Due to Tan Hao's relationship, Chen Xiao was already acquainted with Qin Ruowei, but they had never conversed privately before. With a hint of curiosity, he replied, "Hello, beautiful Qin. What brings you to add me? Can we meet? I have something important to discuss with you." Qin Ruowei replied. Chen Xiao's interest piqued. What could it entail? He responded, "Sure, I have time." Half an hour later, they met at a cafe in the southern city. Upon seeing the campus belle again, Chen Xiao silently praised her. Although a few years had passed, Qin Ruowei was even more beautiful than during their university days. Her face resembled a full moon, with delicate features, and her figure was elegantly draped in a silk, moon-white gown. Particularly striking was her demeanor, graceful and composed, exuding an aura of unattainable elegance. "We meet again, Chen Xiao?" Qin Ruwei said, playfully tousling her long, glossy black hair as she took a seat across from him with a smile. Chen Xiao returned the smile. "Your sudden invitation has indeed surprised me." Qin Ruwei smirked. "Chen Xiao, it's only been a few years since graduation. When did you become so glib?" After saying this, she feigned annoyance and shot him a glance, her large eyes sparkling like autumn waters. Chen Xiao shrugged, laughing. "What I say comes from genuine feelings. How could it be mere banter?" "Cut it out," Qin Ruwei retorted, rolling her eyes at him. She then called over a waitress. "Excuse me." After placing their orders, she awkwardly smiled. "Today, I'll treat you." Chen Xiao nodded. "All right, I won tea hold back then." He turned his gaze toward Qin Ruwei, eager to discern her intentions. "Chen Xiao," Qin Ruwei suddenly inquired, "did you divorce Su Mingxue?" "Yes," Chen Xiao affirmed. "I just finalized it a couple of days ago." Qin Ruwei's expression shifted, as though confirming some news, and she secretly appeared pleased. Chen Xiao, with keen observation, noted her reaction. "Why are you happy about my divorce?" he thought, surprised. "That wretched woman," Qin Ruwei suddenly exclaimed, shocking Chen Xiao with her unexpected outburst. Such an elegant lady could utter such coarse words. "My apologies," Qin Ruwei said, her face flushing slightly as she gathered her thoughts. "Chen Xiao, did you know that Tan Hao and Su Mingxue are secretly involved?" Chen Xiao shook his head, genuinely taken aback. A wave of anger surged within him. Qin Ruwei frowned slightly. "I only discovered this yesterday. That shameless Su Mingxue actually pressured Tan Hao to break off our engagement and marry her. I only learned of this from a close friend." "Well," Chen Xiao organized his thoughts. "I had a vague idea. The company has been in turmoil lately, so I didn't dwell on it." Suddenly, Qin Ruwei laughed. A derisive laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Chen Xiao asked, striving to maintain his composure. "Just how ridiculous they are," Qin Ruwei replied, tossing her hair back. She was well put together today, her hair freshly washed and exuding a subtle fragrance. Her face bore a light makeup, and her dress was meticulously chosen, reflecting her attention to detail. "Indeed, it is quite disgusting," Chen Xiao remarked, furrowing his brow. "Fortunately, Su Mingxue is no longer connected to me." Qin Ruwei looked at Chen Xiao, her clear black eyes sparkling. "Chen Xiao, do you think I'm angry about this pair of clowns?" Chen Xiao shook his head. "I'm sorry, beautiful Qin. I can't quite see it." At that moment, the waitress brought over their 2 cups of coffee. Qin Ruwei pushed one cup towards Chen Xiao, keeping another for herself. She took a sip and then broke into a genuine smile, one that radiated pure joy, resembling a blossoming flower. After her laughter subsided, she raised an eyebrow at Chen Xiao, saying, "In truth, I never really liked Tan Hao. When he pursued me, it was my father manipulating the situation for political and business gain, urging me to agree to Tan Hao's advances. That wretched Su Mingxue is nothing but a fool. Even if I were to break off the engagement with Tan Hao, he would never want her. After all, he sold her out, and she is still counting the money." After saying this, she took another small sip of her coffee. Her earlier anger seemed to evaporate, as if she were discussing gossip unrelated to herself. Chen Xiao was somewhat puzzled and inquired, "But I saw you with Tan Hao before. It seemed like you had a decent relationship?" "Humph," Qin Ruwei scoffed, shaking her head. "I was merely pretending. I had a fleeting fantasy about Tan Hao and tried to see where it might lead. However, after only a few interactions, I realized he was utterly useless. If it weren't for my father insisting I wait until he concluded the project in Dongcheng, I would have kicked him to the curb long ago." Chen Xiao chuckled, albeit a bit speechless, and replied, "Well, okay. What are you laughing at?" Qin Ruwei shot him a glance. "Nothing," Chen Xiao said, lifting his cup to take a sip, then smiled. "You were once the dream girl of many. It's surprising to see your romantic life isn't as smooth as one might expect." "Uft, here we go again. But you're right, my love life is quite tumultuous," Qin Ruwei said wistfully, as if harboring some inner turmoil. After a moment, she suddenly looked up at Chen Xiao, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Chen Xiao, I admired you a bit during school, did you know?" Chapter 20, Surprisingly. "It's my first time." Chen Xiao nearly dropped his cup onto the table. His mind raced back through the few interactions he had with Qin Ruwei. There was indeed that one time at the W City Alumni Association where she had initiated a conversation with him. However, he hadn't thought much of it back then. Chen Xiao, Qin Ruwei's gaze was unwavering, her eyes like a clear spring, My romantic endeavors are not merely unfulfilling. They are utterly insipid, therefore. I want to live for myself once. I refuse to remain in this dull existence. After speaking, she fixed her gaze on Chen Xiao, an array of complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Chen Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine under her intense gaze. Qin Ruowei was stunning, especially at the age of 26 or 7, the prime of womanhood, with a beauty that seemed to blossom. Ruowei, Chen Xiao took a deep breath. In truth, I have liked you too. I was envious of Tan how it was true. Back in college, Qin Ruowei was from a different department and had a figure and looks that eclipsed Su Mingxue. In retrospect, it was clear that she surpassed her greatly, with her affluent background shining through. Her father was a high-ranking official in W City, H Province, and her mother was a university lecturer. Growing up in such a nurturing environment, her elegance far outstripped that of Su Mingxue. Comparing the two now seemed utterly futile. Tan Hao had pursued Qin Ruowei passionately in college, but it had led nowhere. Last year, after a few years apart, he unexpectedly became engaged to her, shocking many. After their engagement, Tan Hao had flaunted Qin Ruowei, this beauty, on several occasions. He had also once been infatuated with Su Mingxue, who in turn had a crush on Chen Xiao, leading to lingering animosity from Tan Hao toward him. Much of Tan Hao's boasting was aimed at Chen Xiao. Really? Qin Ruowei's breath quickened, her gaze fixed on Chen Xiao, her chest rising and falling. Indeed, Chen Xiao nodded earnestly. Qin Ruowei's eyes blazed as she stared at Chen Xiao. Then why didn't you tell me? Chen Xiao's lips twitched, and he chuckled. I was too shy back then. You were universally acknowledged as the campus belle, and I didn't dare to reach for someone so far above me. Humph. Qin Ruowei huffed, visibly annoyed. What nonsense about campus belles. You all are so trivial. She then looked intently at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, do you still like me now? Under her fervent and candid gaze, Chen Xiao's heart fluttered, momentarily lost in a haze of nostalgia, as if transported back to their innocent school days. He returned her gaze with equal seriousness, his voice soft yet clear. Yes. Qin Ruowei's eyes flickered slightly, fixating on Chen Xiao, her delicate teeth unconsciously biting her lip. A blush of uncontainable joy gradually spread across her fair face. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Then take me to a hotel, right now. Huh. Chen Xiao thought he had misheard. What did you say? Take me to a hotel. Qin Ruowei smiled mischievously, looking provocatively at Chen Xiao. What's wrong? Afraid? Ruowei, Chen Xiao was taken aback, staring at the alluring woman before him. Are you truly serious about going to a hotel? Qin Ruowei stood up decisively, daintily clutching her small bag, and gracefully approached Chen Xiao, leaning in, her lips pouting, breathing lightly yet assertively. See you at the hotel? You must come. Chen Xiao, who had previously maintained his composure in such matters, found it difficult to resist the alluring advances of the woman he admired. Whether it was due to some newfound vigor or the sudden lifting of pressure from his career, he felt an awakening within him. 20 minutes later, Chen Xiao arrived at a nearby 4-star hotel. After securing a room, he texted Qin Ruowei. Minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Qin Ruowei standing there, her face flushed, her demeanor no longer the calmness she had exhibited in the cafe. Her gaze was evasive, her chest rising and falling, her delicate hands fidgeting. Come in, Chen Xiao said softly, taking her cool left hand in his. He stepped aside, allowing Qin Ruowei to enter. As he closed the door behind them, he pulled her into his embrace, sensing her slight tremor. Outside, the sun shone brightly, casting playful shadows from the towering sycamore trees. Inside, the atmosphere was enchanting, shimmering with splendor. An hour later, the system notification chimed in his mind. Host has successfully engaged with his desired goddess. Additional reward, 100 experience points. Just as he was about to tease Qin Ruowei regarding the significance of their encounter, he realized it was unnecessary. The system had already confirmed it as a milestone. He never anticipated that Qin Ruowei was a novice in this regard. Tan Hao. In an apartment within a residential complex on the western outskirts, Su Mingxue's eyes brimmed with tears. I've already divorced Chen Xiao, yet your situation remains uncertain. How long must I wait? Tan Hao paced back and forth in the living room, hands shoved in his trousers pockets. He cast a sideways glance at Su Mingxue. Impatience evident in his tone. I'm working on it. My father is pressing hard for answers. Give me some time. Come again. That's all I hear. Su Mingxue's eyes glistened with tears. Tan Hao, have you ever truly considered marrying me? Or have you been deceiving me all along? Tan Hao frowned. Glancing at Su Mingxue, think whatever you want. With that, he slumped onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette, crossing his legs and leaning back, ignoring her completely. Then lend me 300,000. Su Mingxue's lips trembled as she spoke. Her brother needed to buy a house and required over $1 million. Their parents had urged her to gather at least 500,000 for him. Su Mingxue. Tan Hao suddenly dropped his legs and sat upright, sneering at her. Your precious brother is a bottomless pit. How long do you intend to keep feeding him? I never said it was for my brother. In Su Mingxue's eyes, a flicker of panic flashed. I need it myself. I borrowed it from you, and I will return it. Humph. Tan Hao coldly chuckled as he rose to his feet, casting a frosty glance at Su Mingxue. I'm also in a tight spot lately. My father is quite strict. I will find a way for you. But please refrain from messaging me indiscriminately. Let us reduce our communication for now. He had recently noticed that Chen Xiao had been acting oddly, increasingly distant towards him. With that, he turned and strode towards the door. Tan Hao. Su Mingxue panicked. It's just 300,000. Are you really that short on cash? I said I'd find a way for you. Tan Hao replied as he quickly exited the room. Bang! The door slammed shut. In that moment, Su Mingxue sensed that Tan Hao's departing figure appeared to be fleeing from this place, his rented, 50 square meter single apartment. She wanted to chase after him, but her feet felt as if they were anchored by an invisible force. A wave of clarity spread through her mind. Previously, she had assumed that her marriage was the reason Tan Hao had not definitively proposed to her, coupled with Chen Xiao's declining business. She could hardly wait to divorce him. Now that she was unequivocally divorced, he still showed no resolute intention to claim her. Even a fool would understand what true love meant. He clearly did not wish to marry a woman as cold as ice. Standing there, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, she recalled that the honest Chen Xiao had deceived her as well. No wonder he had so readily agreed to the divorce. He must have secretly hidden money, using it to cover his own losses. She had gained nothing from it. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. At that moment, she desperately wished to confront Chen Xiao, to unleash her fury, but he had completely shut her out. Her calls were blocked, and he never responded. Even if she sent 1,000 messages, they would disappear into the void. When she went to his company, he avoided her like the plague. His employees were receiving their salaries again, rejuvenated, showing no signs of impending collapse. They were all fiercely protective of Chen Xiao. When she tried to make a scene, she was promptly escorted to the police station. She considered hiring a lawyer to sue him, but had no confidence. During the previous period, whenever her classmates mentioned Chen Xiao, it was always with snide remarks and sarcasm. After the incident where Tan Hao had caused a ruckus at his company and was thoroughly humiliated, Chen Xiao's reputation had reversed dramatically. Suddenly, several people began to sing his praises, claiming he was capable and destined for greatness. Hearing this made her blood boil. The news of her divorce from Chen Xiao had spread, and a few female classmates openly mocked her. They suggested that Chen Xiao was destined for a turnaround this year, that his path would only widen, leading to smooth sailing ahead. Were they implying that after severing ties with her, he would soar to great heights? Suddenly, she remembered a post she had shared on social media. To embrace the right, one must bid farewell to the wrong. The future shall be smooth sailing. A cold sweat broke out. She hurriedly picked up her phone and deleted that post. In that moment, she realized she was the true fool. Just then, her phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was her mother calling. Mingxue, how is your money coming along? Not well. Mingxue, why do you speak like that? Mom, you ruined me. I shouldn't have divorced. What? Why shouldn't you have divorced? How can that unfortunate Chen Xiao compare to Tan Hao? Tan Hao's family is wealthy, but he is much stingier than Chen Xiao. Mingxue, what's wrong? How are things with Tan Hao? Zhang Fengying's tone suddenly turned anxious. We can talk later, Mom. I can't come up with the 500,000 for Sharaway. You all figure it out. He has taken enough from me. Mingxue, what is this? If your brother can't rely on you, who can he rely on? You are the only one in our family who got into a good university. Su Mingxue abruptly hung up and turned off her phone. She walked to the sofa, sat down, and buried her face in her hands, sobbing. In a hotel room, Chen Xiao sat with Chen Xiao, her head resting on his shoulder. Tan Hao talks bad about you every day, just because I praised you once. Oh, Chen Xiao's curiosity piqued. How did you praise me? Chapter 21. Su Mingxue's breakdown. Chen Xiao playfully poked Chen Xiao's forehead, smirking. Look at you being so vain. I told him you are capable, running your own company, and have ambition. That nearly drove him mad. He has been trying to deal with you. His family may have some money, but keep your guard up around him. Ha. Chen Xiao laughed heartily. I understand, Ruowei. But he likely can't do anything to me now. I have my ways to deal with him. That's good. Qin Ruowei nestled her head against Chen Xiao's chest. Tan Hao and I had planned to marry and hold a wedding in 3 months, but I'm canceling it. Then what about your father? Chen Xiao smiled at her. Qin Ruowei's lips curled into a cold smile. I've told my dad all about Tan Hao's issues, and he still wants me to endure my foot. Let it be however it may. Chen Xiao noticed that Qin Ruowei had transformed from the gentle and refined girl he once knew into a completely different person. Perhaps she had been holding back for too long, and now she was wild. As they left the hotel, they bid farewell at the entrance. I'm off. If you miss me, reach out. If I miss you, I'll do the same, Qin Ruowei said, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Chen Xiao's cheek. Chen Xiao reciprocated with a kiss on her rosy lips, smiling knowingly. Take care on your way. When Qin Ruowei got into her ride-hailing car and waved goodbye, Chen Xiao turned and headed to the parking lot, driving back to his hometown. He intended to help his brother with the ecological agricultural project and hadn't visited his parents in quite some time. The past 5 or 6 years since graduation had been overwhelmingly busy, and his visits home had been few and far between. Unbeknownst to him, just moments ago, someone across the street from the apartment building captured the moment he and Qin Ruowei parted ways on their phone. A few minutes earlier, Su Mingxue had been crying on the sofa. Suddenly, memories of Chen Xiao's kindness flooded back to her. During their 3 years of marriage, she had secretly siphoned over $1 million from him to fill her brother's financial gaps, spending extravagantly to satisfy her vanity. Chen Xiao rarely scolded her, often accommodating her desires. He had spoiled her. In contrast, Tan Hao's sweet words were mere illusions. After awakening to reality, she estimated that the benefits she had gleaned from Tan Hao, a wealthy heir with assets exceeding $1 billion, barely amounted to 10,000. All she had received was an empty promise of marriage after her divorce. The more she contemplated this, the more disturbed she became. Her heart suddenly feeling icy cold and her back chilled. She felt an overwhelming sense of regret and suffocation. Rising, she walked to the narrow window and peered outside. The brilliant sunshine offered her a modicum of comfort. Suddenly, she spotted a young couple emerging from the hotel across the street, radiating affection and harmony. They reminded her vividly of the time when she and Chen Xiao had just fallen in love. She felt an overwhelming urge to find Chen Xiao, to embrace him tightly and declare that she would no longer leave him, that she would stay by his side. He still loved her. It was only that she had pressured him too much lately, causing him to harbor resentment. As long as she was willing to turn back, he would undoubtedly welcome her. Many times in the past, whenever she was upset, he was always the one to comfort her. At that moment, her heart yearned to return. Wiping her tears, she gazed at the radiant sunlight outside. I cannot remain cooped up in this small room, festering. I must go out and find Chen Xiao. No matter what. I must find him. Wait. No, that man looks so much like Chen Xiao. A terrifying sensation exploded in Su Mingxue's heart. As the couple drew closer, her eyes widened in disbelief. Was that not Chen Xiao? And the stunning woman beside him was none other than Qin Ruowei? Qin Ruowei and Chen Xiao? How could this be possible? What a shocking revelation. In a moment, Su Mingxue stood frozen, her entire being engulfed in a chilling numbness. From head to toe, she felt devoid of warmth. At the 3rd floor of the apartment building, she stood by the window, clutching her phone, scrolling through photos repeatedly. Still unable to believe that the couple she had just seen exiting the hotel was none other than Chen Xiao and Qin Ruowei. It was utterly melodramatic. Regrettably, in her shock, she had only captured a few images of them waving goodbye. The intimate moment had escaped her lens. She could only blame her overwhelming disbelief at that moment. Whether it was excitement or hatred, she trembled uncontrollably. Chen Xiao, how adept you are at feigning innocence. No wonder you divorced me so readily that day. You had already set your sights on another. You hypocrite. Su Mingxue finally discerned her emotions, pure, unadulterated rage. A fury so intense that it felt as if she wanted to tear everything apart. She had always felt that Chen Xiao belonged to her in some way. Yet now he was tainted by another woman. Qin Ruowei, you shameless vixen, do you truly believe yourself to be a lady? Su Mingxue's lips quivered as she unleashed a torrent of curses within the confines of her apartment. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao was resting at a highway service area, driving his car. He picked up his phone and noticed a message from Su Mingxue. Upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. It was a photo of him and Qin Ruowei bidding farewell. Though slightly distant and somewhat blurry, it was unmistakably them. Accompanying the image were several voice messages and a string of text. Chen Xiao, you are actually involved with that BTCH Qin Ruowei. How hypocritical of you. I hate you. I hate you. Chen Xiao felt bewildered. What a coincidence. Or had he and Qin Ruowei been followed? He pondered it briefly, but ultimately felt indifferent. He was not afraid of anyone anymore. He replied to Su Mingxue, are you out of your mind? What I do with whomever has nothing to do with you. If you're sick, go to the hospital, preferably a mental institution. Su Mingxue shot back, I will send this photo to Tan Hao. Just wait and see. Chen Xiao scoffed. As if I fear Tan Hao. You think I don't know about your affair with him? You're in no position to criticize me. Su Mingxue retorted. What evidence do you have? There is nothing between Tan Hao and me. Don't slander me. Chen Xiao shot back. You took that photo from the apartment across the street, didn't you? Did Tan Hao buy it for you? Or is it rented? 99% chance it's rented. You're not worth a house from Tan Hao. Inside the apartment, Su Mingxue felt a chill wash over her as his words struck a nerve. Her legs felt as though they had lost all strength, and she could do nothing but sink back onto the sofa. Her mind replayed the earlier scene like a film. Qin Ruowei had looked exquisite, and for some reason, Su Mingxue felt a pang of inadequacy. Chen Xiao appeared radiant, his demeanor a stark contrast to his previous disheveled self. She found herself in a daze, questioning her resolute decision to cast him aside. Why had she spoken such harsh words without a shred of mercy? Deep down, she still harbored feelings for Chen Xiao. Sitting on the sofa, her thoughts spiraled. How could someone from a wealthy family like Qin Ruowei treat Chen Xiao with such tenderness? Chen Xiao, whom she had always perceived as ordinary, had suddenly transformed into a suave gentleman. She recalled the cold, scornful words he had sent her. He finally deigned to respond, yet it was filled with cruelty and derision. What should she do? Should she send the photo to Tan Hao? Her heart, once frozen, began to warm again. If she forwarded this photo to Tan Hao, his engagement with Qin Ruowei would surely falter. Wouldn't he that secure her own opportunity? Chapter 22. Annulment of engagement that evening. Tan Hao was preparing to celebrate his grandmother's 80th birthday. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach Qin Ruowei, he noticed it was already nearing 4 or 5 o'clock. Qin Ruowei had evidently discovered something, growing increasingly distant from him. Now, she wasn't even answering his calls. Tan Hao's expression darkened, and suddenly, his phone pinged. Upon glancing at it, he saw it was a message from Su Mingxue, causing his brow to furrow in disappointment. This had to end. A divorced Su Mingxue was nothing but a burden. It was imperative to distance himself quickly. He opened the message, and upon seeing the photo, his hand trembled. His right foot instinctively pressed the brake, causing a cacophony of horns behind him as he nearly caused an accident. Qin Ruowei? Chen Xiao? Tan Hao felt as though the foundations of his beliefs were being shaken. He hastily pulled over, repeatedly scrutinizing the photo. Qin Ruowei had never smiled at him in such a way. Something was amiss. He replied to Su Mingxue, when did you take this? Are there any other photos? Su Mingxue responded, just 5 minutes ago. There are no others. I happened to see Qin Ruowei with Chen Xiao and only managed to capture this last shot. Tan Hao shot back, you're talking nonsense. How could Ruowei possibly be with that loser? Su Mingxue challenged, Tan Hao, what do you mean? Are you really that concerned about Qin Ruowei? Tan Hao sent a voice message, his voice laced with desperation. This is none of your business. What exactly did you see? Tell me now. The urgency in his voice was palpable. Listening to the message, Su Mingxue shivered, momentarily stunned. She had intended to tell him that she had witnessed Chen Xiao and Qin Ruowei sharing a kiss, their intimacy undeniable as they exited the hotel together, fiery and passionate. Nothing good could come from that. Yet, she hesitated, suddenly finding Tan Hao deeply distasteful. Chen Xiao's words echoed in her mind. I suspect it's rented. You're not worth a house from Tan Hao. Answer me now. Another furious message from Tan Hao flashed on her screen. Su Mingxue felt an absurdity wash over her as she contemplated her next move. She decided to edit her response. I only saw them chatting at the hotel entrance. I didn't see anything else. Upon reading Su Mingxue's final message, Tan Hao's mood inexplicably lightened. After a prolonged internal struggle, he couldn't resist sending the photo to Qin Ruowei along with a message. Ruowei, how could you and Chen Xiao be together at this hotel? He quickly received a reply from Qin Ruowei. We just happened to run into each other. Tan Hao retorted, I don't believe that. It's too coincidental. What is going on between you and Chen Xiao? Qin Ruowei replied, Tan Hao, I've made my decision. I'm canceling our engagement. I don't want to marry you. Tan Hao stared at the screen in disbelief, his mind exploding. His fingers trembled as he struggled to type a response. Finally managing to send a simple "why?" Qin Ruowei responded. Aren't you with Su Mingxue? She seems perfect for you. I don't want to marry you. I never did. My father forced me into this. Now, I'm choosing to prioritize myself. Tan Hao questioned. So, you went to a hotel with Chen Xiao? Qin Ruowei replied nonchalantly. Think whatever you want. It doesn't matter. The wedding in 3 months is off. After sending the message, she ignored Tan Hao's barrage of questions. Instead, she turned to Chen Xiao, messaging him. How do we get photographed at the hotel today? Chen Xiao replied in a voice message. It was Su Mingxue. She was in that apartment building. Qin Ruowei responded, I thought so. Just deny everything. I've already canceled my engagement with Tan Hao. Chen Xiao asked, so what do you want? Do you want me to marry you? Qin Ruowei teased. If you genuinely want to marry me, perhaps it's not impossible, but judging by your demeanor, you likely have no intention of settling down, do you? Chen Xiao admitted. Not for now. Qin Ruowei replied, neither do I. I just want to be your mistress. He. Chen Xiao found it somewhat hard to fathom that the person uttering those words was a gentle and graceful urban lady. As the car descended the highway, dusk had settled in. Following the narrow concrete path, he entered the village where he had grown up. His hometown had undergone significant changes. Almost every 6 months, there were noticeable transformations. A fleeting glance revealed that next to his family's old residence, his uncle had erected an imposing 3-story building, rendering their own 2-story house appear diminutive in comparison. In the meticulously maintained courtyard, a sleek black Audi A6 was parked. His cousin Chen Xiao had purchased it last year. Despite having only attended a technical college, he had managed to achieve a measure of success. Nevertheless, the 3-story house, which could have been centered more appropriately, unceremoniously encroached towards their property. The foundation evidently elevated a full foot above theirs. Such circumstances were quite irksome in a rural setting. Chen Xiao felt a tightening in his eyes, a sense of displeasure brewing within him. His parents, having anticipated his return, stood waiting at the courtyard entrance. Once the car rolled into the yard, Chen Xiao alighted and retrieved 2 boxes of fruit and several cases of wine from the trunk. Why didn't you take the high-speed train? Driving is unsafe, his father, Chen Hongsheng, inquired. Chen Xiao chuckled. It's only a 3-hour journey. Taking the train would be too cumbersome. His mother hurriedly approached, accepting the boxes of fruit with a smile. You've bought so much fruit, what a waste. Your brother hasn't even finished what he bought. Mom, Chen Xiao frowned slightly. You and Dad are too frugal with food and clothing. Regardless, I've brought it back. If you don't eat it, it will spoil. With that, he entered the house with a smile. His last visit was over 8 months ago during the Spring Festival. Inside the old house, some antiquated furniture was carelessly arranged among various knickknacks. The air carried a faint mustiness, mingled with the distinctive scent of aged furnishings. This was the home where he had grown up, evoking a wave of nostalgia. Divorced? His father asked gravely, feigning ignorance. Yes, divorced. Chen Xiao affirmed. So be it. His mother exclaimed indignantly, that entire family is no good. The last time I visited, I stayed barely 3 days. Look at her. She behaves more affectionately towards a dog than to her own family. You work tirelessly throughout the year. Is it easy to earn money? She spends tens of thousands on a dog, coming from a poor background, yet she tries to live extravagantly, utterly unaware of her own shortcomings. Chen Xiao felt a twinge of shame, at a loss for words in response to his parents' complaints. Shortly thereafter, his brother Chen Jun returned, dusty from the fields. Brother, you're back. I just finished working in the fields. MHM. Chen Xiao smiled. How did it go? Chen Jun grinned sheepishly. I'm negotiating for a few plots of land with the village, dozens of acres. It requires approval from the village. Chen Xiao nodded. I'll visit the village chief tomorrow. Soon, dinner was ready. His mother brought out a large platter of stewed chicken, filling the room with a delightful aroma. This rooster has been stewing for over an hour. Hurry up and eat. Chen Xiao was indeed hungry, especially with the rich scent of the meat wafting through the air. He picked up his chopsticks and ate heartily, savoring the comforts of home-cooked meals. Dad, Mom, Chen Xiao suddenly recalled something and asked, why is my uncle's foundation raised so high, more than a foot above ours? All the rainwater flows into our yard. Chapter 23. Securing the pinnacle of real estate. Chen's mother sighed. Your uncle is doing this on purpose. Back when you were accepted into a 211 university, his son only managed to get into a technical college, and he has been resentful ever since. Recently, your father nearly had a confrontation with your uncle over the foundation issue. Sigh. Your uncle's family is thriving. Chen Hongsheng took a sip of wine and muttered, your cousin Chen Qi brought the Audi A6 home in spring. I've heard they had another son. He used to be far behind you academically, yet now he has both a son and a daughter. You two need to strive to bring me some pride. Dad. Chen Jun chuckled dismissively. He bought that car on credit. He just loves to boast. He's too stingy to drive it, letting it gather dust instead. Besides, isn't it just because he had a grandson early on? That's nothing new nowadays. Nobody is impressed by early marriages and children. Who are you talking about? Chen's mother admonished, picking up her chopsticks to serve each son a piece of chicken. After casting a glance at her two sons, she continued, I don't care about that. You both need to get serious and bring me some grandchildren next year, despite his family. Chen Xiao's expression darkened. He was well aware of his uncle's family's character, which had always thrived on rivalry, both overtly and subtly. When he had been accepted into the 211 university, he had hosted a banquet with several tables of friends and family, yet not a single member of his uncle's family had made an appearance. Life in the countryside should have been pleasant. Houses like theirs would be considered mansions in the city. The space was ample, and the air was fresh. Yet people's hearts were often consumed by envy. Nonetheless, dinner was still filled with warmth and laughter. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed a meal with his family like this, and Chen Xiao cherished the moment deeply. The following day, Chen Jun set off early, driving a Wuling Hongguang to work in the fields. Chen Xiao took a stroll around the town. Recently, a lakeside property development had been completed, and he intended to assess its potential. If promising, he would consider purchasing a unit. After all, he had the financial means, and leaving it idle would be wasteful. Upon entering the sales office, a young saleswoman approached him promptly. Sir, are you here to view properties? My name is Xiao, and I'm delighted to assist you. Chen Xiao requested her to show him around the villa community. Overall, the development was impressive. The villas were 2 stories high, covering over 200 square meters. Priced at over 4,000 per square meter. Including parking, the total cost came to just over 1 million. Sir, such a prime property is rare to find in the entire county. You should seize this opportunity. Xiao began her pitch. Chen Xiao nodded with a smile. I will consider it. Which building has the best position? Please take me there directly. Upon noticing Chen Xiao's assertive demeanor, Xiao's eyes brightened with excitement. Of course. Of course. It's evident you are not an ordinary person. As they walked, they encountered several individuals head-on. Chen Xiao recognized them as his uncle's family, his uncle Chen Hongju, his aunt, cousin Chen Qi, and his sister-in-law holding a child. Xiaozi, you're back. Are you also here to view properties? His uncle's gaze flitted nervously before he approached, awkwardly greeting him. Indeed, Chen Xiao smiled. What a coincidence, Uncle. Qi, are you also here to look at properties? Upon hearing Chen Xiao mention he was also viewing properties, Chen Qi's expression shifted, as if his enthusiasm had been abruptly dampened. It was as if the villa development were exclusively meant for him. Yes, he stepped forward, donning a professionally polished smile. This villa development is quite impressive. I'm planning to buy one for my parents. If you're going to buy, you should go for the best. His uncle, with his head crowned in white hair, quickly added, I'm just considering something modest. There's no need to specifically buy a villa for me. This was very much in line with the typical demeanor of his uncle and cousin, boastful wherever they went. Chen Xiao observed that the saleswoman guiding his uncle's family wore a blank expression, her slight smirk hinting at disdain. Haha. It's evident that she is capable and filial. Chen Xiao chuckled. All right, uncle, aunt, Qi, sister-in-law, you all go ahead and take a look. I'll just wander around. Good, good. The developers of Blue Gue Garden are remarkable. Just look at how beautifully it's built. Take your time to look around. It will broaden your horizons. Chen Qi replied jovially. All right. Chen Xiao smiled subtly. The uncle's family bid him farewell cheerfully. Guided by Xiao, Chen Xiao proceeded directly to the foremost villa facing the lake. Soon, they arrived at this exquisite villa. To his surprise, it was indeed well constructed. Before him lay the vast expanse of Dongfeng Lake, shimmering under the sunlight, offering a breathtaking view. Xiao remarked that the price per square meter for this prestigious apartment was 5,001, covering an area of 270 square meters. If paid in full, a discount could be offered, along with a complimentary garage. Just then, the sales assistant, who had accompanied Uncle and his family, suddenly rushed in. Xiaoling, Xiao greeted. How did it go with those clients? Pa. Xiaoling pouted. Her lips pursed as if to hang an oil bottle. My goodness. I took them around twice and was utterly exhausted. All they did was boast, bragging to everyone without ever indicating whether they would buy. One could tell with a mere glance that they had no intention of purchasing. I've always had a keen eye for such things. I handed them over to that fool, Xiaozheng. Ah, finally liberated. Xiaoxue chuckled, covering her mouth. I could tell from your expression that it was hopeless. The two young beauties began to banter freely. Chen Xiao, overhearing, felt a sense of amusement. From his experience, he had already discerned the truth. The expressions on the sales assistant's face had betrayed them. He was also well aware of Uncle's family's financial standing. It was rumored that their Audi was financed through a loan. They had made a bit of money, but it was likely not substantial. The speed of their earnings could not keep pace with their growing vanity. I'll take this one, and I'll pay in full. Chen Xiao smiled at Xiaoxue. Ah. Both Xiaoxue and Xiaoling looked at him with admiration. Brother, you are truly impressive. Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed with delight. Handsome, you are far more charming than them. Xiaoxue, how fortunate you are. Xiaoling gazed at Chen Xiao with a look of awe. They were all so young. Chen Xiao thought to himself, no older than 21 or 22. From their accents, they were locals. He wondered which family they belonged to. The youth kept emerging in succession, creating a sense of discomfort without intention. After completing the formalities and paying a 20,000 yuan deposit, Chen Xiao returned home. The village chief, Chen Xiao, called to invite him to lunch. Chen Xiao had been looking to speak with him, so he gladly accepted, considering the likelihood of drinking. He rode an electric bike and brought along 2 bottles of millennia that he had taken home the previous day. A few minutes later, he arrived at the village chief's residence. There was still some time before lunch. Upon entering, Chen Xiao directly broached the subject of investing in ecological agriculture. He planned to invest 2 million initially, with the potential for further investment if there were profits. Chen Xiao, not yet 50 and quite spirited, was an impressive figure. Though he had only completed high school, his knowledge and eloquence were commendable. Upon hearing that Chen Xiao intended to invest in the village, he was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "That is wonderful. Our Lutai village is currently seeking investment. If you truly invest, my reputation in town will shine." Chen Xiao smiled and replied, "No joking. I genuinely intend to invest. I plan to have my brother, Chen Jun, oversee it while you help clear any obstacles." Additionally, he hinted that the village chief's son, Chen Xiao, should also get involved, offering him a 5% stake in the venture. In rural towns, it is essential to have local support. Otherwise, one faces hidden challenges. Chen Xiao nodded eagerly. "Absolutely. These are my responsibilities. You can rest assured, with me as your village chief, it will be a smooth journey." Ha ha ha. The two enjoyed a pleasant conversation. Gradually, several notable individuals from the village arrived, including those who had made a name for themselves locally and successful figures who had returned home after earning wealth. Cousin Chen Shi was among them. And numerous luxury cars arrived, including Audis, BMWs, and Cadillacs. Despite knowing that they would be drinking, they all drove their cars over. Chen Xiao glanced at his inconspicuous little electric bike tucked away in the corner, feeling its understated presence. In the main living room, 8 people sat around a large round table. A chef from a restaurant had prepared a lavish spread of local specialties: pork, beef, lamb, fish, turtles, shrimp, and crabs. All sumptuous. The village chief, Chen Xiao, opened 5 bottles of Multi and a pack of cigarettes to show his respect for the esteemed guests. Once the meal began, the atmosphere grew warm as the guests raised their glasses in toasts. After several rounds of drinks, someone spoke without restraint. "Little brother, I heard you earn 1 million a year just by accompanying an elderly lady in Haicheng?" "Old Lu, that's not what it's called. It's high-end housekeeping, ha ha ha." Li Chong, dressed in a floral shirt, struggled to maintain his composure. "Committee member Lu," he said, shaking his glass. "Hasn't that irrigation canal by the village entrance been under repair for nearly 2 years? It's still not done. Old Lu, your execution is lacking. Have you considered how many votes you might lose in the next election?" The chubby face of committee member Lu Fugue changed immediately. "Humph. I will at least remain a committee member next term. You need not worry about that. If we're talking about capability, it's undoubtedly Chen Qi." Someone attempted to smooth things over by changing the subject. He quietly brought back an Audi A6, waved his hand, and even changed houses. "Your 3-story villa is stunning." After a few drinks, Chen Qi's face flushed a deep red. "Oh brother, you're starting to flatter me again." He waved his hands, his lips nearly curling into a smile. "This is just a small venture." He then feigned a troubled expression. Let us not even mention the new foundation project I just secured this year, with total investments exceeding 10 million. It sounds impressive. But I'm currently begging the bank for funds. I'm juggling advances on one side, while chasing payments on the other. Millions of holes are waiting to be filled. And I can't sleep at night. As he spoke, the mention of the multi-million-dollar project and the financial gaps felt like two bombs dropping at the table, rendering everyone momentarily stunned. Look at that, Li Chang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. What do we mean by class? This is class, while we worry about a few thousand. Chen boss here is fretting over millions. Can we even compare? The village school principal, Lu, who had remained mostly silent, adjusted his glasses and added, what Chen boss is experiencing isn't worry. It's a happy trouble. The ability to manage projects worth millions already demonstrates strength and vision. Chen Qi grew even more excited by this praise. He stood up, bowed slightly to Principal Lu, and humbly clinked glasses. Principal Ma, please don't say that. It's all thanks to your excellent education. Our village has produced so many talents. Who deserves more credit than you? Chen boss, which university did you attend? Someone inquired. Chen Qi's expression shifted slightly. He shot a displeased glance at the questioner, saying, who cares about degrees nowadays? We had a university student join our project team recently, and he was as clueless as a fool. I just had to kick him out last week. At the other end of the table, Chen Xiao quietly enjoyed his meal, curiously overlooked. He sat beside the village chief's son, Chen Xiao, who was not a showy person either. They had been engaged in a low-volume conversation. Chen Xiao keenly sensed that when Chen Qi mentioned education, he shot him a cold glare. At this table, he was the one with the highest degree, distinctly ahead of the rest. Have you all seen the new villas opened in the town? Someone changed the topic. I want to see them. They are exceptionally grand and beautiful. I heard they were built by a major developer. It's simply remarkable. For our town to have Blue Guiyuan investing in construction is extraordinary. Exactly, Chen Qi immediately chimed in. I also visited today. The environment and layout are impeccable, with vast areas facing Dongfeng Lake. My goodness, it's just too ostentatious. I'm planning to purchase a unit. Turning suddenly to Chen Xiao, he said, Xiao Gu, instead of joining the crowd to look at those villas, why not renovate your old family home? That would be far more practical. His tone was authoritative, exuding confidence as he began to point out details. Upon hearing this, the guests exchanged knowing glances towards Chen Xiao. This scholarly young man, who had reportedly done well a few years ago, had vanished from the scene in recent years. Being a university student doesn't necessarily mean you're better off than us locals, they seem to imply. Chen Xiao merely smiled, replying to Chen Qi, I do indeed have such plans. Indeed. Li Chang suddenly slammed the table, casting a glance over the crowd. Speaking of villas, it reminds me that my cousin mentioned the prime location in Linhu Yujinjuan has been purchased, and it was by someone from Qinjia village. Could it be the village chief? Oh dear. Chen Hongqiao repeatedly waved his hand, his expression grave. We cannot speak of such things lightly. That area is a lakeside property, priced at 4,000 to 5,000 per square meter. How could I possibly afford it? In truth, he was not lacking in funds. Yet he could never openly admit to being able to purchase a villa. That would be akin to confessing to corruption. The village chief possessed a certain level of astuteness. The notion of someone from Qinjia village acquiring the coveted position stirred curiosity among several individuals at the table. Nonsense, Chen Qi scoffed, shaking his head. I haven't even made a move yet. Who else from Qinjia village could afford it? It must cost upwards of 100. I'll call my cousin and find out who has such deep pockets, Li Chang declared, preparing to dial. Chen Xiao quickly raised his glass, exclaiming, Come, let us drink. Why inquire about who bought it? Li Chang, undeterred, continued as if he had not heard Chen Xiao. Some stared at him with puzzled expressions. Chen Qi cast an impatient glance at Chen Xiao. Why do you care? If he wants to ask, let him. Don't dampen the mood. Chen Xiao shot Chen Qi a cool look, but remained silent. The village chief, Chen Hongqiao, observed them with an intriguing stare, locking eyes with Chen Xiao, his face revealing a blend of surprise and amusement that seemed to suggest, could it be you? Meanwhile, his son, Chen Xiao, widened his eyes, glancing at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao intended to invest 2 million in an ecological farm, a sum not typical for the average individual. Chen Xiao, suddenly serious, remarked, Chen Qi, you seem a bit tipsy. Chen Qi paused, then waved dismissively. No, I am quite clear-headed. I am genuinely advising him. He hasn't even changed his old house yet. Isn't it foolish to look at villas? Chen Xiao smirked inwardly. Chen Qi's repeated objections regarding his villa visit were telling. just as Chen Xiao was about to speak. Li Chong had already connected the call. After a brief inquiry, he hung up, chuckling. My cousin is quite secretive and wouldn't reveal names, but under my persistent questioning, she did mention the buyer is quite young and paid in full. Young? Paid in full. The table fell silent, with all eyes darting between the trio of Chen Xiao, and Chen Xiao. Chen Xi had just denied any involvement. Given his demeanor, it would be strange if he were indeed the buyer. The village chief had also denied it. Mr. Chen, Lu Weiyuan was the first to react, suddenly looking towards Chen Xiao. Good heavens, you are the hidden gem. I thought I recognized you earlier. I saw you at the sales office today, handling some paperwork, right? Chen Xiao, somewhat exasperated, replied coolly, yes, that was me. I purchased it outright. By admitting it outright, he spared himself the pretense of those lesser beings attempting to impress him. Impossible. Chen Xi immediately denied it, his face paling as if he had swallowed a fly. Chen Xiao gave him a cold glance and said, then let Li Chong call my cousin again to verify. His tone was confident, leaving no doubt he was not boasting. Everyone at the table seemed to awaken from a daze. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Those who had just been flattering Chen Qi quickly turned their attention to Chen Xiao. Mr. Chen, I truly did not see this coming. You are indeed an extraordinary figure. Mr. Chen, your low profile is the most impressive form of flaunting. Mr. Chen, do look out for us in the future. If you have any good projects, please remember to include us. A flurry of compliments, toasts, and offers of cigarettes ensued. The previously quiet corner transformed into the center of attention. Chen Qi stood frozen. The earlier elation on his face completely vanished. Staring incredulously at Chen Xiao, his complexion fluctuated between green and white. He opened his mouth to speak, but could only stutter. Taking advantage of the distraction, he muttered something barely audible, I need to use the restroom, and exited, never to return. Chen Xiao sneered. I am not intentionally showing off. Why are you all so eager to play along? Chapter 25. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Chen Xiao spent 3 days in his hometown, finalizing the villa matters, spending time with his parents, and advancing the agricultural project. He registered the company and confirmed the land location, leaving the rest to his brother Chen Jun and the village chief's son, Chen Xiao. However, Chen Xiao sensed something amiss. Chen Hongqiao had made several trips to the town, seemingly facing issues. The land approval documents were delayed. Initially confident, Chen Hongqiao became perplexed upon encountering this situation. Later, a friend in the town discreetly informed him that someone was obstructing the approval, suggesting it would not be forthcoming anytime soon. As for who was behind it and why, that remained unclear. There was certainly something amiss. Could it be Tan Hao? After being rebuffed during a previous confrontation, Tan had threatened to retaliate. Just days ago, he had also attempted to woo Chen Zhao's fiancée, which was captured by Su Mingxue, leading Wei to propose a breakup. While he had not directly confronted Chen Xiao, it was uncertain whether he was engaging in underhanded tactics. Simultaneously, issues arose at Runyuan Benchao. Personnel manager Do Xin called. Mr. Chen, Ma Liwei, and Zhou Xinheng both suddenly resigned today, and several others seem restless. You need to return at once. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Ma Liwei and Zhou Xinheng were critical members of the small pharmaceutical company. Despite enduring a month without pay, their sudden resignations at this juncture indicated serious problems. All right, Chen Xiao replied, I will return immediately. 3 hours later, he drove back to the company. In a small meeting room, he faced the 2 loyal allies he had fought alongside for 3 years. Let us get straight to the point. Why are you resigning? Ma Liwei, in his 30s and already balding, avoided eye contact before finally stating, to be honest, old Chun, Runyuan Benchao has been performing poorly for the past 2 years, and the financial situation is unstable. I see no hope. Chen Xiao nodded, turning to the technical supervisor, Zhou Xinheng. What about you? Zhou Xinheng, in his mid-20s, tall and thin, wore a checkered shirt and thick glasses. Taking a deep breath, he slowly replied, I have health issues with my kidneys and need to return home for a while. All right, Chen Xiao smiled and nodded, I approve. In a small company, the loss of key personnel could be devastating. However, for Chen Xiao, it was of no concern. With assets in jewelry and gold exceeding 100 million, he was not short on funds. When one leaves, another can be hired. The market lacked not talent, but rather competent owners. With ample cash flow, he had no fear of recruitment challenges. Both Ma Liwei and Zhou Xinheng were momentarily taken aback, expecting Chen Xiao to plead for their attention. After dismissing them, Chen Xiao sat in his office contemplating the situation. If someone was maliciously poaching employees, it was likely they would target others as well. For now, he had money and need not panic. He would simply observe the unfolding events. Sure enough, in the afternoon, several more individuals tendered their resignations. The core 6 members of the research team left without hesitation. One of the younger associates subtly revealed that the 6 of them had departed together, lured by promises of double salaries, a 20 equity stake in the company, and more substantial funding along with a larger office space. It was evident that they were embarking on a fresh venture, a complete overhaul. It was crystal clear that someone was conspiring against him. And it was most likely that scoundrel Chen Xiao. With his family's wealth, it would be effortless for him to target others financially. However, based on his understanding of Chen Xiao, this individual was petty and irritable, holding a disdain for job seekers, and had no genuine interest in establishing a new company. The so-called fresh start was undoubtedly a deception. After luring people in, he would likely feign engagement for a few days before concocting an excuse to dissolve the company. This was Chen Xiao's style. Within 10 days to half a month, Ma Liwei and Zhou Xinhai would undoubtedly find themselves cast aside. As for Chen Xiao, he felt no sense of loss for these avaricious employees. If they chose to leave, so be it. He first injected 10 million yuan into Runyuan Benchao and raised the salaries of the remaining employees by 20. He promoted the HR supervisor, Do Xin, to CEO and assigned him several tasks. Firstly, to seek out pharmaceutical talent or teams without fear of expenditure, provided they possessed genuine skills. For the company was not short on funds. Secondly, to relocate Runyuan Benchao to a site with over 2,000 square meters of factory space. The future promised only growth. Do Xin was astonished. When had boss Chen become so extravagant? Not long ago, they were struggling due to financial issues. Had he secured new investment? He confidently declared, Chen, leave these 2 matters to me. It's not difficult to find excellent teams, as many talented young groups are in dire need of funding and are eager for support. Very well. Chen Xiao smiled. Please expedite the process. Runyuan Benchao still has its uses. On one hand, this would serve as a cover for the unclear origins of his newfound wealth. On the other, he sensed that in the future, cross-disciplinary research and technology would necessitate the company's resources. Contemplating the situation at home, Chen Xiao called Qin Ruowei. He informed her about the difficulties in obtaining land approval for the ecological agriculture project and inquired if she had any connections to resolve the issue, stating that financial assistance would be readily available if needed. On the other end, Qin Ruowei laughed. No need to doubt. It's definitely Chen Xiao's doing. I know him well. Do you know any capable individuals who could assist me? He asked. This is simple, but I will require a little reward, she teased. How many billions are we talking about? Chen Xiao inquired. Billions? Do you really need that much? You rascal. That evening, in the warmth of her villa, Qin Ruowei playfully entangled herself around Chen Xiao, whispering sweetly like a gentle spring breeze, Darling, give me 3 days, and I guarantee I'll handle it. Chen Xiao felt a pang of melancholy. He had returned from chaos and had accomplished nothing substantial. Perhaps it was best to let things settle for a while. He needed to devote time to cultivating and researching the 2 volumes on cultivation and martial arts. 3 days later, indeed, his brother Chen Jun called with excitement, reporting that the town had approved the land for use, and they could commence work immediately. Ruo Wei, this little fox, truly possessed remarkable skills. She was far more delightful than his previous partner, Su Mingxue, with whom he had often found himself embroiled in arguments, leading to a lack of intimacy over the past 2 years. Ruowei rekindled the feelings of his 18-year-old self. The site for Runyuan Benchao was finalized, relocating to a new industrial park in H City, with over 1,200 square meters of office and factory space. Chen Xiao took a series of photographs of the new office location and shared them on social media with the caption, New address. Let us get started. Within minutes, a flurry of likes and comments ensued, with an abundance of flattery that left him feeling uneasy. He exited the social media interface with a scoff. Suddenly, a message arrived from Su Mingxue. Chen Xiao, you deceived me. I had no idea you were such a good actor. Pretending to be poor to provoke my request for divorce, didn't you? Chen Xiao was left speechless. He replied, Oh, you're so clever, and promptly silenced his phone, tucking it away, and drove to a rural retreat. From that day forth, he dedicated his mornings to work while spending the rest of his time in cultivation and exploring his martial arts techniques, as well as attempting to refine 2 Qiyang nurturing spirit fruits. Occasionally, he would spend a night at Qin Ruowei's villa to refresh his mind and body. Time flew by, and before he knew it, over 20 days had passed. Leveraging the unique cultural knowledge of Earth and his reasonably good intellect, even assisted by AI, he merged the two techniques into a comprehensive and illustrated upgraded version of his method. After a few days of practice, he found that the efficiency of his new technique exceeded that of the 9 revolutions qi refining method by 40. A sense of accomplishment surged within him, more satisfying than earning millions from a tea or wellness project. He solemnly named the new technique Hunyuan Heart Sutra. A few days later, as the new office space had not yet warmed up, several old acquaintances arrived. Molly Wei, Zhou Xinhai, and the other 6 core members who had previously departed sought him out. Upon seeing Chen Xiao's new office, their faces turned pale. They wished to meet Chen Xiao, but were first directed to Dou Xian. With sincere attitudes, they admitted their mistakes, pleading for Chen Xiao's forgiveness and reacceptance. Yet, their words hinted that without them, the research and production lines previously underway would be rendered useless. Dou Xian, following Chen Xiao's instructions, firmly declined their request. It was absurd. Knowing full well that their departure would cause significant losses to the company, they still chose to leave? The fact that Runyuan Benxiao did not pursue their non-compete agreements was already a mercy. As Chen Xiao had anticipated, after being lured away, Ma Li Wei and the others found themselves discarded when Tan Hao dissolved the hastily established shell company less than half a month later. Promises that had sounded so appealing evaporated overnight, leaving them, still in their probation period, without even compensation. According to a brother who was privy to the details, they were preparing to seek labor arbitration, but given the nature of the shell company, they were unlikely to gain anything beneficial. In a lavish conference room, Dou Xian sat comfortably, crossing his legs and smiling at them. Boss Chen is quite busy and cannot meet with you. However, if you wish to pursue arbitration, he is fully supportive. Should you need assistance, feel free to contact me. I can arrange for lawyers and even media coverage if necessary. With that, he promptly escorted them out. Having failed to meet Chen Xiao, they were instead humiliated by a former colleague they had looked down upon. Their faces were ashen. Days passed, and Dou Xian finally identified a startup team that seemed promising. Chen Xiao personally oversaw the evaluation, drawing from his years of entrepreneurial experience to ascertain that these individuals possessed solid professional qualifications. A fortunate find indeed. He promptly decided to inject another 10 million into the company. The 5 were impressed by Runyuan Benxiao's demonstrated financial strength and eagerly agreed to be incorporated. Projects related to functional tea beverages were relaunched, and all factory equipment was upgraded. After a period of intense activity, both the company and familial matters were put back on track through his efforts. One day, seated cross-legged on the bed in the rural retreat, Chen Xiao felt the spiritual energy circulating through his meridians in accordance with the pathways described in the Hunyuan Heart Sutra. The previous stagnation was finally cleared, and he felt an immense sense of relief. With joy in his heart, he guided the spiritual energy through a complete cycle within his meridians, culminating in his dantian, where it began to rotate and condense. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The world had quietly transformed. His senses were heightened beyond the last time he had discovered his qi. Everything around him appeared vividly alive. The night was darker, yet the distant lights outside shone more clearly. He could hear the sound of car tires crunching on the road several kilometers away, and he seemed to possess a 360-degree awareness akin to enhanced vision. Beneath an old wooden bed, a small spider diligently spun its web, visible in all its detail. Could this be the divine consciousness mentioned in the 9 transformations of qi refinement? Having successfully reached the first layer of qi refinement after a month, consuming 20 inferior spirit stones and 5 spirit fruits, he had taken a significant step onto the path of immortality. In that moment, he felt an exhilarating urge to soar with the wind. Task completed. Breakthrough to the first layer of qi refinement. Reward: 500 experience points, 5 cubic meters of space. The system's voice resonated, almost as if celebrating his monumental achievement. His system space had expanded to 20 cubic meters. As he assessed his body, Chen Xiao felt an explosive surge of power coursing through him. He had no doubt he could easily defeat the legendary Tyson. It was time to return to Mingxue Star. His intuition told him that Mingxue Star would become an essential base for acquiring resources for his cultivation. Although Mingxue Star paled in comparison to the Cultivation Star, where practitioners were abundant and dangers lurked at every corner, it was considerably more challenging to obtain resources there. recalling the detestable old man. A glint of fierce, killing intent flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. He longed to exact vengeance upon that wretched soul. After spending nearly a month on Earth, according to the time dilation ratio, about 7 or 8 hours had passed on Mingxue star. It was akin to merely taking a short nap. The batch of equipment and supplies he ordered online had begun arriving. He received 10 high-spec small drones, 20 outdoor adventure walkie-talkies, 20 sets of ultra-high molecular anti-stab vests, 10 sets of ultra-high molecular bulletproof attire, 20 modern composite bows with 10,000 arrows, 1,000 specially crafted leaf-shaped darts, 20 high-powered binoculars, 20 solar charging panels, 200 medical first aid kits, and several thousand pounds of grains, oils, vegetables, and meats. After stowing away this substantial haul, it surprisingly occupied less than 1/3 of the available space. Upon returning to Mingxue Star, he found himself in the secret hideout he had previously established. The dawn was just breaking, and the wilderness echoed with the incessant cawing of mutated black crows and the roars of unknown beasts engaged in combat. After a month away, he felt an unexpected fondness for this place. On the road back to Mingxue town, he suddenly became aware of a phenomenon. His consciousness as a cultivator detected the presence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as mentioned in the cultivation texts. Although its concentration was low, it was indeed present, unlike earth, which had none at all. By the time he returned to Mingxue town, it was around 8 or 9 in the morning. Upon seeing Xiao Shuang again, her almost cartoonish face and stunning figure captivated him anew. He secretly compared her to Qin Ruowei, feeling that even in coarse clothing, Xiao Shuang had a slight edge. Later that morning, Shi Biao came to visit. After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation turned to the acquisition of spiritual materials and firearms. Shi Biao noted the large quantities Chen Xiao intended to purchase. After a moment's hesitation, he said, the sources of spiritual fruits, herbs, meteorite materials, and firearms in Mingxue town are quite scarce. Scavengers returning from the ruins of Yao City prioritize selling their finds to the people of Rusty City, who have a near monopoly on this business. Attempting to acquire such large quantities will undoubtedly attract their attention and is extremely dangerous. Understanding the gravity of the situation, a cold glimmer flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. It seemed that taking food from the tiger's mouth was inevitable. Having already broken through to the first layer of qi refinement and feeling a surge in strength, he pondered who might actually be in danger in the future. Chapter 27. The meteor shower era. Suppressing his displeasure, Chen Xiao calmly inquired, what exactly is the Yao City ruin you often mention? It seems scavengers can only go there. Shi Biao smiled and elaborated on the ruin. 300 years ago, Yao City was a massive metropolis with over 50 million residents. Suddenly, a cataclysmic meteor shower struck the globe, catching humanity off guard and resulting in the loss of over half the population, one of the greatest natural disasters in human history, known as the meteor shower era. The aftermath was even more terrifying. Following the meteor shower, Mingxue Star, formerly known as Blue Star, began to generate a miraculous form of spiritual energy that caused extensive mutations in flora and fauna. Over the following decades, these mutated beings evolved, growing increasingly powerful, and countless formidable beasts and insectoids emerged from forests and oceans, relentlessly competing with humans for survival. Ultimately, humanity was forced to retreat. Yet, this was not the worst of it. Since the meteor shower, human civilization has never regained its order. Internal conflicts over resources and ethnic hatred led to continuous warfare, resulting in more deaths from civil strife than from the natural calamity itself. With the emergence of spiritual energy following the meteor shower, various martial arts techniques that could absorb this energy gradually developed among humans, significantly enhancing individual combat capabilities. The martial arts realm is typically categorized from lowest to highest as yellow, xian, earth, and heaven levels, with those above heaven being innate, while those below yellow are classified as quasi-yellow. Even quasi-yellow warriors are significantly stronger than ordinary humans, but are not counted in the ranks. Shi Biao, for instance, was a martial artist who had yet to reach even the quasi-yellow level, yet he managed to navigate this perilous world quite well. Over the century, some individuals have broken through to the heaven level and even to the innate level. Warriors above the heaven level are terrifying. It is said they can overturn trucks with their bare hands, dodge bullets, and traverse walls, able to single-handedly challenge entire nations. Conventional firearms are ineffective against heaven and innate level warriors. The overwhelming power of these martial artists has led to renewed societal chaos. Some extreme practitioners have wielded nuclear weapons, igniting a nuclear war that inflicted even greater devastation upon humanity. By the time the last nuclear bomb was detonated, over 90% of the population had perished within a few decades. More than a century has since passed, and a new balance has been reached within humanity, temporarily resulting in a rare state of relative peace. Currently, the global population stands at approximately 3 billion. The Great Yin Empire encompasses several million square kilometers, with a population of just over 300 million. In contrast, the peak global population before the meteor shower reached 5 billion. Mingxue star, with a diameter more than 3 times that of Earth and a surface area 10 times greater, naturally accommodates such a population. Chen Xiao was initially astonished by this information. Logically, given the larger diameter and mass of Mingxue star, its gravity should also be increased. However, he did not perceive any significant difference in gravity compared to Earth, leading him to speculate that the fundamental physical laws might differ in this alternate universe. The Xingyao city ruins are remnants of the city left behind. It is said that many meteors fell during the shower, making this area rich in spiritual energy. The mutated flora and fauna there are exceptionally powerful, rendering survival for ordinary humans nearly impossible. Only those who have attained a certain level of martial prowess can cautiously navigate its fringes. Shi Biao's patient explanation allowed Chen Xiao to finally connect the fragmented information he had gathered over the past few days. The ruins of Xingyao City not only offer the chance to scavenge remnants from before the disaster, but also provide opportunities to discover spiritual materials, which explains the allure for so many scavengers. Finally, Shi Biao proposed forming a team to scavenge in Xingyao City and asked Chen Xiao if he was interested in joining. Chen Xiao was, of course, eager. He had prepared a plethora of outdoor adventure gear specifically for scavenging. He inquired, "What preparations are necessary for the trip to Xingyao City? With my current skills, along with Tai Zhu and Xiao Shuang, will it be sufficient?" Shi Biao smiled slightly, replying, "Of course, that will be more than enough." "Great!" Chen Xiao exclaimed, filled with joy. "Then I shall accompany you." He was determined to explore this legendary land abundant in spiritual materials. Shi Biao was delighted. Immediately begin to assemble personnel and make various preparations for the adventure to the ruins of Starry City. 3 days later, early in the morning, Chen Xiao, accompanied by Xiao Shuang and Tai Zhu, gathered outside the stone house of Shi Biao with 7 other scavengers. The group of 10 hired 2 off-road vehicles, the cost of which was 1,000 yuan per trip. This was a demand from Chen Xiao. Had it been Shi Biao, he would have never been willing to part with such an amount. They planned to spend 5 days walking to their destination. Just before departure, Xiao Fei, with his large dog, July, pouted as he waved goodbye to his father and Chen Xiao. The two followed Shi Biao. "Uncle Chen, be extra careful. Of course, Xiao Fei. You take care of yourself at home and don't wander off." Chen Xiao smiled as he bid farewell to Xiao Fei. He shared a vehicle with Shi Biao and 2 servants. In addition to the driver, Shi Biao, there was a stout young man in his 30s named Wang Jian, a friend of Shi Biao's. The old yet robust off-road vehicle boasted exaggeratedly large wheels, with a ground clearance surpassing that of many rugged vehicles on Earth. According to Shi Biao, the journey from Jingshi town to the ruins of Starry City spanned 200 kilometers and would take a whole day due to the many treacherous roads. Such an impressive build was necessary to navigate the challenging terrain. Having been in this world for many days, this was Chen Xiao's first venture beyond Jingshi town. The road to the ruins was severely damaged, rendering it impassable for ordinary vehicles. The path was lined with untamed wilderness, with countless unnamed plants growing wildly, under a sky that exhibited a faint lavender hue. This was the initial impression of the wilderness of Mingxue star that Chen Xiao formed. Fortunately, the journey was relatively smooth, with no significant dangers encountered. Occasionally, they spotted bizarre beasts, but being in an off-road vehicle, those creatures posed no threat to them. At last, as dusk approached, they arrived at their destination, on the outskirts of the Starry City ruins. From a distance, the ruins revealed vast expanses of steel and concrete jungle, long abandoned and now overtaken by various plants. Flocks of unknown birds circled above the ruins, and a herd of startled, mutated elk scattered in panic. What a wild place! Chen Xiao marveled inwardly. The off-road vehicle could only take them this far. Shi Biao led the group to find a clean patch of land to set up tents and start a fire for cooking. They would rest here tonight and enter the ruins early the following morning. Chen Xiao brought 2 tents, which were carried by Xiaoshuang and Taizhu. Taizhu would occupy one tent alone, while he and Xiaoshuang would share the other. Dinner consisted of barbecued meat over a campfire paired with beer, creating a lively atmosphere. For Chen Xiao, it felt less like scavenging and more like an experience of life itself. After dinner, the group gathered around the campfire to chat. Chen Xiao inquired, "Why not just live near the ruins? Why return to Jingshi town? That's not feasible." Wang Jian interjected with a laugh, shaking his head. "It's quite dangerous for a few people to reside in this area. We scavengers can handle ordinary beasts, but any that are slightly more formidable could spell disaster." Shi Biao also shook his head, chuckling. "The items we find in these ruins must be taken back to sell in places like Jingshi town and Rust City to earn money for the supplies we need. We ordinary folk cannot completely detach from the big cities." However, he smiled mysteriously and continued, "If there are many people, living far from human settlements in the wilderness is not out of the question, but with more people comes more issues. Once a certain number is exceeded, organization becomes difficult. Even if some can be organized, the authorities do not permit large groups to exist. If the numbers exceed 100, they will find various excuses to dismantle it." Upon finishing, a playful smile appeared on Shi Biao's rugged yet weathered face. "Not allowed?" Chen Xiao queried, perplexed. "Who are they and why the prohibition?" "Oh." Shi Biao chuckled with a hint of resignation. "They refers to the tycoons, warlords, and officials living in the safe zones. They do not permit grassroots groups to grow, as larger groups could siphon off their interests and challenge their authority. Do you understand what I mean, old Chen?" "I see." Chen Xiao nodded. "So, can it be done quietly?" He thought to himself, "You could certainly sell me the spiritual items you find. I have plenty of supplies to exchange with you." "Quietly?" Shi Biao raised an eyebrow. "It is indeed feasible. Many independent organizations exist in this world, hidden in uninhabited zones, but they generally struggle to survive. After all, humans need to band together for warmth and safety against mutated beasts and dark organizations." "I heard that before the meteor age," a thin man in his 40s interjected. "Humans reigned supreme on this planet, with a population far greater than now, and animals were not nearly as powerful. Humans could go wherever they wished. We, the people of this era, can hardly imagine what it was like back then." His eyes revealed a deep longing. This man was named Li Luan, one of the older members of Shi Biao's scavenging team, with extensive experience in exploring the ruins. In truth, as Chen Xiao scanned the faces of those present, he reflected, that era may not have been better than the current situation. "I quite enjoy this environment, filled with endless possibilities. The so-called prehistoric urbanity they speak of, densely populated and fiercely competitive, where people live bound by constraints, toiling like cattle throughout their lives, is hardly a recipe for happiness." "I've read something to that effect." The group looked at Chen Xiao in astonishment. Although they did not directly refute him, their expressions conveyed disbelief at his fanciful notions. How could one not be happy in such a prosperous era? Chen Xiao realized that these individuals had lived their entire lives, and even many generations before them, without ever experiencing such a stage of civilization. Thus, it was entirely understandable that they could not relate to him. They were indeed from 2 different worlds. Pursuing the idea of quietly forming a small group should not be rushed. "Look," Chen Xiao exclaimed, pulling out a compact drone from his backpack. He unfolded it and said with a smile, "Guess what I've brought?" Instantly, all eyes were fixed on the object in his hands. Shi Biao stared at the drone for several seconds before exclaiming in surprise, "Is that a drone?" "Indeed," Chen Xiao replied, a hint of pride in his smile. "This gadget could be quite useful for us scavengers, wouldn't you agree?" "Absolutely invaluable," Shi Biao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "With this, everything becomes much easier." "Old Chen, where did you get this drone? I've only seen such things in the hands of the inner-city tycoons, and certainly not one as good as yours." "It's from our country," Chen Xiao suddenly had an epiphany and casually mentioned. Through their earlier conversation, he had finally formulated how to establish his persona. "Your country?" Shi Biao was once again astonished. "Old Chen, you hail from another nation." "Yes," Chen Xiao replied with a mysterious smile. "Our country is small, only a few million people. But we are technologically advanced, with many light industrial products." He spun a tale, hinting that he came from a covert little nation that was largely self-sufficient and seldom interacted with the outside world. He was an inquisitive soul, eager to explore the world. Occasionally, he would return to fetch items. Within the camp, everyone participating in the scavenging expedition cast curious and astonished glances at Chen Xiao. He sensed that they believed most of what he had fabricated. He noted Xiao Shuang, who listened intently, her head lowered, clearly captivated by his storytelling. As he spoke with enthusiasm, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Next, Chen Xiao demonstrated the drone. It required no internet or satellite signals, but demanded a high level of skill from the operator. Being an outdoor enthusiast, he was adept at controlling drones, leaving the group in awe. Later, Chen Xiao distributed a walkie-talkie and a high-powered telescope to each member, surprising everyone once again. According to Shi Biao, such advanced equipment as drones, telescopes, and walkie-talkies could only be afforded by the affluent residents of the inner city. Although Mingxue Star had satellite phones, the equipment and communication costs were prohibitively high. A satellite phone cost 5,000, sending a text message cost 10, and calls were 20 per minute, with a maximum of 30 minutes of talk time per month, only used in emergencies, such as when one was lost and needed to notify teammates for help, often with delays lasting several minutes. The practicality of walkie-talkies was unmatched. Currently, only the captain, Shi Biao, and Chen Xiao possessed satellite phones. Even the seasoned scavenger, Li Lun, did not have one. Drones were even more expensive, priced at 40 to 50,000, and the quality was inferior to the one Chen Xiao provided. Walkie-talkies also cost over 2,000 each, far beyond the means of ordinary scavengers. Thus, it was exceedingly generous of Chen Xiao to equip each of them with one. That evening, everyone engaged in delightful conversations, brimming with anticipation for the scavenging expedition the next day. They did not retire to their tents until late. As captain, Shi Biao organized a rotating watch. Chen Xiao's tent measured 2 meters by 2 meters, just spacious enough to accommodate 2 people. The host, Xiao Shuang, sat beside Chen Xiao. Her cheeks flushed. "You sleep first, I'll keep watch." "That one do," Chen Xiao replied, reclining on the soft mat, tilting his head to look at her. "We need to conserve our strength for tomorrow's venture into the ruins. Someone must be on duty outside. You must lie down and rest." "But no buts. Hurry and rest. I won't do anything to you, rest assured. Although I'm not a paragon of virtue, I do possess self-control." "Yes, master." Xiao Shuang finally lay down. This girl was, in fact, quite shy. With her delicate figure beside him, Chen Xiao could not help but feel a stir of emotions. However, after entering the qi refinement stage, his resolve had strengthened considerably. With a slight exertion of control, he quelled those impure thoughts. Soon, he was deep in slumber, the sounds of his deep breaths filling the air. Xiao Shuang lay rigid for 2 hours before she unconsciously fell asleep. The night passed in silence. At dawn, Shi Biao called everyone to rise. They packed their belongings and set off towards the ruins. Each person carried a large backpack, along with bows, swords, spears, and other cold weapons. Chen Xiao himself bore a black composite bow and a quiver containing 20 arrows. Only the stout young man, Wang Jian, carried a self-made 3-foot-long firearm. Shi Biao mentioned that firearms could be used in the ruins, and even if the people of Rust City wanted to intervene, their reach would be limited. However, firearms were prohibitively expensive, making primitive weapons the norm. Having witnessed Xiao Shuang and Tai Zhu's prowess with cold weapons, Chen Xiao did not underestimate those skilled in martial arts, even if they wielded primitive arms. After walking for over an hour, they reached the outskirts of the ruins. As they ventured deeper, Chen Xiao truly comprehended how an immense city had been engulfed by towering trees, gigantic vines, fungi, and rampant weeds. It was both a ruin and a forest. Shi Biao gathered everyone, pointing to a towering skyscraper in the distance. "With old Chen's drone today, we'll set our sights deeper and make that skyscraper our first target. Stay close to me and don't wander off. Old Chen, especially pay attention since it's your first time." "Understood," Chen Xiao replied earnestly. Shi Biao waved his hand and declared, "Let us not waste time. Let us go." He and Chen Xiao walked side by side at the front of the group, with the two leading the way. Once they entered the dense ruins, the two perked up his ears, sniffing around, displaying remarkable alertness. Chen Xiao deployed the drone to scout ahead. They proceeded along the abandoned asphalt road for over an hour before arriving at the base of the skyscraper. Chen Xiao noticed a significant proliferation of massive vines in the area. Some of these vines could engulf an entire 20-story building. As spring approached its end, the weather was warm, and the vines were adorned with clusters of golden flowers, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. His cultivation sense easily detected that the spiritual energy in this area was notably higher than elsewhere. The entire Starry City ruins had a higher concentration of spiritual energy compared to other locations, and this particular area was even more bountiful. If quantified, Earth would be rated at 0, the Wasteland of Mingxue Star at 1, the Starry City ruins at 2, and this region at 5. Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled. Was this not an ideal place for cultivation? However, what intrigued him more was Xiao Shuang's peculiar expression upon seeing the golden flower vines. She initially seemed taken aback, then displayed a look of astonishment, which swiftly morphed into one of resentment. These complex emotions shifted across her face, but quickly settled back into a calm and unperturbed demeanor. Old Chen Xiao interrupted his thoughts, pointing at the skyscraper. Use the drone to scout for any dangers. All right. Chen Xiao began operating the drone, which buzzed as it ascended, circling around the massive skyscraper. It's just vines and grass. Below, the 8th floor seems to have been explored, and there are signs of a fire. On the 10th floor, there are several corpses, all desiccated, not knowing how long they've been dead. It looks like a battle occurred. Chen Xiao explained as he operated the drone. On the 15th floor, I found a giant beehive. My goodness, giant bees. They're larger than sparrows. Chen Xiao exclaimed. Giant bees? Wang Jian shouted. Those are golden-patterned venomous bees. Old Chen, bring the drone down quickly. Hurry. Chapter 29. The mutated black bear. Hearing Wang Jian's urgent tone, Chen Xiao hastily maneuvered the drone down 2 floors. Indeed, several giant bees had noticed the drone, pursuing it and swirling around it, their intentions ominous. Biao grew tense, his face paling. Those are golden-patterned venomous bees. They are extremely formidable. If a conflict arises, our small team could be annihilated. Everyone, follow me and retreat 200 meters. He waved his hands repeatedly, urging everyone to move quickly. The team swiftly retreated 200 meters away. Fortunately, the venomous bees did not follow. Thank goodness. Biao gasped. If it weren't for old Chen's drone scouting ahead today, we would have recklessly climbed the building, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Are those bees really that dangerous? Chen Xiao asked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, they are. Li Luan interjected. Golden-patterned venomous bees possess potent toxins. The most perilous aspect is that they swarm in the thousands. Even a Xian-level expert would struggle to withstand their onslaught. After hearing Biao and Li Luan's words, the group exchanged glances. What should we do? Should we find another location? Yes, there is no need to take unnecessary risks. They began to discuss fervently. A yellow-level expert could potentially wipe out their entire team, and even Xian-level experts would find it challenging to contend with such venomous bees. If these bees truly possessed such strength, they were not to be trifled with. Chen Xiao pondered this in his heart. This ruined forest was indeed fraught with peril. Yet, it also presented an opportunity. Li Luan shifted his tone. The honey from golden-patterned venomous bees is exceedingly precious, rich in vitality, and easily absorbed by the digestive system. For martial artists, it is a veritable treasure. Chen Xiao's eyes flickered. The martial artists of Mingxue Star lacked the knowledge of refining techniques, relying solely on absorption and rudimentary refining methods, which significantly hindered their efficiency. If they could combine it with cultivation methods, the value of the honey from the golden-patterned venomous bees could multiply several times. To forfeit it would indeed be a shame. Mission released. Obtain honey from golden-patterned venomous bees. Reward, 100 experience points. The abrupt sound of the system resonated, illuminating Chen Xiao's expression. The implications of the system were undoubtedly favorable. He immediately began to stoke the flames of enthusiasm. If the honey harvested from the golden-striped venomous bees holds value, then we must devise a strategy. Biao's gaze flickered momentarily before he nodded with conviction. Indeed, the honey from the golden-striped venomous bees is a treasure. If we could procure several dozen pounds, this trip would not be in vain. However, we must exercise extreme caution, for the reputation of these venomous bees precedes them. A lively discussion ensued among the group. Suddenly, the usually reserved Xiao Shuang spoke up. I possess some knowledge about the golden-striped venomous bees. As she began to speak, all eyes turned towards her. She was one of only 2 women in this scavenging team. The other, Li Hongyue, had initially been somewhat attractive, but upon encountering Xiao Shuang, she was completely overshadowed. Chen Xiao's curiosity was piqued. Xiao Shuang continued. The ancestors of the golden-striped venomous bees were ordinary honeybees before the calamity. They have a fondness for sugar and a relatively low intelligence. If we can procure some sugar, apply poison, and devise a method to attract them, we could eliminate them. The group regarded Xiao Shuang with curious eyes. You're not just a genetically edited maid, are you? How do you know so much? However, we have no sugar or poison. Li Hongyu interjected, implying that Xiao Shuang's words were futile. Seemingly displeased at being overshadowed, she added, indeed. The others frowned at this revelation. Yet, Xiao Shuang continued, I am aware of a type of plant, a variant of sugarcane, which stores an abundance of sugar, and fortuitously, it grows in this ruined forest. As for the poison, we can extract the juice from the rotting firefly mushroom. Its toxin is colorless and tasteless, making it easy for the venomous bees to succumb. Chen Xiao smiled and glanced at Xiao Shuang. You possess quite an impressive knowledge. Indeed, master. Xiao Shuang bowed her head submissively. I have studied survival in the ruins. Her words implied the indoctrination of genetically edited individuals. In this world, grotesque genetic technology exists. Those mysterious genetic companies possess the capability to customize knowledge at the time of birth. However, Xiao Shuang was not a genetically edited individual, which made her extensive knowledge all the more enigmatic. All the men present cast a complex glance at Chen Xiao, filled with envy and resentment. Chen Xiao chuckled softly and said, in that case, let us commence our quest to find this type of sugarcane. Shi Biao nodded thoughtfully and smacked his forehead. I have also heard of this sugarcane. It simply slipped my mind at the moment. Therefore, let us indeed give it a try. The entire team quickly reached a consensus. After all, the allure of the venomous bee honey was too great. Subsequently, the team's mission became clear, to seek out the mutated sugarcane and the rotting firefly mushrooms. With the assistance of drones, the search for the mutated sugarcane progressed more smoothly than anticipated. Within an hour, the team discovered a small patch of wild mutated sugarcane 5 miles away. The stalks were over half a foot in diameter and several yards tall, resembling bamboo. However, a gigantic black bear was present in the sugarcane field, gnawing on one of the mutated stalks with great relish. The drone's control screen displayed the scene clearly. Shi Biao instructed Wang Jian to deal with the bear using a homemade gun before they approached to harvest the sugarcane. The benefits of the drone became apparent once more. The team cautiously approached the roughly acre-sized sugarcane field, only to discover that the bear was quite alert. It had heard the commotion and spotted them. After glancing at them, it let out a roar and charged ferociously towards the team. Prepare for battle, Shi Biao shouted. He swiftly drew his sword. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow. The size of the black bear was far larger than he had anticipated, even more formidable than a rhinoceros. This is quite the predicament. Bang! A loud noise erupted as Wang Jian fired his homemade gun. Unfortunately, the bear was too swift, and the shot missed its intended target, striking only its left shoulder instead. The enraged bear let out a furious roar, charging even more ferociously. Wang Jian hastily reloaded, but his crude weapon was cumbersome and slow to prepare. Chen Xiao's expression grew grave as he reached into his pocket, producing a semi-automatic pistol. He calmly focused on the mutated black bear, waiting until it was less than 2 yards away before firing 3 rapid shots. All struck true. One bullet hit its head, another its mouth, and the last its neck. The mutated black bear emitted a chilling cry. Woof, woof. The loyal dog, Datu, barked and lunged forward. It cleverly utilized its agility to evade the mutated black bear. Shi Biao followed closely behind, sword drawn. Besides Tai Zhu, the others brandished various weapons and charged forward. Tai Zhu remained beside Chen Xiao, his sole task being to protect him, with no other considerations unless commanded otherwise. Chen Xiao turned to him. Tai Zhu, go and slay the bear, do not worry about me. Good. Only then did Tai Zhu wield his iron rod and charge forward. Despite its injuries, the mutated black bear retained formidable combat power. The group toiled extensively before finally bringing it down. Shi Biao quietly praised the combat strength of his team. This desolate wasteland is indeed not a place for the faint-hearted. We have ventured too deep. Shi Biao's face turned pale with fear, encountering such a powerful beast. We were fortunate to escape unscathed. He cast a complex glance at Chen Xiao. Without Chen Xiao, without his drone, and without his precise shots, his team would have suffered significant casualties upon encountering such a beast. Chen Xiaoxia, Li Luan, bloodied and wielding a long sword, approached. I did not expect your marksmanship to be so exceptional. Indeed, Shi Biao concurred. No wonder you sought to purchase a firearm. It turns out you are a master. Chen Xiao chuckled awkwardly. I dare not claim such praise. In comparison to your bravery, I am lacking. Let us hasten our efforts. With laughter, The team began to busily attend to their tasks. Some began skinning the bear, preparing to take the hide and meat. The majority went to harvest the sugarcane. After chopping it into segments, they used a rudimentary method to extract the juice, pouring it into portable barrels. After several hours, they managed to produce 5 barrels, approximately 70 to 80 liters of sugarcane juice. They then boiled it in the pot they had brought. Though the efficiency was low, it proved effective. After toiling through most of the night, they finally produced 10 pounds of coarse red sugar. During a brief respite, Chen Xiao inquired of Chen Xiao. This ruined forest is evidently rich in resources. There is food and water available. Humanity could surely survive here. Why do they not come? Chapter 30. Xiao Shuang's background. Chen Xiao shook his head, chuckling. It is far too perilous. You witnessed the mutated black bear we encountered in the daylight. Ordinary people cannot contend with it. This is merely the surface. Li Luan remarked thoughtfully. With Xiao Chen present today, I shall speak more freely. This ruined forest has often witnessed the annihilation of scavenging teams, especially those who dare to venture deep into the ruins. Do you think it is solely due to venomous insects and ferocious beasts? Shi Biao turned to Li Luan with a smile. Oldly, do you have any insights? Li Luan smirked. The most dangerous aspect is, in fact, humans. Chen Xiao pondered this. So, someone controls the resources here? Roughly speaking. Li Luan's eyes brightened as he glanced at Chen Xiao, smiling knowingly. In any case, as long as the Flame Empire exists, humanity must rely on towns for survival. That evening, the team found a well-preserved building nearby to use as shelter, setting up tents for the night. Inside the tent, Xiao Shuang quietly addressed Chen Xiao. Master. To be honest, I did not intend to reveal the method for dealing with the golden-striped venomous bees. Chen Xiao paused momentarily before responding with a smile. Do you mean you wish to monopolize this knowledge? Xiao Shuang's eyes flickered as she spoke, expressing a desire for her master to have her all to himself. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow and chuckled. How thoughtful of you. It's all right. I don't particularly care about such things. I merely wish to comprehend this desolate jungle as swiftly as possible. As she spoke, he took her small hand beside him, drawing her closer and gently caressing it with his right hand. Xiao Shuang struggled slightly, but soon relinquished her resistance, her face flushing crimson. Master, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Xiao Shuang. Understood. Chen Xiao sensed a hint of her reluctance and smiled at her. You exude an air of mystery. Xiao Shuang's gaze darted away, avoiding his eyes, but eventually mustered the courage to meet his gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips. You are quite mysterious as well, master. Chen Xiao was taken aback by her words, grinning widely. Sleep now. With that, he released her somewhat stiff hand. The following day, at Xiao Shuang's suggestion, they set out to search for the corrupted firefly mushroom. They aimed to gather this mushroom and conduct experiments to ascertain its efficacy in poisoning the golden-striped venomous bees before proceeding further. The group agreed that this was a sound plan. Shi Biao proposed that they search for usable resources while also looking for the mushrooms, implying that their scavenging could commence without fixating solely on the golden-striped bees in that towering building. Everyone concurred. Over the next day, Chen Xiao truly grasped the essence of scavenging. It involved, on one hand, searching through the ruins for valuable remnants of the bygone era, while on the other, seeking out spiritual herbs, fruits, and meteorites. Perhaps due to their deeper exploration, having ventured 5 kilometers further than usual, their haul was rather impressive. Some stumbled upon usable bottles and containers, while others were fortunate enough to gather a few spiritual pea pods. As evening approached, Chen Xiao's drone discovered a patch of freshly matured mutated wheat, prompting joyful excitement as they hurried to collect it. It was rumored that this wheat contained spiritual energy and could fetch over 100 yuan per pound back in Jingshi town. However, within mere minutes of their efforts, a swarm of mutated locusts descended upon them without warning, devouring the crop indiscriminately. Goodness, Chen Xiao thought, as he observed the scene. These vibrant green mutated locusts were each about half a foot long, with formidable bodies and ferocious appearances, displaying an insatiable appetite. Strangely enough, they seemed to possess a discerning ability for spiritual items, feasting solely on the mutated wheat while ignoring the lush leaves and weeds surrounding them. Wang Jian, infuriated, picked up a stick and began to thrash at them. Despite managing to kill a couple, the sheer number of locusts, over 10,000, overwhelmed their efforts. Within 5 minutes, the patch of mutated wheat was entirely stripped bare, leaving the scavenging team with hardly a fraction of their initial find. A flock of red-beaked birds soon arrived, diving into the locust swarm to feast. Only then did the locusts scatter in a wild escape. Chen Xiao found the spectacle amusing. This savage world was undeniably exhilarating. Shi Biao, however, looked pale, shaking his head in disbelief. With a wry smile, he remarked to Chen Xiao, "This is quite normal. After a few more encounters, you'll grow accustomed to it." In this forest, spiritual items were indeed plentiful, yet difficult for scavengers to obtain, as most were consumed by creatures that specialized in devouring such items. Humans here possessed a dismally weak competitive edge. The team prepared to conclude their search for the day and locate a suitable camping spot. Finally, as twilight approached, they stumbled upon a cluster of corrupted firefly mushrooms, emitting a ghostly blue glow beneath a thicket of dense bushes. Each mushroom stood about half a foot tall, with thick caps adorned with glaring red spots, inducing a sense of discomfort at first glance. Upon seeing them, Chen Xiao felt a surge of astonishment. They bore a striking resemblance to the bioluminescent flora from the world of Avatar. "Everyone, do not touch." Xiao Shuang stepped forward, sternly warning them. Taking several steps ahead, she covered her mouth and nose with a cloth, donned gloves, and carefully harvested the cluster of mushrooms. After securely packaging them in a plastic bag, she deemed the task complete. Discarding her gloves, she displayed a clear wariness towards the mushrooms. Shi Biao's expression shifted. "I had never noticed such toxic mushrooms before. We must exercise caution when encountering them in the future." That evening, within the confines of their tent, Xiao Shuang leaned in to whisper to Chen Xiao, "Master." Her tone was mysterious, yet laced with intimacy. "Do you truly wish to survive long-term in this desolate forest?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you mean? Do you wish to join me?" Xiao Shuang hesitated, finally responding, "Master, please be serious. I am discussing something important." Chen Xiao chuckled. "Please go on." Xiao Shuang continued, "I possess extensive knowledge about survival skills that could assist you. If we can endure in this forest, we can seek spiritual items more efficiently than in Jingshi town. Furthermore, with our potential dragon mixed origin technique, we could thrive and cultivate here. And when we achieve success, we can venture out." "Indeed," Chen Xiao nodded. "What you suggest is feasible, yet I desire an abundance of spiritual items to accelerate my cultivation. I envision forming a team comprising at least a dozen, if not hundreds, of individuals to survive and cultivate in this ruined forest or other wild terrains." Not only did he wish to hone his martial prowess, but he also aspired to pursue immortality. The resources required for these goals far surpassed mere martial consumption, a fact Xiao Shuang had yet to comprehend. Xiao Shuang's large, dark eyes fixated on Chen Xiao. "Master, what you propose does not contradict my thoughts. Our current strength is feeble. Having more people would indeed enhance our safety. However, human hearts are unpredictable. To organize more individuals, you must invest considerable effort. This is something you must weigh for yourself." Chen Xiao regarded Xiao Shuang with a meaningful glance. In the dim light of night, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering through the window, his perceptive cultivator's senses discerned her every detail. Xiao Shuang was truly a beauty. Her slender yet upright figure, oval face, and delicate features stood out, her skin appearing exceptionally fair and radiant in the shadows, reminiscent of exquisite white jade, seemingly capable of absorbing moonlight. With a straight nose and charming lips, the corners of her mouth naturally curved upward, subtly revealing a hint of tenacity and liveliness even amidst serious discussions. Clad in practical, coarse clothing that had grown somewhat soiled from their travels, she could not conceal her well-defined shoulders and waist. Her full bosom stirred Chen Xiao's imagination. At that moment, she leaned slightly forward, a few strands of her raven hair escaping her simple ponytail, brushing against her cheek. Her expression was focused, her eyes resembling obsidian immersed in a crystalline spring, intently gazing at him, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings as she blinked. Chen Xiao momentarily lost his train of thought, but the powerful spirit of a cultivator swiftly grounded him back in reality. This was a perilous world, demanding constant vigilance. He smiled gently. "Indeed, Xiao Shuang, your thoughts align with mine. We shall proceed step by step, without haste." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuang softly acknowledged with a hum, adjusting her posture slightly. After a brief silence, she suddenly exclaimed, "Master, I actually go by Yun. My full name is Yun Xiao Shuang. I am not a product of genetic editing. You are perceptive. Have you already figured it out?"